Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, da, bum, 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 bum. Da, da, bum, bum, bum. Da, da. Da, 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 da. Hey, what's up? Anti-late? Yeah. Came in a whole minute early. Did I brush my teeth? It's a little weird that you're saying that because, yes, that's actually the last thing that I did right before starting. I just brushed my teeth like not 5 minutes ago. Uh, oh, yeah, Pigeon. Already we're making our move to exit the cozy, warm, yep, the cozy, warm bed and to instead wander free like a moron. What's the plan? Yeah? The plan is to leave. I see. Hey, Lonnie. Baby knows it's stream time. Yeah, maybe she doesn't like my voice. What's up? Have you seen how Hassan was considering taking a break from streaming due to harassment? Hey, look, all I'm saying is that's a power vacuum, baby. That sounds like a lot of viewers looking for a stream to watch. I don't know. I do hope he's doing okay though. He does get a lot of harassment. He's also 6'4", so I don't know. Feels like a 50-50. You're still trending? Yep. Never gonna stop. Still trending. Let's go. Let's go. Absolutely. Uh, my God, I've never felt so trendy. Um, oh, it's finally cold enough that we're back on wearing the classic Tempest. If you're watching, we don't need a new one. These still fit fine. The classic, yeah, the sweatpants, right? I mean, you can lose some. What have I lost? Like 6 inches off the waist, and I mean they still fit. Got a little cord. Oh, sake, just you wait. Yeah, we've been trending for a while. I have no idea why. Uh, have you seen Bad Empanadas? No, I don't. I don't pay. People keep. Maybe this is like a mismatch in understanding or expectation. Okay, Bad Empanada to me is just another of the dozens of crazy people, who sometimes spam at me. When there are posts in my subreddit and they're like people in my chat, I don't know. I know I don't look. As I understand it, he can be quite funny sometimes, but that's I don't. Yeah, I like good empanada. Okay, I don't follow it. I'm sorry. There is a lot of stuff we have to talk about though. Sheesh. Um, who here was watching the closing arguments in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial? I hadn't watched the preceding 9 days because I've been busy playing video games. Um, but I did watch the closing arguments from today, and it was really interesting because I've heard that the prosecution has done a piss poor job making their case, you know? And then I watched the closing arguments, and the prosecution, I think, actually knocked it out of the park for their closing argument. It felt convincing. Again, I haven't seen the whole trial, but at least for the closing argument, it felt convincing and well done. And then the defense did their closing argument, and they did a poor job. But then the prosecution did their rebuttal to the defense, and it was so bad that I think I'm a Kyle Rittenhouse fan now. Seriously, the prosecution's rebuttal to the defense was so god awful that I think I'm actually a Proud Boy now. It's insane. It was that bad. The first guy from the prosecution side was doing good. This the skinny one, but the fat guy, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't remember their names. Um, man, I don't know. Oh my god, it was not great. Um, I'm missing out on a lot of details. I just that's just the impression that I got. Um, I'm not shaming for the fact that I'm just saying like that's a distinguishing characteristic. Shut up, shut up. Anyway, yeah, it was It's pretty wild. Um, God, yeah. The fat one is the one that facepalmed during testimony. Can't expect too much from. Yeah, he was the one that people have been posting the memes on. The fat one was the one who facepalmed during testimony, and the skinny one was the one who Tim Pool posted a picture of this. Apparently, was demonstrating the use of an AR-15 without good trigger discipline. Is this? Did somebody who actually watched this at the time? Can you explain to me? Like, is there any like justifying element to this? Is there like was the judge like, I can't understand this unless you actually put your finger on the trigger? Did that happen? I don't think that happened. Did that happen? Look at this. This is the this is the prosecution. He has his fucking finger in the trigger guard. Holy shit. Why? Why would you do that? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's ready to go, man. He's gonna Rittenhouse that whole fucking courtroom if he doesn't get his... Judge was talking shit. Oh, man. Is it real? No, it's... Yeah, no. I mean, yeah. It's real. God. Yeah, he's threatening... He's just pointing at the jury. He's being like, yep. Just like this. Jesus. The gun was checked right before he specifically activated. Guns are always loaded. Guys, don't forget about the gun goblins, okay? The bullet goblins, the bullet devils, okay? They're always there and they load guns. You can think the gun... I don't see a magazine in that AR-15. It doesn't matter. They're fucking bullet gremlins, goblins, whatever. That's a thing. That's a real thing that happens, okay? Yeah, the Houdini bullet. They make one happen. There's always one in the chamber. Yeah, even if you fucking do the thing and you know there's nothing in the chamber, there is still one in the chamber. Always, okay? Gotta be careful with that. Yeah, the machine spirit can create bullets, okay? And treat every gun like it's being treat every gun like it's in the presence of an orc Geller field. And they're very excited, okay? Treat every gun like like they're holding one. The people who are soy facing right now are the nerds nerdy enough to understand what I'm saying, okay? You are implicating yourself. I didn't even say 40K. You're like, dude, soy, 40K. Like, all I said was Orchid Gellerfield, okay? You're self-reporting right now, okay? God damn it. Yeah, we have some shit to talk about. I hope you guys are doing good, by the way. I was a little bit sick for a while. Nothing serious, just a little head cold. I feel better now. I don't know if I feel 100%, but I definitely feel a lot better than I did the past like 2 or 3 days. Why? Is this just going to be a forever thing with you? God. You didn't even want to go in there. You're staring at me now. There's nothing in there. What do you want? Oh, you're going to sit? Okay. She's just licking her palm. Okay. Oh yeah, one other thing, by the way. Last soy thing we're talking about before we get to the segments, because we do have stuff to talk about. It's that guys, for those of you who play Diablo 2, or at least know about it, come on. Streamer luck. Come on. I know it's the least useful, like, high rune, but come on. It's still a fucking cam rune, dude. That's pretty pog. I'm pogging. I like that you screenshotted it, Raffle. You mean I took a photo with my phone? Damn right. Dude, with how unreliable the servers are in D2R, yeah, you think I'm gonna fucking set up a screenshot? Fuck no, I'm not alt-tabbing. I'm taking a photo with my phone and picking it up. What does it mean? It's so basically in the original, if I remember correctly, in the original Diablo 2, like you just had, you know how in most like games like that you have like normal items, magic items, rare items, and then it's like a legendary item. It's called unique in Diablo 2. The legendary items are called unique. And that was how it was for a while. But then when the game, I think it got, I don't know if it was patched or there was an expansion, but later on they introduced rune words, which was basically like you can make a really powerful item, like a unique of yourself. You just need to find a normal item and like sock it in the right runes, you know? So you'd think that would make it really easy to get some of these high-tier gear pieces because you can assemble them piecemeal. Like, you can, like, assemble, like, the 6 pieces of Exodia. But in reality, they set... I actually appreciate them doing this. The runes are set at such a low drop rate that did not happen at all. 20 years in, and they're still used as the currency of the game in trading. Runes are exceptionally rare. Sorry, Exodia's 5 pieces, thank you. They are exceptionally rare. In fact, the Cameroon, the one that dropped, has a, and this is true, about a 1 in 1 million drop chance from the enemies that I was killing. About that. I think it's 976,000. 1 in 976,000. Why can't you combine shitty runes to make good runes? You can, but the math is against you. There are like 40 tiers of runes, so it takes 3 of one to make 1 of the next up. And what that means is, in order to make 1 Cameroon, you need like 76 trillion of the tier 1 rooms. Or seriously, like about in the trillions, you know. So, anyway, it's just a cool drop. Cool. Pigeon, this cannot be the whole stream. Pigeon, this cannot be the whole stream. She has been so insanely fucking yeah, loud lately. God. I love her, but like, oh my God. She doesn't even want anything, by the way. She doesn't want food. She doesn't eat yet. She's not hungry yet. If you gave her food, she wouldn't eat it. There was literally food out. She will not eat it. It's not food she wants. She wants us to run, to chase her, and to give her the pappy slappy. Which we do, but then she just yells more. I don't know. It's just it's a whole thing. Anyway, the higher tier runes are rare enough that there are people who have stories of playing for like 10 or 15 years and never seeing one. So I'll count my lucky stars and not think about it too much. All right. Boss bad, boss bad, boss bad. So, some of you may remember about a month ago, I put out a video, which means I talked about it on stream, but I guess most people see my stuff through the videos, on Alex Jones' testimony and depositions relating to a defamation case against him from the families of people murdered at Sandy Hook. He lost all of these suits, declared so today. All of them. A Connecticut judge's ruling against the InfoWars host combines with decisions in Texas to grant a clean sweep for the families of 10 shooting victims. A state court in Connecticut granted a sweeping victory to the families of 8 people killed in a 2012 mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, who had sued the far-right broadcaster and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones and his InfoWars media outlet for defamation. I think these were 4 cases split across the 10 the 10 victims' families. Yeah, combined with the previous rulings in Texas in late September, I think that's what we covered last time. Mr. Jones for years spread bogus theories that the shooting that killed 20 first graders and 6 educators was part of a government-led plot to confiscate America's firearms, and that the victims' families were actors in the scheme. I want to talk about the conspiracy theory really quickly before we talk about the implications of the ruling, because I suspect that Alex Jones was always kind of hinging on this being the outcome. He, I believe, does intend on filing an appeal. We'll see how that goes. I don't know how well it'll go for him. So the Sandy Hook conspiracy theory, which was like heavily pushed by Alex Jones for a good long time, was essentially oriented around the idea that it was a false flag that the government orchestrated in order to take people's guns. And by the way, how often does that actually work, right? Okay, there are so many things about this that are insane to me, okay? First of all, it didn't work, okay? It's America, right? We still have our guns. The last gun law legislation that came out was in response to what happened in Vegas, and that was under Trump, the bump stock ban. The Sandy Hook, to my knowledge, did not lead to some sweeping federal legislation cutting down on people's gun ownership, so yeah. Additionally, this is the thing that I really don't understand. If you believe that Sandy Hook was a false flag, why would you say that children were crisis actors? Why wouldn't you just believe that the government hired a mercenary to do the job or like brainwash people into killing real kids? Like, seriously, I actually don't understand this. If you were to create a conspiracy theory around this, the government could achieve the exact same goals 100 times as easily with far fewer potential like flaws for discovery in the future. Like why like so they think that the government is evil enough to be like New World Order, like global conspiracy theory shit, but they're not evil enough to like do an actual school shooting. We we did the death equivalent of a school shooting all like every fucking day in Iraq. What do you mean? What we kill people all the time. Why would they stop from doing that? Couldn't they just like seriously, you know? It would be like, you know how there are like JFK assassination conspiracy theories? It would be like saying that JFK was an actor who faked his death there. Like cuz the conspiracy is that Harvey Oswald was like a CIA plant or whatever. It would be like saying that he was a CIA plant and JFK didn't actually exist or whatever. But doesn't yeah, QAnon literally believes that though. I guess that's right. That's true. I think that the reason why Alex Jones goes this way is partly to be entertaining because he knows what he says is bullshit. But I think it's also because the more you pull people from reality, the easier it is to pull them down that road in the future, you know? So the last thing that Alex Jones wants is a rational conspiracy theory. Because if you train your audience to respect rationality, you train them to see holes in your stories in the future. If Alex Jones says something like, you know, like if he's like, now, I don't believe, or I don't know if I can really do his voice. Now, I don't believe that any of these kids were actors, you know? That's stupid. Actors? Are you kidding me? Kids? No. I think that the shooter was a government plant or something. Like, if you train them to look for logical holes in potential conspiracy theories, you're kind of training them to take you down in the future. Does that make any sense? Republicans do the same thing. Like, the crazier the story is, the less likely they are to call you out on stuff in the future because you're not really preparing them to assess the validity of conspiracy theories. Anyway, he does this all the time. This is a common like far right thing. But whatever the case may be, you know, obviously spreading these lies about the victims of this mass shooting has led to a lot of grief for the families. There were people accusing these families of dead children of being liars, government plants, actors. They endured a lot of harassment, so they sued, and Jones has lost the case. But he actually lost these cases by default. He never provided the court the documents that he was obligated to provide them. Which is what makes me think that this is actually kind of what Alex Jones expected. He wants to kick the can down the road. He'll appeal this decision. He didn't actually have any intention of fighting against this, possibly because his claims are legally indefensible. We'll see how things go in the future. But does Alex Jones really care about these cases? I mean, it takes money out of his pockets. These are civil suits, not criminal, so he's not going to jail. He's just going to offer them money. That's what he has to do. And he has plenty of money. So I don't imagine it's going to hurt him tremendously. I will say, however, just in a sort of general, just a general position of mine, it's that free speech is only valuable socially if it is meaningful and if it helps us arrive at moral and truthful positions. If people use their right to free speech to spread misinformation, which leads demonstrably to harm of innocent people, that would be an element of our free speech which we must excise in order to preserve the value of free speech itself. Free speech has absolutely no meaning, no worth, no utility, no value in a society, in a system where we do not hold people to account for vicious untruth. That is entirely opposed to the objectives of free speech. Is that still free speech, lol? Yes. If you want to maximize any social principle, you have to build walls around it. Same with freedom, after all. We make society more free by outlawing murder, even though to outlaw murder, you are necessarily imposing rules on people that did not exist prior. Anytime anyone who's a free speech extremist or an anything extremist, what you're really doing is opening up whatever you claim to value to undermine from the opposition, to people who don't actually believe in those things. Much in the same way that claims of necessity for free speech has been a rallying cry for the far right, people who do not give a fuck about free speech. We have to recognize that the only way to meaningfully preserve the value of that institution, that social priority, is by ensuring that it's not used in ways which destroy the value of free speech. I don't think what I'm saying right now is controversial at all. This is something largely held philosophically and legally. You do not see like philosophers running around shrieking that they're free speech extremists, scraw. You know, there's usually a bit more nuance to that. And if you sincerely believe that Alex Jones does not deserve defamation lawsuits for deliberate, reckless lies which hurt families, I think you're a piece of shit. And I don't actually think you care about free speech. I think you care about the right to hurt people through legal technicalities, or at least the people who you agree with politically, their right to hurt people through legal technicalities to no social benefit or value whatsoever. That's just not how society works. It's more complicated than that, and there are benefits to preserving the meaningful benefits of such a system, not simply invoking it in its name and term only. Where do you personally think the law should stand? I don't know. Or the wall should stand. I don't know, and nobody knows. It's not about knowing exactly where these lines are. It's about understanding that there are basic ways in which we should defend the bad faith invocation of these concepts. I'll give you another example. Democracy. Democracy, at its core, is about rule by the people. Their ability to make decisions about either what is done or who leads and determines what is done. But I am okay with laws which would prevent anti-democrats from being able to run in democratic elections. See, democracy is only really meaningful if it can defend itself, right? I mean, if you're pro-democracy, you can't really be in favor of a set of circumstances that lead to the destruction of democracy. So if you have candidates who are anti-democracy in the sense that they undermine it at any given point, they attack the institutions of or legitimacy of democracy with the goal of undermining it or replacing it with a more authoritarian system, it is pro-democracy to prevent them from being able to run. Much in the same way that it is pro-freedom to be able to arrest people for trying to murder or rape others, and it is pro-peace to declare war on Nazi Germany. These are not contradictions. These are walls we must build in order to define meaningfully the values that we hold dear. The alternative is to allow them to spread so wide, so far, and so unrestricted that they become meaningless as they're torn down by their internal contradictions. Does that make sense? Pigeon, I'm literally going to fucking... I will wring you by the neck. Pigeon, why? This is what I mean. She doesn't even... She just ran away. She just runs in circles around me. She just wants to play. My God. How would you distinguish what you're saying from an authoritarian, we need to protect you from yourselves approach? That's not fundamentally authoritarian. Protect you from yourselves? Yeah, like outlawing personal nukes. Authoritarianism isn't that simple. If you sincerely believe... Do you think an authoritarian would ever stand up and say, we think that it is antithetical to the core of our democracy to allow people who seek to undermine our democracy to rule? Is that what an authoritarian would say? No. An authoritarian would recklessly accuse others of being anti-democracy while subverting the systems and then seek to take control during the instability, which is exactly what Trump tried to do back during January 6th and all of the stop the steal bullshit. Pigeon, do you want to go back in the sweater? The line between authoritarianism and anti-authoritarianism has very little to do with the tools that you use and far more to do with the outcomes that you seek to achieve. Pigeon, in the sweater. There we go. Ooh. Ooh, there we go. There we go. Good baby. There we go. How do I feel about Fortnite? I don't play Fortnite, Gally. I'm sorry. It's been a long, long time. Anyway, remember that. It's not about the tools that you use. It's about the outcomes you're seeking to achieve. It's very, very important. Lest people be citing Engels on authority, you know. Revolutions are not inherently bad things. But they can be, if they lead to bad outcomes. You played Fortnite with us? Yeah, but I haven't in like 2 years. I don't... It's been ages. I haven't played it in a long time. And I never really enjoyed it that much. I just enjoyed the friends that I played it with. Yeah. Anyway, does chat broadly understand the argument that I was making? Free speech is not an absolute value. It's meant to attain a value. When it's used to oppose that desired value, it ceases to be a virtue. Yeah, agreed, 100%. There's no way around it. Like this is the case. All values, everything that we socially prioritize, it has to be kept in check with systems that are meant to destroy contradictions internally. That's the only way civilizations can survive. By the way, if you disagree with me, you're actually disagreeing fundamentally with some of the principles of leftist advocacy, because the idea that capitalism is internally contradictory and lead to fascism is one of the most commonly held leftist positions, and the idea that you must preserve democracy is one which inherently entails the exclusion of fascist ideology. If you don't believe that, then you can't really believe. This is the direct. I mean, anyway. I just worry some people's understanding of this issue is so shallow that you could say something like, "I think we should prevent Nazis from taking control," and they'll be like, "Prevent them from taking? What do you mean? So they can't run? That's against their free speech value." Like, okay. What about sock dems? They fascist in that case? Everyone's a fascist but me. Thank you. All right, let's move on. Pigeon, I'm worried you're gonna like scoot off the fucking desk. Thank you. Why do you defend Zionists? What Zionists do I defend? Vosh, legendarily known as a pro-Zionist guy. Oh, is this the aristocracy thing? I saw people super molding over that. I have no idea. But I'll need somebody whose values I give a shit about to explain what aristocracy did is so bad. Because I do not give a fuck about anyone associated with whatever group is mad with her. You need the cat cam? We'll get that. You can just talk to her. Yeah, after we do the segments, we'll probably just chill, and if people want to come on to talk, they can. And by people, of course, I mean not chatters. Fuck you guys. Fred Hampton's son doesn't seem too thrilled that the Fred Hampton leftist took his father's name without his family's permission.
Oakland, California. We just got back from Oakland, California. Now, The Rock, I have a question. The question is, these Fred Hampton leftists online use Fred Hampton to ask for donations. Do you know about? Let me say this. We in the.
I like his hat.
There are so many people unauthorized or bogusly utilize the name of the chairman, our name. You know what I'm saying? We in the process of heightening and dealing with these contradictions. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, you know what I'm saying, be black when it's beneficial, play Panther when it's profitable, when Cubs when it's comfortable. No, that's your question, The Rock. No, that is not sanctioned. You know what I'm saying? No, cut straight to the chase. No, we've been hearing about these different groups, and I've been really picking my moves about making sure I don't address each, because I mean every day, all day, it's constant. I mean, a dime a dozen different groups of individuals popping up and out. You know what I'm saying? And the deal is sometimes we let shit sit and see what flies attract. However, you know what I'm saying? The deal is, man, to answer your question, no. You know what I'm saying? And we want the people, we want to heighten the consciousness, people be very clear to be able to pick out authenticity from counterfeit. And as far as these individuals saying you lies not, you know, our chairman's name and donation, no, that's not sanctioned. No, you know what I'm saying? And we're in the process of dealing with it. I say I'm not talking about just only the Cubs, I'm talking about the community, I'm talking about the people. Again, the people in general. Right on for the update. Right on. Thank you. Right on. And bring it to our attention. We all see different.
Nice. Yeah, not surprising. Keep in mind, the Fred Hampton leftists, like the fucking Twitter people or whatever, are doing the exact same thing to Fred Hampton that, like, the new Black Panther Party has done to the Black Panther Party, or that Republicans do to Martin Luther King Jr., in that they are cynically exploiting the name of a black civil rights activist in order to promote a right-wing agenda. Good meme.
Is Oakland, California.
Rated 9.5 out of 10. Good stuff. Thank you. Wait, the new Black Panther Party are fascist? Holy crap. I assume that's sarcasm, but yeah, they are. Yeah. Help, I'm racist. I don't understand what he was saying. If there are any if there are any people in America, or out of America who do not understand exactly what he was saying, yes, you're all racist. No, not really. I'm joking, of course. He is a little bit unintelligible. However, I did have people growing up who spoke in a similar cadence to him, so I can understand what he's saying. I can understand that if you were like a European or something, though, that might be legitimately impossible to decipher. Um, anyway, those groups, um, the new Black Panther Party, Fred Hampton leftists, at least with the. Hmm. I've been thinking about stuff like that for a while, and I think there's a segment I want to dive into, but I need more time. I want to talk about the. I guess I've been calling it the Nosbo vortex, but the Nosbo vortex. But I want to talk about this after looking into it a little bit further. There's this huge, because it's growing, like every month it grows. It's like the Glenn Greenwald, um, it's like the Glenn Greenwald, Jimmy Dore, Aaron Mate, Gray Zone, Infrared. There's like this gigantic sort of network. Tulsi Gabbard's in there too, and I think they're so ideologically different, you know, because Glenn Greenwald is essentially just a Republican, you know, but like Infrared isn't. And even Jimmy Dore, though he mostly criticizes Democrats, ostensibly plays lip service towards like progressive causes. Tulsi Gabbard's a full-on Republican now. Like the gray zone types are just full-on bought into like China, Russia, like Assad simping. What's the relationship? And I think the relationship between all of them, like very, very basically, is their job, knowingly or unknowingly, is to take disillusioned people on the left and move them to the right. And they all do it in different ways from different perspectives. Like they're all different, there are different like facets of that gemstone, but that's the overriding purpose, you know? And some of them, like the gray zone types, I think might as well literally be like paid opposition. Like they might literally be in the employ of foreign governments, you know? Blumenthal worked with RT, Aaron Mate presented on behalf of Russia to the UN. You know, they've done their Assad stuff. Hinkle has gotten his money from that pro-Assadist anti-Semite group or whatever. Some of them get paid directly. Some of them, I like Jimmy Dore, I just think likes his paychecks. I just think he'll say whatever. He would switch on a dime if there was more money to be made from a different thing. And then you have Glenn Greenwald, who I think might just be having like a slow motion mental breakdown. I don't know how many of these people really believe. Yeah, Nico House works for RT, and he's also friend to neo-Nazis. I think the Posobiec, right? That's his name. I think the unifying element here is that all of them take disillusioned leftists and make them conservative. They push them over to the right. But they're all ideologically dissonant, you know. They're very they're in very different places. Yeah, Caleb Maupin's a part of that as well. He's like with the gray zone types. As Jimmy Dore, I think Jimmy Dore just wants to make money off of it. But yeah, it's kind of like an intellectual dark web, yeah. But I don't like calling it the Nosbol vortex necessarily because honestly, the bull part of the Nosbol, the Bolshevik, that's not really even present. Like, you have a thin veneer of left aesthetics pulling people right. I don't even know if you could call that Nosbol, really. And Dorite is reductive because it's broader than that. I'd want to think of a better term. The dumb left seems like not enough to describe the whole thing. You all get what I'm talking about, though, right? I need to think of like a good term, like a honestly, like the term that I would go with is like the brown left, but that sounds like a poop joke, so I don't know. Either way, I'll think about it. We're not deciding on a name today. I'll something will click for me, and I don't like the term alt left because alt righters are on the right, but these guys aren't on the left. Alt left makes it sound like they're the super extreme lefties, but they're not. So I don't like that term. I mean, red fash isn't really descriptor here. Jimmy Dore isn't red fash. He's not quite that. Faux left might be a good one. And you get what I'm talking about, right? You understand the point I'm trying to get at here. The Nas not bull vortex. Exactly. Oh, speaking of, we were going to talk about Tulsi Gabbard. So I've seen Tulsi Gabbard's been posting videos to the TL, and they have been absolute bangers, man. Oh my god. Hello. Oh, activating 1984 chat. I love having a button for that. It makes me very happy. Look at this. Remember the people saying that Tulsi Gabbard was basically just like Bernie but hotter? Debatable, by the way. Government is already too big and powerful as it is. The Build Back Better bill will only make it worse. This was supposed to be like the social democrat. Like this was the anti-war, like populist left. Here we are with Hannity.
Here's the reality with the bill that they're continuing to push forward is that our government is too powerful and too big even as it is, and this bill is only going to make matters worse. The provisions in the bill are so vague that really it's going to be unelected bureaucrats who end up deciding how these provisions are implemented, and no accountability, and really it'll empower them to be able to stick.
Now, I want to be clear. This is not even like MAGA Trumper rhetoric. This is Reagan-era stuff. This is Reagan language. Shionhead was despairing over this on Twitter earlier. She's totally right. This is Reagan language. The big, powerful government, unelected bureaucrats deciding X and Y. This is neocon shit. Exactly. This is neoconservatism. This isn't even like populist Trump, like right, left appropriating populism. This is just neoconservatism. She did not take very long to fall. Do you guys remember just a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, I was saying Tulsi Gabbard is just doing all this. She's gunning for her place in Fox News. She is going to be a full-on conservative. Just give it a few years. And she's with Hannity right now. Not even Tucker Carlson, who at least like fakes his populist working class. Hannity.
Stick their noses into every aspect of our lives, furthering this cradle-to-grave mentality of government.
Cradle-to-grave mentality of government dependence for having proper infrastructure, allowing for paid parental leave and daycare. This is literally neocon Reagan shit. Thatcher, hello. Apparently all that piss reanimated her from her grave.
Government dependence that makes us lose even more of our autonomy as we are paying for it. As government gets bigger, our wallets are getting smaller.
This is just straight neocon shit. This isn't just like anti-government overreach. It is opposed to the concept of investing in our system. And yes, that is how paying taxes work. Incredible. Oh, we've also got some Rittenhouse grifting here. Also on Fox, by the way.
Tulsi Gabbard, former Hawaii congresswoman and a former presidential candidate. Congresswoman.
She's like, is she ever not on Fox News? Does she just like sleep at the studio now? Seriously, like the full segment is right here with this is from November 14th talking with Hannity, and then November 15th here is talking about Rittenhouse. Like, did she just sleep there now? How are we doing?
Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
I've been following you on Twitter and some of your public comments. Part of the most concerning thing that I've been seeing from the media is that they don't.
I genuinely think she's gunning to be Trump's VP pick in 2024. What a meme that would be, dude. Holy shit. Because you're right, it can't be Pence, because Pence fell out with the administration, because Pence wasn't willing to do the thing he legally couldn't do with the verification of the electoral results. If Tulsi ended up being the pick, that would be insane. And you know what would happen, by the way? All of those faux leftists we talked about, like Nico House or Jimmy Dore or whatever, they would support Trump. They would full-on support Trump, being like, hey, at least they're going to stir up the system. Before, they simply said we have to keep our hands off it. Biden, Trump, both two heads of the same hydra. If she actually goes with Trump or DeSantis or whatever else, they're going to be full-on Trump train. They're going to talk about how at least these guys are stirring up the system. Yeah. Incredible.
They don't remember that time, apparently, or they have amnesia. People didn't feel safe. And I'm not advocating for vigilante justice, but when government doesn't do its job, people step up to protect.
Wait, you're not? This is Fox News. You're not gonna advocate for vigilante justice? You're on wait, why not?
Themselves.
That's exactly right. And I would not assume that they have amnesia, because when you think back to that time, we remember very clearly that immediately after this incident, this tragedy occurred with Kyle Rittenhouse, the mainstream media, pro-Antifa politicians were very quick to say this kid is a white supremacist terror.
I really like this. The pro-Antifa politicians. Antifa, known for having a tremendous base of support in the Democratic establishment. Antifa, known for being a highly integrated into the power structure of the Democratic Party. Best buds, the Democrats and Antifa, right next to each other, right there. I saw some clips from this. I didn't see the whole thing. The language that she uses here. I'll just hold on.
And so even at that time, in the midst of all of that chaos, there was no interest in saying, hey, you know what, this is a tragedy. The crisis that the city is facing is a tragedy.
People didn't say that? This is another Republican talking point that that like the pro-BLM Democrats are like blind to the damage being done during the protests. This is a very, very common one. Like, you know, you wanted the riots, but you don't even care what it's a very, very common like sort of implication that everyone else is failing to pay attention.
Let's actually wait and follow the evidence and let this work itself through our judicial system. The government absolutely failed to fulfill this most basic responsibility of keeping their community safe.
Well, that's true. The police in America historically have done a pretty bad job managing riot conditions. That's true. I've told this story before, and I'm going to keep telling it to you guys, the story of the LA riots, which took place just a little bit before I was born. But in the LA riots, which took place after the exoneration of the police officers who beat half to death Rodney King, the riots took place and were devastating. They caused an unimaginable amount of devastation to Los Angeles, and the LAPD essentially forced the rioters into Koreatown. See, the rioters were mostly black people because the Rodney King was a black guy. It was police brutality against a black person, you know, and they wanted them out of the white neighborhoods. So the police coordinated to sort of cordon, not to stop the riots, but push them towards Koreatown. You've heard the meme rooftop Koreans. That's why, because it was seen that was what was happening, and Korean business owners took to the rooftops of their buildings with rifles to protect their neighborhood. It led to a lot of death and destruction, and it could have been prevented. The goal, was to pit two non-white groups against each other as a way of diffusing the political tension surrounding the riot in ways generally advantageous to the white majority and to, well, let's just say that LAPD, not in 1992 and not today, they are not known for being especially pro people of color. No. Certainly not then, at least. It's want to learn more about this? Do you have any links regarding it? Yeah, it's wikipedia.org/LA riot. No, seriously, hold on. The specifics of how to control rioting in a way that minimizes damage are like really complicated. I won't pretend to know all of it, but we do have some really, 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 really public bad examples. We have some extremely public bad examples in existence. By the time the riots ended, 63 people had been killed. This is more than the total number of people who died during BLM over its entire nationwide duration. This was just in one city over a few days. Over 2,000 injured, more than 12,000 arrested, and the estimate of property damage were over $1 billion. I think that the total BLM property damage has been estimated at around $2 billion. I think so. So in one city, in a couple of days, 1/2 of the total property damage done by the entirety of BLM over months all over the country was taken in just one city. Extraordinary stuff. You can actually see photos of the National Guard that were brought in to guard Beverly Hills, the neighborhood where I would be growing up in just a few years later, because, that's where the wealthy people are. Let me see if I can find that. It's pretty wild stuff. I don't know if I'll be able to find like a specific photo of them guarding the Beverly Hills sign or anything especially evocative like that, but there's a whole lot of stuff out there on it. Anyway. What are we talking about? Tulsi Gabbard, hello.
Kyle Rittenhouse shouldn't have gone and done what he did.
Sure.
But as you said, he's a foolish kid who like others in the community, felt like they had no other choice
Boys
but
will
to
be
step
boys.
up and to try to do their part to keep people safe.
You know, Congresswoman, I have a problem with the inconsistency that I see from the left.
Really?
And people that claim to be civil libertarians that wanted to fight for the rights of the people. If you agree that the state shouldn't have the knee on someone's neck and kill them, then how could you support the state intentionally targeting a young man that it shows in the video?
If you didn't like it when Derek Chauvin murdered a guy, how can you be okay when a person who kills people gets arrested? Are we talking about the arrest here? What? You claim to hate state violence. You didn't even like it when that black man was murdered. Well, then how can you support an arrest? How are these connected? I'm lost. I don't know.
Video that is self-defense. It shows on the witness stand the own prosecution's witness admitted that he aimed his gun at him first.
That's not the be-all, end-all of all self-defense, but also that only took place after the trial started? Wait, what state intentionally target? He's saying the state is intentionally targeting a young man. Do you mean by putting him on trial, which is where it was determined that the thing you just said happened? What?
Admitted that he aimed.
There is no care or interest in evidence or the facts or justice. Really, it's about politics. It's about, hey, are you one of us or are you one of them? Are you on our team or are you the quote-unquote enemy? And as we've seen in this example and others,
I think he's talking about the media storm around it. The media storm is not the state. When he said the state is targeting this young man, did he mean the media? If you want to make the argument that the media has been mean to Rittenhouse, then sure, but that's not the state. That's not what that is.
if you're not on our team, then you are a racist, you're a white supremacist, you're a terrorist.
True.
And they levy out these allegations really without care, again, for the evidence, facts, or the consequences. And we're seeing the same thing happening here with the judge in this trial because of his ringtone being a patriotic song, God Bless the USA. Well, obviously,
these people believe the state controls CNN. Yeah. Well, what Tulsi Gabbard is doing right now is she's playing the classic turncoat. Look, her Democrat status is featured prominently. She's no longer a wait, is she out yet? Wait, hold on. I always forget if it was 2020 or 2022 with her. Yeah, she's been out. So she's not a politician anymore, but she still is being labeled as a Democrat here. And she's playing the turncoat, you know? Her job here is to say, yes, the mainstream media is lying. It's biased. They don't actually care about anything. They don't care about justice or racism. They just play politics. She's essentially here to do the job of the Republicans. It's what are they called? When you set a person up to be like the opposition, but they're like a weak. What is that? What is the term for that? A controlled opposition, exactly. But yeah, controlled opposition, precisely. Thank you. I kind of said that, didn't I, when I put all those words together?
they're saying, hey, he's biased towards Kyle Rittenhouse. So what conclusion are we to draw from that? That if you love America, then you are a white supremacist?
Maybe.
This is the craziness of what we're seeing play out here, which really, for me, it shows that they hate America, that they have.
See, literally, like, this is Reagan. This is Thatcher right here. They hate America. This is so flagrantly an attempt at pushing right-wing propaganda through an ostensibly, nominally left-leaning mouthpiece.
Such disdain for those who love America that this is the allegation that they threw out. And it's especially offensive as we sit here on Veterans Day.
All right. Oh, God. I can't believe people bought this, man. Should we have played the whole thing with Tulsi? We should. Okay, hold on.
Would you agree with me that it would be a good idea to go back to being energy independent?
Yes, of course.
Not many Democrats agree with you.
I wonder why. Maybe it's because the methods by which we achieved energy independence, like through fracking, were destructive and bad.
Would you agree with me that we have too much debt?
Look at her fucking smile, dude. Like, she knows what she is and she knows what she's doing.
And we really can't afford 1.75 or 3.5 trillion in new spending?
Yes, Sean, and here's the reality with the bill that they're continuing to push forward is that our government is too powerful and
Okay, so this is the 30-second spiel that we got. The cradle-to-grave mentality, government wallet. Okay, that's the one that we saw earlier. The 30-second soundbite of Thatcher briefly possessing her body from the spirit realm.
smaller.
You know, as I look at the position Joe Biden is in the mid-30s with his approval rating, Kamala Harris at a low 28%, I look at every problem they have. On the problem with the economy, if you lower taxes, limit the bureaucracy.
Hello, Shu.
That would stimulate economic growth.
Yes! Neocons, I love it. Yes! Lower taxes. That is exactly what will stimulate economic growth. You are totally right. It's not like there's a century of economic research indicating that just cutting taxes does not stimulate economic growth, that the best thing that you can actually do is fund infrastructural development and make sure that you have the proper underlying conditions necessary for people to contribute meaningfully to the economy. You need infrastructure for a functioning economy. This is not up for debate, okay? Literally trickle-down economics.
Growth, I think that would be helpful. On the energy crisis, we don't have to beg the cartel OPEC to produce more oil, only to be rejected again and again if we go back to the Trump policies of energy independence.
Which entail what? Are they going to actually mention it, or?
The same goes for the border. Stay in Mexico.
I like how by not mentioning how energy independence was achieved, they like imply that Biden just has a gigantic like old-fashioned switch on his desk, like make America dependent on other countries or don't, and that he just like, hello, Jack. Just fucking, like, they think he does this to gas prices, too. He just, yeah, inflation, he's just got a bunch of wheels and levers, you know. Bye-bye, energy independence.
Mexico, build the wall, end the insane policy of...
She nodded after he said build the wall, by the way.
...process and release that Joe Biden has. Is there any inclination in the administration or the Democratic Party besides Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema that you see?
Is that how we spell? These aren't auto-generated subtitles. I'm pretty sure these were added manually. They're not auto. These are not auto-generated. These were added for the Twitter videos that we're looking at. Did this get like outsourced? Is there like a Bangladeshi like slave worker like somewhere like typing these out? What? Okay.
That you see that would adjust, adapt, and change their policies because the ones they're using are not working?
It's hard to see people being inclined to actually look at solutions to the challenges that everyday Americans are facing right now. Because they're so focused on the partisan politics. They're so focused on saying, hey, well, if that was a Republican idea or a Republican policy, then it must be rejected.
They're literally not, though. It's the opposite. Republicans are, like, to a man, refusing to support things that Biden or the Democrats are putting forward. Literally, the Build Back Better shit, 0 Republican senators. They are the ones who are excluding their support for policies based on partisan politics, objectively, directly.
This was something, Sean, that I saw.
The infrastructure bill is full of things that Americans actually care about.
You know, if you're on the other team, if there's a bill that's being put forward by the other team, you got to oppose it. And this is on both sides of the aisle. This focus on, their own party, their own power, rather than just saying, hey, what's best for the people?
Follow through on
what
that?
Policies can we work together on to actually bring about solutions to the challenges Americans are facing? And
so this is a save at the last second. There is no both sides on this one. The Democrats, the Build Back Better plan is literally full of the shit Americans directly care about. It is directly, immediately, a collection of things that are popular with Americans, and Republicans will not vote for it. They refuse to vote for it. Republicans will not do it. They won't do it. there is no both sides here. It is exclusively Republican obstructionism that is preventing us from moving forward.
And we're seeing how it is everyday Americans who are suffering the most from this inflation crisis.
So maybe we should pass something. Also, I haven't looked that much into it, but like when we talk about the inflation crisis, like okay, I could be completely wrong on this, but I think that every time inflation comes up in mainstream media, they're basically just lying to make people feel fearmongered. Like I'm pretty sure they just bring this shit up as a way of deterring government spending. Like the government spends some money and people are like, oh, now inflation will go. That's not what I don't think that's what leads to a huge increase in inflation. It's a bunch of really complicated shit, but I don't think it's like, oh, the government spent $200 billion extra per year to make people's lives not miserable walking hell. Now inflation's up. I can look more into the future.
From the multitude of challenges that we're facing, they're the ones who are carrying this burden on their back, not the politicians who are too busy squabbling with each other.
The poor and the middle class are disproportionately impacted by higher gas prices. On average, about $1.50 more a gallon. It's going to cost people anywhere between $500 and $1,000 more this year to heat their home. Every item we buy in every store we go to costs more because it costs more to get it there.
That's crazy. What do we do?
It seems simple to me. I'm just looking for a common sense solution.
Wait, it seems simple to you. You're looking for a common sense solution. What is it?
And they say that they care about the poor and the middle class.
Like they're talking about high inflation like it's a policy that Democrats put forward. Listen to this. They say they care about the poor and the middle class, but they put forward the higher inflation bill.
What difference does it make to the planet if they extract the oil in the Middle East or in Russia, or we do it in the United States? If we do it here, we have high-paying career energy jobs. We don't have national security concerns with countries that hate us, and we have low gas prices for the American consumer, and that's...
Can you imagine a world where the conservatives in this country were not bought out by energy companies, and we could actually invest in green energy more than any other country on Earth, and we could lead the world in green energy infrastructure and technology, and then sell our patents and our technology to the rest of the world, have a unique like cast of high education engineers and researchers capable of fielding the entire world's transition into green energy? That'd be cool. I mean, we could do it. We absolutely could do it. We absolutely have the money to do it. Unquestionably, we could do it. We have the ability to do it. But, nope. Hannity takes his money from oil billionaires. Sorry, Fox News, Murdoch, they're all buddy-buddy with oil and coal. Sorry, can't do it. A few hyper-wealthy people just happen to make a lot of money off of making sure that these things don't happen, even though all the people who actually own these companies are 85 fucking years old and are going to die long before the impact of any green energy investment actually devalues their companies.
That's great for our economy. Why wouldn't we do that?
I don't know, Sean.
Well, I think we can look at a variety of options to move us closer towards energy independence. But I think, Sean, if we take a step back to that Kamala Harris quote with the clip that you played earlier where she says, you know, this multi-trillion-dollar bill, it's not going to cost anything. You know, we're going to pay for it. It just shows this detachment from reality. It's not going to cost anything. So then what are we actually paying for? And
what? I'm just going to assume that she is either deliberately or stupidly misinterpreting a thing that was said.
Who's the we that she's saying is going to pay for it? It's we. It's we, the taxpayers, who are going to pay for this.
You don't sound like a Democrat to me. I hereby...
That's a great point.
You can raise your right hand. You're definitely a conservative. So.
Don't give it away too quickly. Hannity. Hannity, this grift only continues as long as people believe I'm not one of you.
Anyway,
always a pleasure, Sean.
We always love having you. Thank you.
Thanks. I hate it. Shu, I'm blaming you for this one. You're responsible for at least 0.1% of American support for Tulsi Gabbard. I'm blaming you for this one. Sorry, Shu. You threw your fucking hat in with the wrong crowd. No getting over it. Whew. No, she was cool back then? No. The only way to do politics is to go on Twitter, tweet Bernie good, and then go off Twitter. That's it. That's all we have. Sorry. Anything else is a mistake. If you just stick to that, just Bernie good, just that will carry you through every time. Every time that'll carry you through, you know? You don't have to fuck around with anything past that. She was the Bernie cheerleader. Shoe on head, you make one mistake. She was the Bernie cheerleader against the Democratic establishment. Not for his policies, but against the Democratic establishment. Same thing Trump did. Trump did this too, you know? Oh, Biden's a loser. He has to cheat and steal to defeat Bernie. It's a way of sowing infighting within the Democratic Party. But I don't know how much of this is a grift, how much she's changed her mind, how much of this is brain cancer. I don't know. But that was the big thing, right? Her calling out, I'm going to kick your ass. Yeah. Cut the segment. Let it be. Isn't she a transphobic cultist? Yes. All right, guys. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is, wait, let's start with the bad news. The bad news is nothing. The good news is that we've got chill memes, dono reads, and okay buddy vouch coming up. I have it on a tab. We're not doing it right now, though. We're going to chill for a bit first, okay? That's a reward towards the end of the stream. It's right there. It's literally up. I have the test database bot that one of the mods constructed to show me posts that are older than a month that I haven't seen, which is a wonderful bit of technology, I gotta say. Spectacular stuff right there. But while doing that, I was just gonna play Diablo and chill, and I guess like maybe we can find a debate or two. Let me see if Counterpoints is on. Oh, he says he's streaming right now. Well, that's kind of like being on. Hold on. We have a conversation that we have to have with him. Oh, he's on a panel? Oh, okay, never mind. Eris? I didn't have a conversation to go on with Eris. We'll just play and see what happens. Sorry, Schizo, I'm just good at what I do. Will I ever speak with re-education? You know, I did a while back. I'm not... I just don't really have a reason to right now. Hang out with me and call? Absolutely not, Vermin. We're friends and roommates. We talk differently, okay? Crystal and Kyle did a good short video about the inflation issue and its causes. I can give it a look, but probably not right now. The community is hating hard on Eris. Yeah, so I've heard. How much of that is even my community, by the way? Like, I don't even know. Like, I'll see. Hold on. A Vosh pit. Let's see. Vosh pit. Aristocracy and... Okay, this isn't like... Vosh knows you like me more than him. He's afraid to speak. True. Yeah, Vermin, I just don't want you to take the spotlight from me. Gotta be careful about that shit. Yo. Hunter Avalon and Nico House had a debate? That might be good to review. Thank you. I can give that a look. Are people that angry? Oh, here we go. It'd be really nice if Vosh actually confronted Eris and the blatantly Zionist on both sides and she does for Israel as much... okay, I got bored. We'll figure it out later. I don't care anymore. That's how we settle our issues like real streamers, okay? It's even worse on the subreddit. Everything is worse on the subreddit. We're just gonna chill and we'll find content as it appears to us, okay? As it magically makes its rounds to us. That's what we care about, okay? Imagine being on Reddit. Can you even fathom? Woo! How do you do it? I don't think that, shut the fuck up, Suckton Left. I don't actually think that, I don't think that Vivian is annoying on panels. Didn't I get a rare rune or something? Yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, really quickly, sorry, before you all leave, because you hate fucking video games, because you suck. Okay. First of all, I love you all very much. Content will appear to us, like flowers blooming in the rain. So stick around if you want that. We're probably just talking with chat for a bit, though. Make sure to sub to the channels. I love you very much. You're beautiful. I love having you here. And you're spectacularly handsome, and I hope that you do well at the next big, difficult, challenging thing that you intend on doing, whether that be a test coming up or a person that you have a crush on that you want to confess your interest in, anything like that. I hope you do well, okay? I believe in you. Anyway, but yeah, I got a super rare rune, a Cham rune, which is very rare, and happy to have it. And we're just going to farm cows for a bit. And also turn the volume down to minimize the irritation. Do you even need it? I need everything. Thank you. Oh, fuck, wait, hold on. I also need to have my fucking Discord visible so that in case I get a response... Okay, hold on. How do I... I'll just leave it invisible. I don't fucking care. What's up, you guys? On the subject of Eris, she wanted to know whether she can show the art that you sent her on stream. Yeah, I've showed all of it publicly. One of the art has tits in it, so hopefully she doesn't get herself, like, banned or whatever. We'll probably turn the volume down one more notch. I swear to God we'll play Metro soon, but I've been enjoying the fact that we can just talk with chat freely during these. Why do you keep disappointing us? No, I can't say. Merrick DeVille! It is extremely offensive for Sockdone Left to continue pushing this on me when it is known that I am literally illiterate. This is extremely offensive and I don't appreciate it. Thank you. It is known, okay? Cows win? When do you think? Sorry to hear that, Hudson the Gamer. Why does your subreddit community have literally every view opposite yours? Oh, I think they're fine. They're just a little whittle contrarian. You know how it is. Okay, Merrick. Any reading material suggestions? My God, what did I just fucking say? What is with you people today? Sake Tanuki, I created a Smiter Paladin. Okay, so shut up. Nice, Vermin. Have STL record the audiobook. Oh, true, true. STL, maybe you should just record the audiobook. What drop you farming? We're looking for a couple of things. We're just chilling. Chilling. Don't worry about it too much, okay? The specific things that we're looking for are elite paladin shields, archon plates, rings, amulets, charms, and gems. Always gems. Hear about Biden farting in front of the Duchess of Cornwall? Yeah, how based is that? What a fucking Chad, dude. I have never farted on British aristocracy. Kind of feel like I'm being outperformed a little bit, you know? It was the most presidential thing he's ever done. That's my president right there. Absolutely. Goddamn right. Do you have a Herald of Zakharum? Yes, and I sold it at a very low price some time ago because I'm an idiot and I never thought that I would need a paladin for Ubers because I'm overconfident and I don't want to talk about it. These cows are disturbing. Oh, we can go back to the original graphics. There we go. Back in the day. It's actually easier to see if they've died this way. Their death animation's a little bit clearer. There we go. Yes! Woo! Yeah, the blood is also bloodier. Do you think Biden will run to 2024? I'd be surprised if he did. Oh, Neon Bike, congratulations on asking out your crush and telling you you love them. Oh my goodness. What a fucking... What a banger. What an absolute W. Can we get W's in chat right now? My goodness. There we go. File them out there, folks. That's what I like to see. Wow. Pretty sure the Democratic Party will make him run in 2024. We'll see. We need a hero, okay? A hero younger than Biden, I'm sorry to say. As we all know, Biden, the preeminent, the greatest socialist of the Western world, okay? His retirement is coming soon. We're gonna need something new. How's Diablo 2, by the way? I mean, I love it, but it's like, I'm also stupid, so, you know. Will Biden die in office? Why would you ask me something like that? Why do people ask me questions like I'm prophetic? I don't fucking know. You could die tomorrow. You might get hit by a car, dumbass. In fact, you will get hit by a car. There's my prophecy abilities. Being used wisely and responsibly. A fucking release from this mortal coil. Tell me my horoscope. It involves your mom and my dick. Fucking got him. Ooh. Sorry. What are your opinions on Arcane? I haven't seen it. I've heard it's super good though. At least a lot of people are fucking talking it up. The nice thing about Javazon, which is the class that I'm playing right now, is that we're basically the best in the game at killing these cows. Which means that it's a disproportionately good farming spot for us. What's your magic find? As close to 0 as I can get. We're not looking for anything that requires magic find. What are Kamala's chance of winning? I don't know. Do you play Tekken? Nope. To ensure that Vosh is always correct, they'll get hit by a car tomorrow. Thank you. Don't make me a liar. You're trending in the UK. How is that possible? They finally caught wind of my insults. They've declared war on me. Nick Spike, thanks to $5. This Bloodborne looks different. Same game. Same game. Tyler, thanks to Tier 1 sub. Oh, when I do this, it looks like I'm looking at the donation. Like, I am, but it looks like I'm doing it in the context of my stream layout. Vash bad. Vash bad. Vash bad. Are we still doing a segment? Yes, this is the segment called me streaming. Tends to last from like 4 to 7 hours. On good days. Will I copyright my NFT? It's already copyrighted. It's on the blockchain. Did I try the Elden Ring network test? Nah, I want to feel it for the first time. You know, when the game is properly out. When the whole thing is out, that's when I want to do it. But from the videos that I saw from other people, that game might legit have the potential to be my favorite game of all time. I have always wanted, like, a big open-world game that had a combat system as in-depth and engaging as Dark Souls, you know? I've always thought that shit, like, if done well, could be almost unimaginably good. So if they nail it, I mean... It's so hard to do open world well, though. Yeah, but it's From Software. I mean, I got a lot of faith in these people. What about Halo Infinite? I have never given a fuck about Halo. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not... Is that really all the cows? Huh. I cleared through this area faster than I expected. And again we go. I'll be the first human to beat Elden Ring? Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Would armed cows be part of an ideal vegan society? You guys are fucking morons, you know that? Every one of you. You're fucking goofy goobers. Alright, what do we have? What bullshit is this? Nope, nope. Nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nopers. Nope. Gotta do it. Gotta do it up. Actually, I think we can turn the volume up a little bit. By 2. That's probably fine. Let me know if that's too loud. Have I seen the video going around? No, I have not seen the video going around. What video are we referring to? You excited for JoJo Part 6? Yeah, absolutely. Have I kept up with the geography quizzes? Nope. I'll do a geography quiz once every, like, 3 months. You know? Black Spinal, we're on multiplayer. Thoughts on Dragon Maid? Pedo shit. It's a shame because it's actually a good show, but it's really brought down by the pedo shit, you know? It's like the legacy of the goat fucker. You can build as many bridges as you want, but if you fuck one goat, that's what you're known for. And unfortunately, in my brain, Dragon Maid has to be known for the pedo shit, because they did that, and I do not appreciate it. Why do you leave so much gold behind? The gold is almost irrelevant at this point in the game. What we really care about are runes, and a couple other things. The economy of the late game in Diablo 2 is a little complicated. In fact, on an alternate tab, I have a window up which details the hundreds and hundreds of items that are worthwhile for trading in late game Diablo 2. Because people won't trade for gold. Nobody trades for gold. Why do people do pedo fan service? Because there are pedophiles in the world. And unfortunately, all of them seem to watch anime. Sorry, guys. This worth shit? Maybe. What is this? There's no count. Okay, well, we can talk with Eris about the Zionist shit. Oh my goodness, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the gifted tier 4 sub to Merrick DeVille. My goodness. In before David Attenborough goes to the last undiscovered civilization in the Amazon, and when asked what's the meaning of life, they say Vosh bad. True. And also, that will happen. If for me, trending this long, I have to be engaged. There has to be some kind of perpetual attention being given to me from communities that we don't know about, and undiscovered tribes out in the wilderness is the best. It's the best explanation that I have. Isn't the age of consent like 14 in Japan? No, that's not true. It's 13 federally, but it like all the prefects or whatever have it higher. However, Japan still has an incredibly creepy culture about like fucking lolly shit in their anime or whatever. Oh yeah, wait, never mind. It got raised to 18 federally. That's true. Good riddance. Woo! If only it was this easy to cook a steak IRL. Vegan Smalding. Thoughts on hunting? Not my dig. Not my thing. Not my shindig. Have I seen Made in Abyss? I have not seen Made in Abyss. Sorry, Argy Grit. It comes out a lot in anime communities. All I want to do is look up when the next season of One Punch Man's coming out, and you get saddled with that shit. Go to any fucking anime community, dude. Google, like, best Sailor Moon opening theme, and, like, all the fucking search results will be like, I've saved up $1,500 for my sexpat trip to Japan. It's true that the age of consent's 13 there, right? And they're like, no. And they're like, damn it! Every time, man. That's anime. Any good anime this season? I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. I have not been paying attention. Have you seen Comey Can't Communicate? Is that the anime adaptation of the manga about the really shy girl with the, like, bangs? With the big eyes? No. Also, I'm gonna put out a really inflammatory take unnecessarily. People who like that show are probably losers who wish that they had her as a girlfriend and cry to sleep at night because they don't. Am I wrong or am I wrong? See, I saw that back when it was just a little 4-panel comic, and I thought it was cute because the art was cute, but even back when reading it then, I thought, if this ever gets a full-on adaptation, it is going to appeal to the worst fucking people. It is going to appeal to the worst people. Now, I could be 100% wrong right now. I could be biased. But I'm not. I'm objectively right. What you expect? Thank you for the very kind $5. Nice! I don't know how you could like Hassan and have a take like that, but, I mean... I guess we'll blame Hassan for that one. Brunch Corpse Mob Psycho 100 is one of the best anime of the decade, not just of the past few years. Anyone who hasn't watched it is stupid. And wrong. And stupid. Thank you. Thank you for your time. You're nitpicking and biased. I win. Bye-bye. Look at all these cows. Load them up. Jujutsu Kaisen? Jujutsu Kaisen's fine. I didn't find the manga that gripping, though. Does it have a good dub? I'm brain dead. Mob Psycho? I think it does. I think it's one of the one that got a good dub. See, English dubs are usually the worst in shows where people talk the most like anime characters. So when all the girls sound like Naruto-kun, Kakin, that's the one where you're gonna have a rough translation experience, okay? You're gonna have a toughie, alright? But thankfully in Mob Psycho, they don't really talk like that. At all. So I think you've got an easier translation job. You just awoke something within me. Good, I'm glad. TWS, man, it's just part of the goddamn culture. Just a lot of shit gets normalized and it's creepy as fuck. Thoughts on Hunter x Hunter? Hunter x Hunter slaps. Super fucking good. Bad opening arc, though. Really boring. Does the rest of the show a disservice. I have not seen Arcane yet. I've seen that in chat like 6 times. Have I seen the Monogatari series? No. But I would have seen it by now if it weren't for people who kept saying, like, hey, it's got weird fucking creepo perv shit in there. Because I don't want to see no weird creepo pervo shit. I think it's possible to make good shows without weird creepo pervo shit, but they keep putting weird creepo pervo shit in there for weird creepo pervos because the creepy ass people who buy the fucking Blu-rays are the ones who invest most in the success of these shows. Weird ass shit out there. Why does this game look so easy? It's not about what we're doing. The thing that we're doing right now is not interesting for its difficulty, okay? Also, this character's got like 200 hours in it. They're very strong. Yeah, I'm a factory farm right now. It's not interesting at all. Well, you're also free, if you would like, to kill yourself. I'm sorry. Don't do that. You're not free to do it. Well, you are free to do that, but don't do it, okay? In a video game, in Roblox. That's not... Don't do it. Your life has value. Okay. Not much, if you're asking me dumbass shit like this, but some value at least. Stop! It's because we're playing video games right now, okay? God damn it. My Hero Academia sucks. True! Literally, objectively true. Stay mad. Imagine liking a show that trusts its audience's intelligence so little that every single show has to show you a flashcard describing the name and powers of every single character every single time they show up. Imagine unironically watching that show. They might as well have to have everyone wearing fucking name tags all the time. They do it for the fucking protagonist. They do it for Deku. They're like, hey, in case you guys don't know. God damn it. Wait, hold on. Let me pull up the fucking trading thing that I have. Is this worth anything? Hold on. Rune and item value. Thank you, Diablo2.wiki.f extra. What? What's up?
Can you do me a favor?
What?
Can you go get my little makeup spool brush from the bathroom?
Makeup spool brush?
It's like a little tiny black tip. You'll see it.
Okay.
I think it's in the little wooden thing.
Makeup spool brush.
It's like a little pony looking brush thing. Do you fine tooth combs you don't use?
Nope, I don't use combs. I use brushes.
Well, what about that beard comb you never use?
That's a brush. Oh, you mean the fucking antique wood, like
Yeah,
oil
I mean, like, do you have
scented?
something like that?
No, I don't.
I
My-
assume you wouldn't want to use it.
No, I would not. My parents gave me a very high quality beard comb a while back. Actually, hold on. I might still. Yeah, here it is. They got this for me like 6 years ago. But it's like, super nice. Incredibly, it still smells like, fuck, I don't even know the smell, but it smells like a mountain. There we go. Flawless. You're doing it wrong? Yeah, well, I don't. I normally use brushes. Whew, okay. Anyway, what was I looking up the value of? It was of this fucking belt. Credendum. Credendum? It's not on here. It's worthless. Alright, that's what I thought. Just making sure. Thoughts on shaving just your mustache? What, so you can look like Amish or whatever? I guess it's a vibe. Fuck. We didn't get our shit identified. Have I seen Gintama? No, I have not seen Gintama. I'm kidding, Vosh. That was perfect comb form. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the loop around. Oh, thank you, Boten. Vosh, I sent my theory of labor econ professor your debate with Yaron Brook, and he said he enjoyed it. He said you're well-spoken. He's glad I'm interested in debates like that. That's so sweet. And if only we lived in a world where professors gave Vouch as homework. Watch 10 Vouch videos. Truly a better world. If you can even imagine. I can't even imagine. It's too beautiful. It's too good. I struggle as a Marvel fan in this community. We love you in spite of your deficiencies. Vouch University. Very true. That is wild, funny rhetorician. Stop fucking following me. Little fucking goat men. I've not seen The Great Pretender in a long time. Not trying to start beef, but I showed him Destiny and Richard Wolf. He said he couldn't get through 10 minutes of it. Haha. Ah, nice. I'm happy to hear that. Haha. That's funny. To be fair, neither could anyone else. That was a rough one. Sunny Boy is genuinely one of the best anime, written and directed by the same director as Mob Psycho and Space Dandy. Really? Sunny Boy? I think I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. I'll look into it. There are lots of anime that I still want to watch. I just, The thing is, most of the stuff that I listen to or watch, I do so while playing video games, but you can't do that with anime because I don't watch dubs, I watch subs, and I have to be reading the subtitles to understand what's going on. Where the fuck is Tristram? There you are. Jesus. Yeah, I saw Tea Time Travesty. I've seen most of ReZero. I hated it. Have I seen Beastars? Yes, it is the gayest straight story ever told. I like Beastars very much. Oops. Have I seen Steins Gate? I've tried to watch it 3 times and I hated it every time. Sorry. Nope. Not even worth carrying. That I see Pepe La D is now defending Pepe La LS after a speaking event canceled. Who's... Is LS Lauren Southern? Didn't Destiny specifically say that his standard for free speech was he wanted people to be deplatformed if they recklessly spread misinformation? Didn't... Even his community, didn't they recently have a come to Jesus moment where they found out that yes, Lauren Southern has been lying through her teeth the entire time? Oh. Can you describe Beastars quick? It's basically like Zootopia, except everyone is still really hungry to eat everyone else, and it's like a sex thing. Basically, think Zootopia, except the predator-prey dynamic never really got resolved, and everyone's really horny about it. That's basically it. I'm insulted, but you're not wrong. That's literally what it is. That's like, can we fuck off? Ever watched Sailor Moon? No. Sorry. I thought you hated high school anime, though. Well, if it's done well. I don't hate any particular, like, genre or setting or format inherently. It's just sometimes things get so bogged down with tropes that you get a lot of really bad shit associated with some settings. Also, to be fair, one of the reasons why I really fucking hate the constant high school setting in anime is because they're, like, creepy as fuck with the girls, you know? But in Beastars, like, I guess it's a high school, but, like, everyone's, like, a 7-foot tall... Everyone's either, like, a 7-foot tall, like, mountain-sized, like, bear, or a 2-foot tall rabbit. It feels abstracted enough that it doesn't seem as creepy. I don't know. Thanks, Kirby Espada. Yeah, just imagine that I'm Leafy is here, and I'm doing the thing where, while talking, instead of having the CS 1.6, or the Counter-Strike source, surfing maps, instead we're playing Diablo, okay? Teleporting is so fucking dangerous in Amazon. Guys, explain this bullshit to me, okay? So at the high levels, nobody even walks anywhere. Everyone just teleports everywhere because there's a chest plate called Enigma that lets you teleport for free, basically. Everyone gets it, and it's very expensive, but when you do get it, everyone gets it, and they zip-zoom around, okay? Now, explain this to me. Explain this bullshit to me, okay? For some reason, Amazons, as a class, have a much higher spell cast time than every other class. Significantly so, like 50% higher than the average, or some shit like that. Meaning that even when you can teleport for free everywhere, you do it way slower than everyone else. What the fuck is that? Because they're women? Ah. Yeah, Amazon is like the only one for whom running is legitimately faster. It's fucked up. I've seen Zombieland Saga. I don't like idle anime, but I enjoyed the first season well enough. I probably wouldn't seek out a second season, though. Y'all are really running me through my anime watching paces. Would I ever consider playing a Sonic game in your streams? Probably not. I'm not a big fan of Sonic games. Man, the drop rate on Paladin Shields and Archon Plate sure are not very high. That's okay. We're vibing. Do Assassins have a similarly bad casting time? No. And Sorceresses have the lowest, I think. Here, we can find out. Faster cast rate, breakthrough points, Diablo 2, let's go. This is block frames, casting frames, faster cast rate, there we go. Alright. These are the number of frames it takes to cast a spell, with 7 being the lowest amount of time imaginable, and 23 being the highest amount of time imaginable. And Amazon starts over here, with 0 faster casting time, meaning a 19-frame cast rate for any spell. We have, I think, by default, 30, because the staff we're using putting us at 15 casting frames. The only one who else is that fucking slow are lightning sorceresses, for lightning and chain lightning specifically, okay? But for everything else, even druids, they're faster. The fastest casting time of all being sorceresses and potentially barbarians for some fucking reason. That's the math. I guess that means if we got up to 48, it's barely even worth it. We should just up our movement speed. Whoa! Nope, that's not it. Your take on Gurren Lagann is super base. Thanks. All my media takes are base, no matter how mad they get people, okay? How are we doing, chat? Are we doing good? You shout my rabbit without piss. Okay, in a bit. We're chilling. I guess I should check my Discord. I need to have, like, notifications set up sometimes or something. I think there's a way to do that. Oh, wait. Hold on. 1 to 11:30. EST? No. 11:30 EST is what? 8:30 here? 6:30. Okay. Probably means, yeah. There we go. Elk Owl, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Ought to do a tenant/housing rights segment, Voosh. Yeah, but you guys wouldn't like it because I'm pro-landlord. Remember? I saw those tweets. Getting in trouble for saying that people shouldn't trash their apartments. I remember. Oh, movie blocks, I'm sure. It is inevitable. The online left is such a psyop, dude. Yeah, imagine thinking that you're helping the rights of tenants by, like, saying that tenants should trash the places they live in. Okay. Alright. I mean, have fun, I guess. Just... Nice. Do you have any interest in mechs at all? Not really. Not inherently. To be fair, the landlord special is garbage where they paint over ocean shit. Yeah, okay, I'm not defending landlords. I'm just saying that generally speaking, the whole situation is not made any better by sort of just disinterestedly attacking your shit. Wait, what's after the Amrune? Should we combine these? What comes after this? Soul? Who gives a fuck about the Soul rune? What the fuck? Nobody gives a shit about the Soul rune. Nobody gives a fuck! Thank you. I care about the Soul rune. What do those skulls do? I feel like I could explain, like, broadly what we're doing right now, but I worry that directly addressing the video game would make a lot of you leave. But I guess, like, I can if you would like to. I can give you a rundown. I can give you a rundown if you would like. Okay. So, let me see if I can do this in 60 seconds, okay? In the late game in Diablo 2, the game isn't especially difficult, but there's a lot of status and prestige associated with having the top gear anyway. It's kind of silly, but it's a fun thing to do while playing other games, listening to audiobooks, or talking with chat, which is what I do always. I never play this game on its own. What I'm doing right now is alternating between collecting stuff that's directly useful for my own gear and collecting stuff that will be useful to trade so that I can get other things that will be good for my own gear. There are some items in this game that I need that are so unfathomably rare and unlikely to find on your own that you could be at it for literal years without ever getting a drop. The cam rune that I got earlier today is an example of that. This thing could drop for a person maybe once every decade. Legit. It could legitimately never drop for a person who played this game this entire life. Or for their entire life. So to mitigate the extremely low odds of getting some of the higher end gear, what a lot of people do is they accumulate other useful things, like these runes right here, and they trade for them. So for example, what I have right here is what are called spirit rune packs, which you can use to try to create another type of item. You can trade collections of them, say these 25 runes, which are common and easy to find. You can trade them for, say, one pull rune, or one rune, which are much higher up and much more useful. You can combine those to create mal runes or ist runes being the general currency for high-level trading, and the farther along you go, the more useful stuff that you can get. So the reason why I'm doing all of this is because my build, the Javazon, which is what I'm doing, this is a Javazon build right there, Javelin Amazon. My build is exceptionally good at killing the cows. I kill them faster than any other build in the game can, by far. Meaning that I can kill them very quickly and potentially get types of items that are both useful for trade and useful for me. If I get Archon plates, I can try to put sockets in them, and if I ever get a 3-socket Archon plate, that goes into my Hammerdin, or sorry, my Smite Paladin, which my Smite Paladin can then use in order to do Uber Tristram, which is, you know, good. If I ever get a high-level Paladin shield, I can do the same, ideally one with high resistance rolls. There's a lot of stuff like that. There's just a lot of nuance to it. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. It makes me happy. Didn't you want to change to a bow? I've never gotten the items necessary for that change, but eventually, yeah. Yeah, but why? It's a fun thing to do while you're doing other things, like talking to chat. Woo! Nice. Do you think it's effective to call Israel fascist? I call everyone a fascist, and it's always correct, because they always are, all the time, even if I called you a fascist. Or if you called me a fascist, you would both be correct. We're all fascists on this blessed day. Am I planning on watching The Wheel of Time? Maybe. I'll see how the reviews are. If people are saying it's super good, then I might. Am I a fascist? White people happy? Yes, you are. Maybe with that attitude, Sluck. I want to buy the books, but they're stupid expensive. Yeah, buying physical books is pretty fucking expensive, especially these days, man. You got to get an ebook, you know, with like a Kindle or just on your phone. Why are you killing all these cows again? Because sometimes they drop shiny things. Like that. Should I read the Dune before watching the movie? Aren't there like a million Dune books? You should probably just watch the movie. The movie's good. It's great even. I enjoyed it a ton. This is anti-vegan of you. It's okay, they're evil cows. The LDC, I get what you mean. It's just a mindset thing. I've suffered from that myself. It's just something that you have to get over, I guess. Kind of hamper your enjoyment of games sometimes. There are really only 4 Dune books everyone cares about? Okay, gotcha. I think I purchased like 5 in a bundle or something. What was the last full book you've read? I don't want to answer. Chat will soy me. People are taking you seriously when you said the feds are making you trend. He made that tweet before I, He made that tweet before I made the video. It was actually that tweet that inspired me to make that little joke, so he can thank himself for that one. So you came to this area because you knew the cows would attack you and you could kill them in, quote, self-defense. Sounds familiar. True! Oh, shit, now I am siding with the defense. Your Honor, they clearly came at me. Weapons raised. This one said the N-word. I just wanted the loot, Your Honor. Just defending my community. Bosh bad. Bosh bad. Casper Christensen, thanks for the $2. How do I join the Discord? There should be a Discord link, right? And on the website? You can check the website. Neat. I have no interest in grouping up. Grouping up is cringe. The only thing that matters is the thrill of the kill. What's the story of the game? This game really isn't story-driven. I wouldn't worry about that. That's not really what people play it for. No, Chucky, I don't want any special privileges or anything like that. No gifts. But thank you. What do you play for? Chat! It is fun to do while managing other higher-order brain processes. Like listening to an audiobook, catching up on one of the many, many economics-related YouTube video lecture series that I'm trying to go through. Or talking to chat. Or, as a matter of fact, doing debates, which, depending on when Counterpoints becomes available, might happen. Though I don't really plan on debating him, I guess. I just, well, I just want to know what the fuck is up. Want to know what's going on out there. Did I see the recent Adam Something video? No, I have not. I don't know. Reedus really cool. That's not a huge sample size from which to draw conclusions. Look at the Hunter-Nico House debate. That sounds fun. You guys want to watch the Hunter-Nico House debate? Wait, was that digital, or was that done at the Better Discourse conference? Did Hunter go to the Better Discord conference? Digital? Okay, that's better. The audio will be better if it's over, it just... Oh, a few hours ago. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. Give me 5 to 10, and then we'll do it. 5 to 10. Why are the cows sometimes partly invisible? Those are a type of champion cow. I think those are the, I forget what their name is. They're like phantoms. They have, very high physical resistance. What's the name of their type? There's the Cow King. It's like phantasmal or something. Ghostly, something like that. Flawless Ruby, Super Mana Potion. I have not checked out Binding of Isaac. I don't know what the patch is. Well, I'll just ask him that, Tequila Sunset. No, ethereal is when the items are transparent, not the monsters. I think they're ghostly then. How do the cows fit in the lore of Diablo? They don't, really. Oh, I don't know, Funny Rhetorician. The best restaurant that I've been into in Seattle is called, like, Vaughn's Thousand Spirits. It's really good. They have, like, a handmade sourdough that they make with everything over there. It's so, so, so good. I strongly recommend the mac and cheese. It's not juvenile at all. I felt like a fucking grown-ass adult eating that cheese. Holy shit. Anyway, back when Diablo 1 came out, there was a meme in the community about a cow level. There was kind of like a rumor that if you, like, clicked on a cow 1 trillion times or whatever, that a level would open up to cows, and it was not true. That wasn't the case, but in Diablo 2, they added the cow level as kind of like a joke, like bonus Easter egg thing, but it's ended up being kind of incredibly essential to the game and farming runs. Yeah, it was a running meme for a long time. Oh, Ruru Guru with the $8. All cows are all women, you're killing them in mass, the subreddit will be furious. No, no, no. It's my community. They're more okay when women are dying. Just don't worry about it, okay? Do you see the humor in the cow level being necessary for farming? It is a little bit funny that a level that is like the only joke level in all of Diablo 2, it became one of its most essential farming spots. That is kind of interesting, you know? Usually when a place is like a jokey, like side content bonus kind of thing, it doesn't, it's not normally incorporated into like a legitimate part of the end game. Oh, the joke is that cattle farming. Oh! Oh! I get it. Thank you. I got it before you told me. I got it. I got it from the beginning. Thank you. Shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up, Vermin. Fuck you. Oh, God. Fucking double enclosure here. The goddamn Cow King is lightning immune, so I have no way of killing him without getting my mercenary, which I really don't want to do. So we just have to avoid him. You do get items from him, but not worth, really? I mean, not super important. Moo. Boo. Did you see they're making a live-action Halo TV show? Yeah, the people in Hollywood will not rest until everything that was ever good will be made live-action. Amazing. Use your 1 point and poison jab to kill him? Yeah. Only 600 damage over 26 seconds. I don't know, guys. True, Mad Snow Tax. Yes, it's not that uncommon. It's the old Vosh, the stupid face Vosh. No lie, I actually think... Oh, Chemical Rascal, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Moo. Agreed. I actually think that right now, this is the best I've ever looked on cam in so many ways. I think the camera angle is sick. I think the lighting is sick. I think that with the weight loss, you know, I'm looking a little more cut, a little more fleek. I'm super happy. And we have like a side angle. When I look at chat, I'm almost 90 degrees to the camera. There we go. Get a big group. Get them. Get them. Woo. There we go. There we go. You look better with your hair down. Enjoy it while I have it. I'll probably get it cut soon. I'll work it out. Nice, seriously. Well, SDO would absolutely be a anti-revolutionary socialist stand. Yeah, we're going bald, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I'm not actually going bald. Shave it for a charity stream? Maybe I'll shave my beard sometime for a charity stream, okay? We'll see. Did you see that Adam from YMS gave the new Dune movie a 5.5 out of 10? I didn't see that. Did he really? Oh, there it is. Yeah, Ghostly Hellbovine. That's why it's semi-transparent. I really, really liked the, I really, really liked the Dune movie. I liked it a lot. It captured my interest and my imagination in a way that movies haven't in a long time. And he gave Squid Game a 6. Brutal. Just brutal. Ah, yes, an Eth rune. Great. Thank you. Crunching, scale mail. What do you enjoy the most of Diablo? When your mom visits. Like I said, it's like a low energy game, so I can really focus on what I'm doing with her. Yeah, I don't know. I think Dune slapped. Crafting Amis, obviously, right? I don't bother with crafting. That shit fucking takes so long. I don't even think I'm the right level to get the right affixes. Fuck that. I'll trade my way up. I'm good. Isn't the author of Dune a Republican? I don't know. Maybe. You know, media can still be good. I don't believe in throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I liked Ender's Game too, but Orson Scott Card is definitely a conservative. He's not shy about it either. The content of the books, the contents of the books were pretty conservative too. Funny, it's related to what we've been talking about. I remember at one point in one of the, I think it was Ender's Shadow books, the narrator just, who's essentially just Orson Scott Card, he essentially just goes off on how humans are meant to be monogamous in like a very heteronormative way, like one man, one woman. That's how it's supposed to be. That's why there's about the same number of both of us. Yep, you sure. And it was from a side character or something, for who it was like, it was barely even relevant to the fucking shit that was going on. He just kind of randomly said it. So it's like, thank you, Orson Scott Card, for your opinion on the subject. I appreciate you. I appreciate you boldly stepping in to deliver your opinion on this. Now, the Endo Shadow books are great. Yeah. Bum 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 bum. Give it one more cow run, and after that we'll watch the Nico House Hunter Avalon thing. I'm super excited. It's probably going to be good memes. Dragon's Cookie, thanks. The very kind $5. Most of my entertainment comes from reading, and a large problem with reading translated novels that a sizable amount of them are anti-Semitic or racist. Yeah. Well, Andrew B., the movie adaptation's pretty anti-fash, right? Satirical? Thank you for the 5. Whew! What was I gonna say? Completely forget what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, how do you think humanity would be if we actually did have a sex ratio more proportional to our relative capacity to give birth? Like, what if it was like one male to every 5 females or something? You know what I mean? Or like a different ratio of that or something. Sake with 2 gifted tier 1 subs. The good empanada? Yes! The best empanada. God, if only it wasn't a bad empanada. If only it was a good empanada. This is just a harem fantasy? Yeah, I guess it is. It's just because like because I'm pretty sure that that's literally how tribal humans were, right? Like males would compete with each other socially and physically to fuck like as many women as they could, and that would like ensure the survival of the genes or whatever, like, right? Because a person with a penis, you know, a male, you can impregnate 5. I'm pretty sure that's a myth. Well, not in that cavemen were like clubbing everyone over the head, but more broadly. Now, I did a whole read recently on the anthropology side of human mating because you people were being obnoxious about it, and my priors are correct, okay? There's a whole bunch of nuance to it, but the basic statements that I made are correct. Look, just the point that I'm trying to get at is that like evolutionarily, I feel like you could justify a sustainable population of like at least a 2-to-1 female-male ratio or something. I'm kind of glad it's not like that though. Would the males be like sex slaves? I don't know, man. There'd be like some snoosu bullshit going on. There's no fucking way, like there'd still be a broadly patriarchal society when there are 5 women to every 1 man. Like there's no reason for that, right? Probably not. Certainly not after the widespread development of, like, tools. Because, you know, then you could just club people over the head or, you know, like... I don't know. You probably wouldn't want it like that, because wouldn't that reduce genetic diversity a lot? Not to an unhealthy point if it was just a 2-to-1 ratio, I don't think. But maybe. I guess I hadn't thought of that. I'd be surprised if just having the male gamete selection in humanity would be enough to cause genetic issues. But I guess it's possible. Like the gametes, right? Yeah, I think. Could we get that ratio by having 80% of men discover they're trans women? Possibly. It would need to be. Well, no, not 80%, because we already have cis women. It would need to be. It would need to be 60%? Right? Maybe. Vosh, this is cringe. Wait, what am I doing? Wait, what? Wait, what? Shut up! God, you people are annoying. Jesus. Estrogen in the water? I don't want to be a girl. I like being a guy. I know you all hate fucking being guys. That's why you're all girls. You're not taking me with you. You're not taking me into the fucking estrogen crazy train. Get it away. Gonna trans you? Yeah. I've got too nice of a dick to transition. Well, you can transition while keeping your dick, right? That's possible. In fact, I know of several people who are in precisely that position. I started being a fan of yours as a guy, but I'm a girl now. What'd you do to me? I'm sorry, I know. It's so much inconvenience. I apologize. Gotcha, Diamond KFC. Yeah, I'm beaming estrogen waves through the YouTube streaming application. Thank you. Woo. If men were in a 1-to-2 ratio, TERFs would have a field day in politics. Oh, they would be delighted. Dude, TERFs with boyfriends are the funniest things in the fucking universe. TERFs with boyfriends give off the same energy as the fucking, like, the We Was Kangs, like, black separatist, GFs with, like, shitty white BFs. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, right? I'm pretty sure this has been found out on Twitter a few times. The people who are non-stop, like, yeah, you know, like, whites suck, whites are the devil, blah-de-blah-de-blah. And then, like, they have a white boyfriend or something. I know you guys have seen this happen. And to be fair, by the way, this shit happens both ways. Milo Yiannopoulos had a fucking black husband, right? Had? I forget which. And there are plenty of people who are like, yeah, South will rise again, yee-hoo! And then they go ahead and, like, hop on black dick or whatever. It's the world goes round, okay? Had, right, because he's not gay anymore, that's it. I had an FWB whose idea of pillow talk was to rant about how much she hated white men. I'm white. Okay, it's literally like a kink for them, okay? It's race play. It's a race play kink. Unironically, it's a race play kink. They're roommates, literally? Okay, gotcha. They're roommates. Alright, okay, I getcha. Roommates. Is race play a kink worth shaming? Look, it's not my thing, but if other people are into it and just, like, you're doing it consensually with a partner, like, whatever, I don't fucking care. You're not hurting anyone. It is, however, very funny. Can't take that away. Is it even a kink? No, it's definitely a kink. It's 100% a kink. This is the reason why I can't stand watching interracial porn. Don't get me wrong. I like porn where there are people of different races. That's fine. But that's not interracial porn. Interracial porn makes the race part very important, okay? There's a big difference between porn between people of two races and interracial porn. There's a pretty huge goddamn difference between those fucking things. Yeah, it's really weird. It's really fucking weird. God damn. Who's the audience of that? Insecure white people. It's pretty much all... Look, there are two markets, okay? It's white girls who want to disappoint their racist fathers by fucking black men, and white boys who secretly worry their dick isn't as big as all the black men that Stacy went out with instead of going out with them. Those are the two people who sustain the entire fucking interracial porn industry, and I am not joking, okay? That is legitimately the entire fucking bedrock. They're in the drawn porn too, like the Western hentai or whatever. It's all over the place, and it's always in like really obviously racist shit. So like, for instance, okay, because I browse a lot of fucking drawn porn, okay, Western shit. Because if you're browsing like hentai sites, you have to, if you're trying to keep up with any good hentai coming out, first you have to remove everything that has censorship. Like the pixelization, because it's fucked. And then you have to remove everything that has lolly, okay? And when you've removed those two, you now have exactly one new release every month, okay? However, Western porn, whether it be furry or not furry, whatever else, has a much... or Shota, yeah, lolly or Shota. Has a much broader variety of not completely fucking degenerate content. And, In the context of that, like, every once in a while, and by every once in a while, I mean all the time, constantly, forever, you see... Is 15% attack speed a worthwhile jewel? I'll take a look at those shortly. Oh, two magic find ones right next to each other. Otherwise, not worth it. Not worth it. 15 IAS might be pretty good, though. I'll take a look. I'll see. Wait, hold on. Let me finish my thought. Fuck. Oh, yeah. One thing that I've noticed is that all of the drawn pornography that is about, like, the sexual superiority of black men is incredibly racist towards black men. They all speak in hyper-exaggerated AAVE. They're all, like, stupid or, like, wear incredibly stereotypical, like, streetwear. They're essentially like a white person's like fear demon, like nightmare of a black person. But these are the comics where it's like all the black guys are hung 16 inches long and all the white women are obsessed with them. It is 100% white boys with insecurities who are jerking off to this shit and crying afterwards. They jerk off to that shit, cry, and then look lovingly at their wall full of AR-15s and curse the day that BLM enters their neighborhood, okay? That's the shit, and I fucking hate it. It's like an eroticized minstrel show, exactly. It'd be like, imagine a minstrel show, except instead of them dancing, they, like, fuck your wives up on stage while you cry and jerk off. Like, what the fuck? Why are you guys into this? Stop. Jesus Christ. Okay. Sick. Let me pull up the thing. Okay, is there a video of it, or is it just in the stream VOD? Let me see. Yeah, where's the stream VOD? He streams on YouTube, right? Let me see. Debating a guy who's banned from Twitch, Keck. Wait! Is Nico House banned from Twitch?
Was a good example of really how. And the reason why they're doing on the Hill says vaccinated.
vaccinated because they listen to you, then I'm going to be
Okay, hold on. Is this... No, these are some fash or whatever. This isn't Nico House.
really study on myocarditis. Now, you have such a cute name. Let's go.
There you go.
I don't see it here in the most recent VOD. He hasn't uploaded the video to YouTube? Yeah, but I'm looking through the YouTube, I'm looking through the YouTube stream. Okay, wait. The Twitch stream was 5 hours ago. What is the subject? What is the subject of the debate? Is it just more Rittenhouse shit? I'll still watch it, but like the Rittenhouse shit is gonna be overplayed. I get bored. Oh, okay. Wait, stream VODs. Okay, wait, hold on. Playlist. I want to see if I can find it on YouTube, because if I can find it on YouTube, that makes it easier for me to do a picture-in-picture. No, it's not on YouTube. All right. Okay, let me see if I can do this. Hold on. Okay. Play this. Okay, hold on. Let me just get this structured. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay. If we... Okay, we do that. Okay, and then we add... we add... this. Sorry, my picture-in-picture thing was set up for YouTube, not Twitch. Window capture, let's say Twitch capture. We'll add that on top, capture this. Okay. Studio mode off there. And we simply crunch. It's not the right aspect ratio, then.
Yeah, there's a little button down there, just a camera.
There we go. Is virtual cam on here?
I don't know.
Okay, that looks good. That good?
I think I'm good.
Wait, people are saying my resolution's bad. What's
Is this Nico House?
No, I don't see you. It's just a yellow square.
Okay, hold on, let me go back.
Just gonna assume this is probably right. Maybe I'll skip for a little
It
bit.
doesn't say. I mean,
They had a few other.
Activists and
Wait.
Well, I tested it. It said it was fine.
Okay, there we go.
All right, I believe in him.
Now it's loading up. All right, now I can see it. Very cool.
Hi, Hunter. He can't hear me.
Out here, get this set up. All right, very, very cool. Well, Nico House, thank you so much for coming on today. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself to the stream, we can we jump in from there.
Might want to give a quick background on Nico House to those who don't know in chat. Oh, he's crazy. There we go.
Yeah, so I am a political analyst and commentator and activist and organizer and documentarian, amongst other things.
Okay.
I've worked for
Vosh, no problem.
Bernie Sanders, Jill Stein, Tulsi Gabbard, as well as a few congressional candidates and some people who are currently in Congress, unfortunately.
Okay.
I'm mostly known as for debating, honestly. Lately, it's been mostly that.
Yeah.
And starting the DNC fraud lawsuit, which went to the Supreme Court and got dismissed by Clarence Thomas, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, this is not worth anything.
But yeah, I'm also a contributor for RT News. RT
Okay.
National.
You know, when I was looking you up, I saw that. Yeah. I don't know if you know who I am, but I mean, most people watching probably do, considering this is my channel. At least I would hope they know who I am. But yeah, I really appreciate, again, you coming on. My name's Hunter Avalone. I'm a social democrat, if you will. So I know we're going to have a little bit of disagreements, but I wanted to really talk to you about...
Okay, chat, I'm asking you guys because I actually don't remember. So Nico House was the person who came on, and then I made a joke about how his girlfriend was in another school because he was saying something about how he had info but he wouldn't provide it. And oh, he was the one who couldn't define fascism. He said that Biden was a civility fascist, and then I asked him to defend fascism, and he wouldn't do it. Like, no matter how much I asked him to, he would not define fascism, no matter what. He refused to. And then he said I masturbate a lot, which I mean, I guess broken clock and all that, but I don't know what that had to do really with the debate. Oh, define, not defend. Yeah, define. I asked him to define fascism, not defend.
about what you said at the Better Discourse panel, particularly about like the CIA and unlimited funding to Google and Facebook, and how that sort of relates to like the platform versus publisher discussion as well. I mean, I heavily disagreed with what you said initially about the CIA giving unlimited funding to Google and Facebook, but do you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah.
Is the volume good?
There are different avenues that are taken to provide the unlimited funding. In the scope of the conversation that we had on the panel, I definitely had to oversimplify it, but I'll give an example. Earth used to actually be called Keyhole. Keyhole, CIA actually owned, I want to say the majority of Keyhole, and it's specifically created for mapping and things like that. And then even though the CIA owned Keyhole, they allowed Google to buy them in 2004. They owned Keyhole in 2003. They allowed Google to buy them in 2004. Now, mind you, this is still within the context of Google having a plethora of government contracts.
So I'm going to take issue with what you've said already, because I already think that you're oversimplifying and overstating some things. So when you say they have a plethora of...
I'm lost. I don't know the hell we're talking about. Hunter, bring me in. Rein me in with your knowledge, okay? I think I'm guessing the reason this came up is because Nico House's buddy, Jack Posobiec, the Nazi, is one of those, I worked in the intelligence agency, so I can tell you with total confidence that they're totally infiltrating everything, and by infiltrating everything, I mean actually they're the reason why my race realism YouTube videos are getting demonetized on YouTube. That's like the vibes, right? You know? You know, those people who, like, they start out with, like, a good take on the security state, and then it just goes hog wild real quick? Something like that? Right? Okay, we'll see.
Of government contracts. That's not true. So if we're talking about Google specifically, there was one grant given in 1995.
No, I already know what you're referring to. You're talking about to the two college students, Page and...
Yeah, Larry Page, Sergey Brin.
No, that's not the only thing that they've gotten. I mean,
they had a few other grants, which is, I mean, completely acceptable and within the law, but they didn't have a plethora. They had really just one grant in 1995. Hold on, wait. I need to respond to the second thing you said too, because when you brought up the Google Earth thing, also,
this will not take long.
Nothing is weird about this. The CIA developed some technology that they used for their own reasons, and then they sold it away to Google, and Google went on to further develop the... No. Google went on to... I am literally reading it right here from a 2004 article when the news first broke. Google has acquired 3D mapping company Keyhole for an undisclosed sum and announced that it's cutting the price of the consumer edition. So there's no... why is this weird? This is just... Google.
You don't find it weird that the CIA, which by the way, I think at least interviewed, they don't have to say who they invested in, but they at least interviewed thousands of startups whenever Silicon Valley first became a thing.
I'm aware of this, but this...
Hunter defending the CIA, lol. Shoo! No, Hunter's not defending the CIA. Nico House is a conspiracy theorist, who... Well, I'll admit, I don't know the groundworks of this conspiracy yet. I'll need to see how it, like, plays out, but I have, strong anecdotal evidence that Nico House is cuckoo, so we'll see how it goes. In a vacuum, though, there's nothing inherently even, like, wrong with the CIA developing technology then selling it to private firms. I mean, isn't that how we got, like, microwaves and radio and TV and... I mean, I don't trust the CIA for shit, but the exchange of technological developments... Oh, sorry, microwaves from NASA. Yeah, the internet itself. Not to say that we should trust the CIA or whatever, just that, you know, a lot of technological advancements got passed on to, like, the consumer market, to the private, you know, development after the government made stuff. I don't know, we'll see. Speed it up a little bit? Let me see. Can you do that? Can we speed it up at 1 point... okay, 1.25. We'll see if that's okay.
This is all, but this is all within the legal confines here.
You finish? Okay, now, I don't know why I have to keep saying... People throw out this legal confines things. Yes, let's just go ahead and take that for granted that it's happening within a legal confine. Legal and ethical are two different things. One, like slavery was legal at one point. I think that we all know that sometimes the government will make things legal if it is convenient to their bottom line. This is not new. This is, well, I feel like this should be well understood, especially by a social democrat who I would assume is a little bit distrustful of the intelligence community.
But this isn't just
how they've tormented and literally gone after leftists.
But no, but so what you're talking about? No, but you're talking.
I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish. Please let me finish. Thank you. So when we're talking about, let's just go ahead and talk
it's
about
already
Keyhole's
beginning.
already focused on. In the press release announcing the investment, a few months later, InQtel discussed Keyhole's close collaboration with the military and intelligence partners, explained that Keyhole technology was already being successfully deployed by active forces, active military forces, excuse me, in Iraq, immediately demonstrating the value of Keyhole's technology to the national security community. Now, how can then we? Now, let's just say now we know obviously Keyhole.
Can you wrap it up, please? Because you haven't talking for a while. You've said a lot of things I haven't been able to.
Hunter, did you invite me on here to give my explanation? Or did you
yes, but your explanation shouldn't take this long because I also have to respond to a lot of the things you're saying.
You're trying to make me break down literally 20 to 30 years of investment.
Hunter's already a bit heated
today, and you're just misinterpreting it, and so it makes me want to cut you off.
You quoted in your video like a week ago. Like, come on, relax.
No, I did more. Hold on, Nico. I did more research today. Okay, so when you no, I'm gonna respond.
That's all I hear.
Yes, I am because.
Hunter, what are you responding to?
The first thing you said about how the government, the first thing you said about how the government will do anything they can to benefit their bottom dollar. So
I didn't come on here to listen to you talk. I came on here to say what I had to say, and then you can respond to my complete thought.
Okay, make your complete thought in 30 seconds, or I'm going to cut you off again.
Oh, if you're going to cut me off, then we don't have to have this conversation. It's really simple. I don't have to waste my time. I'm just saying.
Can you please get to your conclusion? Because I have something specific I'd like to respond to.
How about this? I'm your guest.
Talking over POC.
So, what my point is that one, as far as Google and Google Earth is concerned, considering it came straight from Keyhole, when you're talking about military contracts intertwined with venture capitalist funding, what is to stop Google from behaving on behalf of the government, where so much of their money and their value in their network is tied into?
Okay, so now can I please respond? So first and foremost, the answer to that is that you're, again, overestimating how much they actually received. Google received, the two guys, hold on, the two guys, buddy, the two, wait, you yelled at me for not, you yelled at me for not letting me finish, and you're literally not letting me talk. So first and foremost, there were the two guys who got the grant because they were developing the search engine, and second of all, when we talk about the legality, I brought up the legality and said that giving grants is completely reasonable and totally within the confines of the law. And you said the government will do whatever they can to benefit their bottom dollar, so it doesn't matter. And I wanted to push back on that by telling you there is a constitutional clause that allows the government to give grants. So it's commonly known as the spending clause. It's Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution. Okay, so this gives companies and the federal government, this gives the federal government the right, the legal right to give grants under certain conditions. So this is not like some weird law that was put in place to benefit the government's bottom dollar. This was literally, like, this is part of the Constitution.
Okay, no, you gotta explain why do you think it's not a weird law that was put in place specifically to benefit the government's bottom
dollar? Because there's a spending clause in the U.S. Constitution. Do you think when they founded the country, they designed it to benefit the venture capitalist firms?
They did largely craft the Constitution and other policies around benefiting capitalists and landowners. Yeah, I mean, that's so insane.
Okay, so... Okay, I'm trying to parse this out because there's context here I'm not privileged to have, but I think basically Nico House is saying that there's something sussy-wussy about the government giving a grant for the tech that was like that we're referring to here, and Hunter is pointing out that's not sussy-wussy. This is like a very established thing the government does, and Nico House's retort is to say that everything the government does is sussy-wussy, which, to be fair, is true, but is also not really the point being made, because if the grant giving is perfectly in line with standard government operation, then there's not really anything Well, shoot, he's not even saying whether or not it's bad. It's just Nico is making it seem exceptional through, like, conspiratorial language. Like, if you're like, the government used the shady process to give money to this company, and you're like, it's not a shady process, it's in the Constitution, it happens all the time. Like, just because the thing did happen doesn't mean that the tone with which the information was delivered can't be, like, incorrect or problematic.
Okay, regardless, the government is allowed to give grants, and your inference that this was some kind of new thing put forward in order to benefit the government's bottom dollar. I didn't say you said it. I said it was the inference, and I'm telling you that I'm pushing back on that. I'm pushing back on that because this isn't anything to do with.
So what I would like it is if Nico could go towards explaining how this is bad, because that would be like the better argument, right? So, like, Nico House could lose on this conspiracy bait shit, but then turn around and go like, okay, well, this is still bad, and explain why, and that would be more interesting, I think. But we'll see.
You go. I never said that, but go ahead.
This isn't anything to benefit private or to benefit, like, this was nothing to benefit the government's bottom dollar. This is a U.S. constitutional clause, and there are also, keep in mind, there are also constraints when giving grants, right?
I'm just trying to understand, where are you saying with absoluteness that this was in no way to benefit the government's bottom dollar? Please explain that.
Wait, well, I mean, if it benefits the bottom dollar of the government, usually that's not how grants work. So under the conditions of giving grants, the government has to have, the government can give grants as long as they believe or they're in the pursuit of the betterment of the general welfare of the public. I have this little summary here. So there's
government is giving grants to people they believe they wouldn't benefit from.
No. The government's giving. Wait, no. So the government. Wait, you asked me a question. I'd like to respond. So the government gives.
Do you trust the federal government enough to give willingly, altruistically, with no intention on going to get a return on that investment? Whether.
So I think Hunter is in a bit of a bad position right now for one reason, and it's because of the Mott and Bailey. So Nico House's original claim was conspiratorial, but now he's pushed Hunter into a position where Hunter feels like he has to defend the idea that the government doesn't offer grants in its own interest. Which, yeah, of course, all institutions will factor in stuff like that with, you know, a consideration for their own interests, government or not. But that's not really the thing at stake, right? Like, because that's almost tautological. That's self-evident, of course. Obviously, the government would do a thing that benefits itself. But that isn't the entirety of the claim that Nico House made. So we'll see if it moves past that. I'm interested. Again, keep in mind that I do not have all the info, like, working in with this, you know? I don't have all the information.
Whether it come as a grant or venture capitalist funding. So do you trust the government that much? Because if that's the case, I mean, that's why we're having so much disagreement.
I mean, sure. I'm not really too interested in getting into that specifics of if I trust the government or not, but rather I rather want to deliver to you. No, I just want to, dude, please, buddy, dude. I am bringing. You said they are doing it just to benefit their bottom dollar, and under the conditions of giving grants, they have to be in the pursuit of the general welfare. So yes, if the CIA wants to invest via their capitalist venture firm, which by the way is independent of the CIA, they only receive CIA funding. No, they only receive CIA funding, but they're independent from the CIA actually. Okay, so wow. Giving that, they can totally have other uses for it. Say, hey, this social media company might benefit us in tracking terrorism. We believe this is for general welfare. This might have something that can also benefit us. Just if they see another benefit for that technology does not mean that that actual technology is some kind of a government entity. The government can access these services just like you and I can. I can look at Google Earth, so can the government. This isn't.
The government has a little bit more access than you. If you think you have as much.
Well, Google develops.
Okay, I think this is a good pushback from Hunter.
Google develops, but Google did develop specific technology for the CIA at one point, but just like they have for various other companies as well.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
Oh no. Oh no.
Have you ever served in the military?
No, how old are you?
No, I mean, have you ever served in the military?
Oh no.
No.
Oh, okay. So I served in the military. I've had my brother is former intel. I don't know if you understand how a lot of this stuff works because it seems like you're saying things that are technically true in some regards, like, yeah, it's a nonprofit. Okay. And like, of course, if I'm the CIA, which is what the CIA was created to do, is to create a buffer between legal and ethical so that you don't have to worry about either.
That's nothing but conjecture. That's purely conjecture. They have constitutional basis for believing what they believe.
Hunter, let me.
They have a constitutional basis for this.
You're
making up conjecture.
Constitutional basis made for literal slavery, Hunter. Are you really going to keep arguing whether something
there was a constitutional basis for slavery? I thought there was only not something that's slavery.
Okay, so Hunter's lib brain is getting in the way of his arguments here. I think what you need to do is you need to say, like, listen, okay, obviously the government acts in its self-interest. Obviously the intelligence agencies have nefarious, like, interests that don't always overlap with the interests of the American public. However, establishing those facts is not sufficient to demonstrate broader conspiratorial intent. All Nico's original assertion, this infinite funding thing. I mean, all he's really succeeded in demonstrating is that a system by which grants can be delivered, which has existed since time immemorial, was used in a way consistent with its centuries-old usage. That's it, you know? If he wants to argue about the morality, that's one thing, but the conspiratorial claims and the moral claims are two different things. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Again, I'm kind of working from a position of ignorance here because I don't know the totality of the info, the preceding videos and arguments, but that's the feeling that I get. Hunter has more faith in the government than I do, but like ultimately, like I think he's a super cool dude and a smart guy. Nico is a fucking snake. So I think that I'd be willing to bet that he might be being, by he I mean Hunter, he's getting pushed into making an argument that like he would have a more nuanced answer for under other circumstances. Sorry, it was a lot of talking.
Whatever look legal, if they want it, they can make it look legal. They can pay off enough people. They can have their Congress say whatever they need to for it to be legal. That's not the question at hand. It is that undue influence potentially nefariously affecting the outcome of engagement on social media?
How would
potentially in some cases maybe even affecting the election, like the Regina Dugan situation, which I think that you're partially at least familiar with, how she left the CIA, or DARPA specifically, which is the CIA's research and development.
Yeah. Sake, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. The only reason ivermectin is working for those who push it is because they're suffering from brain worms and it's a dewormer. True! It's their only hope, really. We shouldn't besmirch it. Thank you so much.
No, pause. No, she's not one person from the CIA. She's also the former head of research and technology in Google, and she went from Google directly to Facebook in 2016 during the election and left after the election was over.
So you realize why I'm having I think I know why we're breaking here, is because I seem to be trying to deliver you like the facts as long as how like the Constitution recognizes it and how like the legality of what this means, and then you're kind of giving me nothing but conspiracy theories about how yes, you did. You were like, no, you did. You said, hold on, wait. I let you, buddy. I let you talk for 5 whole minutes straight. Now it's my turn to actually respond.
Hunter has the smarmy thing down so fucking hard. Holy shit. God damn it.
And then going to Facebook.
So
is
you are peddling
conspiracy theory. Look up on Google?
No, you're peddling conspiracy theories by saying I worked in the. No, you no, you were you.
Logic. When your facts are absent of logic, it doesn't matter how quote unquote how many facts you got right. You're quoting meaningless facts without context because you don't seem to have any real life experience.
Wait. You're all right. You're muted. No, you're muted. All right. So you literally are.
Oh god, it's already happening, dude. This is exactly like my conversation with Nico House. Like no issues are solved, and it immediately turns into a shit show every time, man. God damn it. Oh god.
Accusing me of using meaningless facts. Do you realize how stupid you sound when you say something like that? You are giving me a conspiracy theory because I'm explaining to you the legality of this issue and how it falls in line with the US Constitution. And you're saying, well, I had a brother and I work in the military, so I know about the intelligence thing, and they're actually just trying to make a buffer between legality and ethics. This is pure conjecture. You're telling me a story, and that's why I'm calling it a conspiracy theory. Thank you. Now it's very nice being able to talk uninterrupted. You're now unmuted. Go for it.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. If you wanna leave, you can do that.
You won't let me talk. So what am I supposed to do?
Well, no, because you want to cut me off with nonsense and then spew things that I didn't say, then try to pretend as if
you were literally still talking when you were muted.
God, it's legal. You just had a 40-minute conversation about how it's legal for the CIA to do what the CIA wants. Duh. That's the CIA. They can do whatever the hell they want to. I feel like you don't even
this is conspiracy based.
There's nothing conspiratorial about the history of the CIA.
That the CIA is paying people off to change the laws. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I didn't realize you were so fucking deep in these conspiracy theories. I know. I think I need to go work in the military for a little while. Have you checked out Alex Jones? I mean, he seems like he'd be right up your alley with some of this stuff.
What did Alex Jones have? Did Alex Jones call Regina Dugan a conspiracy theory? Like you can't just Google her fucking work history?
I'm sorry, I didn't call I called you a conspiracy theorist.
More like Dugan.
You said that I called
her work history. Bringing up her work history is actually conspiracy theory.
Oh my god, I can't believe we're only 15 minutes in this conversation and it's derailed to this fucking extent. So
I guess.
again, your original claim
down, it's not
was
that serious, not that
your.
serious.
I know you're right. It's so not serious. But anyway, your original claim was that the CIA is giving unlimited funding to Google and Facebook when that is just not true. Google received because you can read the grant history. What do you mean?
What are you talking about? They give money. They have a venture capitalism firm. They give money. They don't have to disclose exactly how much it is.
So you realize, but you're thinking of this as being nefarious when it's not. So again, no. I get to respond first because government subsidies exist and government invests in other areas of science all the time to try and actually benefit that industry, right? So for example, when it came, all right, hold on, I'm gonna have to mute you really quick so I can finish my thought. So when it came to like the atomic bomb.
Oh God. Oh no. I think Hunter, because I can tell this is already going to be unproductive shit. I think that Hunter would benefit from asking a lot of questions, you know? Or maybe some more questions right now. Because the road here, at least optically, ends in shit livery, you know? I wonder if the better route would be to, like, fixate on what specifically is being discussed, you know? Because it does come off. I know he can't get a word in. It does come off like he's kind of just like defending intel agencies' moral worth. I know that's not what he's doing. Like that's not what he's focusing on. He's trying to push back against the conspiracy. It's just that's where the things are kind of getting focused on. Stuff like that will happen with the Jimmy Dore types because you can talk with them. You know, they'll say this happened all the time with the Bernier Busters, right? The Democratic Party, does bias the outcome of who wins its primaries, but they would lie and say shit like the Democratic Party will never let any socialist ever, no left-leaning person, it's impossible to, which I disagree with. I don't think that's true. And you can be like, okay, well that's not true. Like, look, like this happened. And this happened, like, it's bad, but it's not, like, impossible. We shouldn't give up on trying. And they'll be like, are you defending the Democratic Party right now? Are you saying the Democratic Party right now is fair and not biased? And you're like, well, no, but they're not these specific things you're saying are untrue. And they're like, so you're saying they're not biased? And you're like, well, they're not that biased. They're like, so you think it's not that biased? It's a total shit show. Anyway.
For example, these were private citizens, scientists working that the government then stepped in to help them because they too saw a benefit there. The government stepping in, giving you grants, giving you subsidies, one, doesn't make you an agent of the state, and two, it is literally desired. A lot of these small tech companies want to get a phone call from Incutel because that helps them get their foot in the door in Washington and start receiving federal grants and federal recognition, which helps their company grow. Again, just if the government sees a secondary use for some technology, so they give a grant, this means nothing. This doesn't make it into an agent of the state. And also, there's not unlimited funding to Google and Facebook. They received like a couple grants when they were startups, and that was the end of it. All right, you're unmuted now. Thanks.
Okay, so you're familiar with SpaceX? Of course you are. So, do you know that the only way you can invest into SpaceX is to actually buy stocks in Google?
Did you know that we weren't at all talking about SpaceX? What does this have to do with anything?
Oh my God, bro, answer the question. It's a yes or a no answer.
No, I'm not answering it because it's irrelevant.
You don't know if you knew it or not. It's a yes or a no fucking question.
Did you have frosted flakes for breakfast? Did you have frosted flakes for breakfast? If we're gonna just ask, if we're just asking random questions, then I'm gonna go for it too.
It's a yes or a no question. If it's not a big deal, if you think it's gonna be some one-off conversation that isn't gonna add to the argument, then you have nothing to fear. Hunter, just answer the question.
What was the question again?
I said, did you know that the only way that you can invest into SpaceX is to invest in Google?
I haven't heard of that, but I also don't believe you since everything else you've said thus far has been a lie.
Don't believe it. It's fine. Don't believe it. It's fine. You can literally just Google it, like you can Google Regina Dugan's jobs. But hey, I guess everything.
Well, again, this has nothing to do with what we just talked about, so I'm not really sure what.
Real quick, I'm gonna learn you something real quick. So.
Oh, okay.
Every point made is a battle.
Educate me, Daddy.
They eventually ended up not partnering, they literally have a contract with the Pentagon because now the Pentagon plans on using SpaceX to deliver equipment and specifically weapons around the world in less than a couple of hours. Now, do you think SpaceX had...
Wait, I'm sorry. Am I dumb as fuck? Yes, I am. Okay. In addition to me being dumb as fuck, did he just say you have to buy stock in Apple in order to weigh in on SpaceX? In Google. In Google. Sorry, in Google. Okay, fine, Google. Why would that be the case? What? What is the... If anyone in chat can find out why he said that, I would appreciate it. Apparently, it's just pointed the fact that Google has partial ownership in SpaceX. Oh, okay. SpaceX isn't publicly traded. Well, then we wouldn't have an expectation for anyone to have any control over any of their processes, right? Because they're not publicly traded. I mean, couldn't you just say that, like, did you know that you can't control the door to Greg's garage unless you're Greg and you own his house? Yeah. Okay.
Had a choice.
I'm literally not answering any of these questions, considering
no,
we're talking about. Wait. I
Oh,
initiated.
no.
Hunter,
I said I wanted to talk to you about CIA giving unlimited funding to Google and Facebook.
I'm gonna explain to you how the shit works.
Then can you just get to the point? Because you're taking forever to get there.
Jesus fucking Christ, Hunter. Jesus Christ, bro. You take your ADHD medication? Like, because if you did, I need you to go take that shit. Shut the fuck up and let me finish, please. Thank you. So, like I was saying,
Ableism.
Qtel had a hand in both Google and SpaceX. Now, SpaceX does exactly what the government does, the same Department of Defense that the Pentagon belongs to, that the CIA belongs to. That I mean, I feel like I don't have to explain that one any further. Okay. Do you think that the security of SpaceX will still be what it is today if they decided I'm going to cut all of my contracts with both the CIA and the Pentagon? And do you think that Tesla, who is obviously we know in charge of SpaceX and the founder of SpaceX, do you think that those subsidies that he got for Tesla, I mean, a company that was literally operating out of the red, do you think that had anything to do with the fact that he secured those contracts?
Do you think that receiving funding or grants or subsidies makes you in any way like an agent of the state?
I feel like you didn't hear anything.
Well, I'm not really trying to entertain the irrelevant questioning that you seem to be.
No. Okay. Fuck. I don't understand what Nico House's point is. What is he trying to get at here? The government does things that benefit the government? I wish we could center on this, you know? Sometimes I feel like I'm being led down a, like, you know, like a the Da Vinci Code-esque trail to unearth some completely fucking irrelevant piece of information. Like, you have a 30-minute conversation with somebody, and they're like, okay, well, did you know if you take a look at the corporate board here, here, and here, these are people who previously served on this board, and these people all received grants for this. And then when you, like, step back and look at the big picture, it's like, oh, the government did something it's always done. That's crazy. Well, wait, the government has contracts with private businesses for, like, military reasons? They do that? Oh my god. Dude, that's wild. You found that out. You should bring this to the New York Times. But like the path to get there feels so exciting, you know? It would be like watching somebody build one of those conspiracy boards with like the pins and the string that you make the connections between. But then like, and it looks really impressive. But then when you step away, it's like the Arby's menu, you know? Like they've connected the Arby's menu to a bunch of ingredients. It's like frozen beef goes to the burger. It goes to this burger. It goes to the. It's you're like, wait, what was the point of all this? And they're like, now you know. And they fucking run away.
You trying to take me down, which has nothing to do with anything.
State is using SpaceX.
I don't know. I didn't know we were here to talk about SpaceX.
Around the world, and we live in the biggest empire in history. I mean, Hunter, if I gotta break it down to you that much.
Do you want to go read the DMs again? Because I explicitly said I wanted to talk to you about what you said on the Better Discourse thing, and it was about the CIA specifically.
I am explaining to you. You just asked me specifically, and I'm answering your question. Why does that mean this? They're gonna do the.
Basically, his point is that the CIA funding SpaceX means SpaceX is a slave to the government/CIA and is therefore part of every single nefarious plot by the government/CIA to do illegal shit by virtue of them receiving funding from the government and CIA. God, I wish... Okay. This isn't really like a field of quote-unquote research that I'm super familiar with, but as I understand it, I'm pretty sure that the American government is weak as fuck when it comes to controlling the corporations within it. Like... I could be totally off base on this, but I'm pretty sure that, like, this is more, like, politicians in Washington fucking begging on their hands and knees to stay in the good graces of corporations who have an enormous amount of legal power when it comes to, like, maintaining control over their IP and their technology and their research and development and all that, you know? Like, the problem with our... The problem with our country isn't that the government is bullying corporations into doing their will. It's the opposite. It's that corporations have a ton of power and influence, that politicians all fucking finish their terms to go serve on as like consultants on corporate boards, or you have a ton of regulatory capture, or Trump making like fucking a ton of cabinet positions open to people who are contemptuous of the government facilities that they were meant to be overseeing while promoting private alternatives, you know? Maybe you could argue it's a little bit different with like the CIA or whatever, because they aren't a political org in the same way, you know? Nobody, like, we don't elect a director of the FBI or whatever, you know? They just kind of show up from the ether. But I don't, I really don't think that the CIA is like threatening companies. What power would they have? When was the last time like a business leader got disappeared, and it was like right after they reneged on a contract with the government? I don't know if I've ever heard of this happening. Why would they need to? The corporations make a ton of money from these like grants and from these investments and contracts. I don't know. Feels like it's the opposite. I feel like in a lot of ways, lefties, and Nico House isn't a lefty, but I'll just say broadly, tend to really overestimate the independent power of our intelligence agencies. Not to say they're not powerful. They're exceedingly powerful. But I don't know if they're that powerful independently. I feel like they're dogs on chains, that they tend to act in an uncoordinated way when unsupervised, and they only really like fuck shit up when like a corporate or a political backing. Oh fuck, it's an Archon plate, a superior Archon plate at that. Holy shit. Yeah, they tend not to talk to each other either. So yeah, I don't know. That doesn't mean they're not fucking evil. It just means that they're evil in a different way that a lot of people claim. You guys get what I mean, right? I'm no expert on this stuff. That's just the impression that I've gotten from what I've read and when I see experts talk on this stuff.
Bidding of the state, because I just gave you an example of the bidding of the state.
Gotta get 4 sockets. I want 3 actually, sadly.
They have a vested interest, literally a vested interest into doing the bidding of the state. Because if they do not, they can have their contracts and their funding and plethora of other things. I'm sure.
So
snatched from under them.
No, because you're misunderstanding how subsidies and grants work.
So work with the government in the real world.
So you're misunderstanding how grants work actually. So there are like first of all,
no, we're not talking about a grant with SpaceX. Just as the example I was just talking about. I'm not talking about a grant.
You're talking about subsidies, right? Like government, like
so if we're talking about Tesla,
again, I don't know. Was it Tesla or was it SpaceX?
Because the reason I brought up Tesla is because Elon Musk is the head guy for both. He got his subsidies first through Tesla, even though it didn't make any sense because there were other people developing electric car technology that was actually more affordable and didn't.
Right. So do I think that might compromise his ability or whatnot? Here's the thing, though, again, is you have to recognize when these subsidies, when these grants, whatever, when they are given, when this funding is put forward, they are allowed to have conditions, but they're not able to really step in there and be like, you must do this, and you must give me exclusive access to this. That's not how it works. Usually when it's subsidies, the reason they subsidize those areas is because they see a benefit to the general public and the general welfare of this thing, and they also decide to invest in it to help grow that one small private company because they might see a broader use for it. It could be the Central Intelligence Community. It could also be an entirely unrelated thing to the CIA. Virtually anyone can give grants. So, I'm not sure what exactly your argument is here. Just because they,
honestly, I don't even know how to have a conversation with you because you live in a fantasy world. Like, I just didn't imagine having to come here and explain to you, hey, the CIA is nefarious. Like literally the same intelligence community that was responsible.
Okay. The problem is this discussion isn't really on whether the CIA is nefarious. It's on like the technicalities of money transfers through legal processes. Like this is what I mean. Like it feels like a big Mott and Bailey, you know? I don't think Hunter Avallone is here defending the morality of the CIA. I think he's just saying that everything that is happening is what you would expect to happen. It's not like some nefarious conspiracy theory.
Responsible for the overthrowing multiple.
If you don't trust the CIA, then who do you trust? If you don't trust like our intelligence systems, then who do you trust?
Seriously? Do you genuinely trust the CIA?
I'm asking you who you trust. Do you trust them? Do you trust them?
Nico should be able to answer this.
Trust the CIA.
Well, you said it's.
I am a black man in America.
What does that have to do with anything? What?
I would trust the CIA, bro. I'm genuinely curious.
Wait, so if you don't trust the CIA or you don't trust like our institutions, then what do you trust? Who do you trust?
That are gathered through primary sources.
Okay, so there's a critical distinction. I'm coming out for your boy Hunter here. There's a critical distinction here that I would like it if he would clarify between trusting the CIA and trusting them to do a thing. okay? So I think what Hunter is referring to here is trusting the CIA with regards to info from the intel community that you can only really get from the intel community. So, for example, like the kind of reports that come out from the CIA, like sometimes there's info there that literally only the CIA or comparable agencies could acquire because there are intelligence agencies, you know? Like sometimes there is info where you have no source but them. And sometimes you shouldn't trust that info, at least not at face value. But sometimes it's I think, more reasonable, depending on the interests involved, the potential biases, conflicts of interest, that kind of stuff. So what Hunter is asking right now is, who do you trust? Like, where do you get your info from? And Nico has to have a good answer for this, because if he doesn't trust the CIA to provide any info, there does need to be another institution, another, like, place from which he gets his information. Yes, it is interesting that he's complaining about this, while Nico House is literally a employee of Russia Today, or a contributor to, which is state propaganda, directly.
Is the CIA not ever a primary source? Do you think maybe the CIA has access to information that we as the regular public doesn't?
Lies for a living, Hunter. I don't know how else can I explain this to you. They lie.
He's not really explaining.
I just don't think you realize how silly you sound when you say, I don't trust the CIA, I just trust hard data. Like, how do you know? How do you find that? How do you go about, like, if you don't trust our institutions, then...
See, Hunter isn't talking about the morality of the CIA. He's talking about the information that we get from our intelligence communities. And it is true, sometimes there's info that you literally just can't get except from intel agencies, right? I mean, and sometimes you can trust their info, I think. The FBI, for instance, has spent decades talking about the infiltration of the police by white supremacist groups. Do we think that the FBI is, like, biased against white supremacy and cops? Like, that would be an interesting bias, you know? Like, oh, you can't trust the FBI's word on this. They have a long-standing hatred for the police and white supremacy, you know? It's not just an organization homogenously dedicated towards the dissemination of misinformation. It usually has to do with protecting, like, America's interests, whether or not those harm people, you know?
Who the fuck do you trust?
His own people. Hold on. The same CIA that said Gaddafi was killing his own people, only to find out he was the elected chairman of the African Union. And it was actually Chad who had a leader that we actually installed in order to get Gaddafi out. And then we let him told him to send terrorists over to Libya, then forced Gaddafi to defend himself, claimed that he was killing his own people. But instead, once Gaddafi was finally assassinated, which was ultimately the goal for humanitarian efforts, we have open market slavery in Libya, by the way. Doesn't seem like the humanitarian aid is necessary now all of a sudden. But we made sure to arrest the former head of Chad that we installed, put him on the ICC, so he couldn't talk. You mean that CIA?
So you realize that, okay, so first of all, I never said the CIA was, I never said, hold on.
That admitted that they were lying about Stalin the entire time.
I never said the CIA is just, should only be, like, trusted 100% of the time. It was just kind of ironic that you came on here and told me that I was spewing meaningless facts and then tried to shit on me for, like, listening to certain aspects of what the CIA said when it comes to their venture capitalist firm. Again, I don't know how hard I don't know how many times I need to, like, repeat myself, and also I'm trying really hard to get us back on subject, but your original claim was that CIA is providing unlimited funding to Google and Facebook, and you're unable to substantiate that at all. In-Q-Tel gave grants at the beginning phases of the companies, and that was it.
CIA gave grants. No, you're confusing. CIA gave grants to college students that started Google. You're talking about, no, that's not. In-Q-Tel invest. They don't give grants. So continue.
All right. I got you. Yes, but when they give, well, actually, no, that's not true. In-Q-Tel can invest in certain ways, but the CIA, or I think it was another company as well. I don't remember the name. I think it was MDDS. Those were grants. It was in 1995, and it was one of the first and most promising grants. And they went to the computers. It was for the future Google co-founders, for the development of the Google search engine. So again, the CIA, or the intelligence community, saw a benefit in that technology, so they gave a grant.
I love this shit.
But that grant doesn't mean that Google becomes an arm of the CIA or does anything for the CIA or follows the CIA's orders. That's not how this is. So that's what I was trying to...
Okay, so we have literally almost a century now of just example after example after example of how the CIA manipulates their status.
Okay, yep. See, this is what I mean by conspiracy brain. So Nico House at this point is put in a position where he has to provide some kind of evidence to justify his claims, and instead he just backs up and goes, oh, well, you can't trust the CIA. That's not evidence for shit. That's nothing. That's jack shit. That's worth absolutely nothing. You can't. There. What institution is? Also, it's really funny again that as a contributor to Russia Today that he would say this when the Russian government is one of the most blatant propaganda farms around in the world right now, with highly active intel communities that disseminate knowingly and flagrantly disseminate misinformation in countries abroad to influence like political outcomes. Not to say that we don't do that too, but like the idea that like he would literally work for that organization is fucking wild.
Does all the work does all the work in the shadows to get the outcome that they want for the elite, never for us. If you can give me an example that you'd like to cite where something was done for us, I would really appreciate it. But it's never been for us. So you actually believe that when Silicon Valley became what it became, like when it was like in their onset or in its onset, like the CIA literally started interviewing thousands. I mean, almost all of the companies that were starting up at the time in the area because they just had altruistic and magnanimous intentions, Hunter.
Well, they literally saw benefits. They saw ways, sure.
Okay, see, he did it again. So Hunter said, you have no evidence that the CIA provided infinite funding and controls these companies like dogs on a leash. And Nico House said, well, don't you agree that the CIA is bad and also that they act in their own interest? That's not an answer to the question. This is why populism is brain cancer. Yeah, the problem is that there's nothing wrong with populism as like a rhetorical and organizational strategy. But populism it must always be considered a rhetorical affect, a means of organization, never an argument itself. You always, when arguing the facts of an issue, you have to defer to policy, to fact, to reason, to argument, to logic, to blah, blah. Populism isn't a substitution for those things. It's just a way of collecting the public's interest. Marx understood this. Marx literally wrote the fucking, oh my god, I'm literally forgetting the name of the pamphlet that he wrote to distribute to peasants for revolutionary potential. Guys, please, holy shit, my brain. Help me out. The Communist Manifesto, literally, oh my god. Marx literally wrote the Communist Manifesto, which is undeniably a work of populist political organization. But guys, if you read, like, Das Kapital, are you reading, like, populist drivel? Is it just him going over and over, like, dude, the elites are bad. Like, look, like, they're bad. You really think they're not bad? Dude, look, they're the elites. They're bad. Like, no, of course not. In the actual analysis that he engages in, he's incredibly thorough and thoughtful and methodical. He understands that populism, I don't even know if that was a term people used back then, but he understands that populism is a rhetorical affect. It's a way of delivering information, but it is not a way of creating information or analyzing information. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Please, I feel like this is borderlining on profound. Can you just listen to me? This is why I defend populism, okay? I think it's a valuable rhetorical and organizational affect. It's just a lot of people think, like, yeah.
Some of it could have been like something that we don't like. They could have seen it as a way to track people or data mine or whatnot. But again, just if they see an ulterior use for a software and then they give a grant to it, this does not mean that that thing becomes an agent of the state. And it also doesn't mean that they're following CIA orders. For example, when you brought up the Google Earth thing, when you actually read about it, I have this article up right here on my screen for anybody that's watching over on my end. But Google acquired the company. They purchased the company, and that was it. So, like, the idea that... So do you... Wait.
Google purchased the company, they purchased Keyhole, they called it Google Earth, and then...
And they changed it, and they developed it, and they also put it towards technology, and they put it towards technology that we all use, and they put it towards technology that we, and they put it towards technology that we all use to this day. For example, Google Maps, Street View, this all came from the original 3D Earth or Earth Viewer, which again, just if it's...
You think that they gave tens of millions of dollars to these companies or acquired them for tens of millions because of Street View, Hunter?
No.
I'll let Hunter respond, and then I'll respond.
I think that they saw a use for the 3D mapping software, and then they purchased it. What do you mean?
Google Earth wasn't just used to spy on people's girlfriends. Like, most of its applications are not... we can't use them.
What? What? I feel like you could be a pretty stupid person and think of like a dozen reasons why an intelligence agency might want the kind of technology Google developed for their Google Street View and other things like that. Like, I don't feel like it's that much of a stretch, but it could just be a regular transaction. It doesn't necessarily involve like the indebted servitude of the company afterwards. They could just buy it. Like what do they think is going to happen to if the fucking Google says no? Do they think the feds are going to like murk the fucking board of investors of Google? When has that ever happened? This isn't China. If we were in China, a country I'm pretty sure Nico House defends, that might actually be a thing that they would do. Because China has a ruthless free market economy as long as you're serving the interests of the state. And the nanosecond that you're not, they will come down on you very, very hard. So if we were in China, that would actually be like pretty plausible, I think, because they have a established, almost policy-driven, desire to force companies to bend to their will. But I don't know if things have been demonstrated to that extent here in the States. And even if they have, can't we just say the CIA is bad without being conspiratorial about it? This is the thing. You don't need to be conspiratorial to not like the CIA. I feel this way about 9/11 truthers as well, or like a bunch of other conspiracy theorists. Like, usually the organizations they dislike, you can hate for regular reasons, you know? Like, if you want to hate the FBI, you don't have to make anything up. You can just look at what the FBI has admitted to doing, and then hate them for that. Just go up to an FBI agent, ask, hey, what are some of the things that you have done? And then hate whatever he says. You don't have to be conspiratorial about it. Like, shoo. You could just ask them. It's pretty blatant some of the time, you know? The CIA, you just go look at the Wikipedia article on CIA. You don't have to make up a goddamn thing. Not a goddamn thing about the CIA does one have to make up in order to hate them. It's very, very blatant.
It's literally the intelligence community that can take full advantage of everything.
This is not true.
Google Earth. Are you?
No, you're missing.
You really think you have as much access to the same technology?
No, I didn't say that we have the same access to the same technology, but the idea that Google Earth is somehow only built specifically for the CIA and they have access to all the special features that we don't is absolutely ridiculous. Second of all, I know. Hold on, buddy. I know what you're sorting, okay? And it's that in like 2003, the CIA purchased search application software developed by Google for them to use. But again, Google was selling this technology to all kinds of places. It wasn't just to the CIA. They sold it to energy firms as well. I'm pretty sure that's what you're referencing. And them developing software specifically for the government, that's not a conspiracy. That's not a bad thing.
CIA had Keyhole first, then Google bought it. No, I don't think you're talking about the same thing.
I am talking. So yes, so the CIA developed software that they used for foreign affairs, like looking at right here during the 2003 invasion of Iraq, and then yes, through the company Keyhole, and then Google came along and purchased the company.
Means butthole.
Purchased Keyhole, yeah.
So they owned the company. They own no. I'm sorry. They didn't buy Keyhole. They didn't buy. I'm sorry. Wait. I messed up. I made a mistake. They didn't buy Keyhole. I think it was just the CIA-backed mapping startup specifically. Unless was Keyhole only about EarthViewer? So EarthViewer isn't the only technology. Why would Google want Keyhole? Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, my mistake. I wanted to just make sure I was correct here with the sources. So yeah, they acquired Keyhole and then went on to just continue to develop that technology for their own use.
Acquired your dad's Keyhole.
I don't know how this is like a conspiracy. Like, you're the one who's making this sound.
You're literally like, yeah, the CIA bought something, then developed the technology for their own use, and I don't. What do you think?
And then Google acquired it, and now it's a public thing that everybody uses.
What do you think the CIA uses all of this shit for? Like,
okay, see, this is what I mean. Okay, notice Nico like can never actually tie together the loops on the conspiracy theory ever. He always runs away from it. So he keeps like again like these big gestures at some very like scary big conspiracy theory of like government control and the feds controlling Google and blah blah. But like every time Hunter asks a question that would require the not to be tied, so to speak, he runs away from it, you know? Which is a shame because, like, it really is a shame that investigative reporting is such a sham in this country, you know? That, like, there are so many fake fucking grifty shitfucks who pretend to be investigative reporters, which really, 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 really sucks, you know? Because investigative reporters are something we really need right now. Can you imagine if the grift fucking Fred Hampton leftist RT crowd or whatever, the Jimmy Dore types, can you imagine if they actually gave a fuck and they actually did investigative research? Like they dug around old files and would like unearth archives and like interview people and put together stuff and do like a big expose? Can you imagine if we had people who were like Project Veritas, except actually doing the thing Project Veritas fake's doing? How fucking nice would that be? But instead, it all gets like completely fucked. Because now all people associate investigative journalism with is like Alex Jones tier conspiracy bait, you know? Look, if you can produce really compelling evidence of if you can produce really compelling evidence of the CIA doing some fucky control shit, that's based. Produce the fuck out of it, you know? Like, make that public. I support the hell out of you. But they don't. They just gesture, you know? And they fearmonger over things that you really shouldn't have to. Because they're bad without needing to fearmonger.
That's the shit I get confused about, I guess, Hunter. Because you're like, yeah, the CIA developed it for its own use. What else? There's nothing wrong with that.
So when we're talking, are you talking about specifically Earthviewer? Are you talking specifically Earthviewer in this instance here?
Because I mean, you can talk about Earthviewer, I guess, but I'm talking about generally speaking. You keep speaking as if like, oh, they're just buying the technology and developing it for its own use. Yeah.
So the CIA developed. The CIA developed some of the 3D mapping that came to Earthviewer. They developed some of that software for their own reason. And then later, that software was acquired by Google, owned by Google, and no longer was under the control at all of the CIA. So that was the first thing. Second of all, when you're talking about the grants, again,
no longer under the control of the CIA whenever the CIA literally has
because where do you have the where's any evidence that they are?
With Google. They have the
contracts are different. I already know about this. Okay, listen, this is literally. Hold on, I have a source here, right here. Okay, Google makes.
What a contract is. I know what a contract is.
I know the contract you're talking about is the thing I already tried to address, which was from 2003.
So you just talked about
this farming is going well. In case you
how
guys are
important it is for a lot of these startup companies that they want to become untouchable to get funding specifically and contract specifically with
that doesn't
the
make
US
them
government.
untouchable.
Now
you're lacing this with so much fucking falsehoods.
Specifically, if I'm the CIA and I know how many companies want my contracts, what is it you think that I'm going to give my contracts that everybody wants?
So here's right here. So I'm going to give you a source now, which is a former CIA. Let's see.
Oh well, that should be trustworthy.
Former CIA, the deputy director position. This joint let's see, intelligent. Hold on, I'm trying to speed scan this here, so I can give you some quick info here. So IMO Director John Brantley said during an interview this morning at CIA headquarters in McLean, VA, that the office has purchased 2 Google search appliances, one for its secret networks and one for its top secret networks. Google makes 3 models of the appliance. The basic unit uses 1 PC, and the larger units have either 5 or 8 PCs linked by a total balancing device. And says Google supplied IMO with high-end models under a custom contract. Again, completely fine, completely within. Well, I know you don't want to talk about the legality, but there's nothing really shady about this. She said Google normally sells the devices as part of a service. A Google spokesman said the company also has provided the appliances to the Army, the Energy Department, and other agencies that he declined to name. So just if Google develops technology for certain arms of the government does not mean that it's that like Google is part of the government in and of itself. And second of all, just if the CIA or anyone that gives grants sees a benefit to that technology, that doesn't mean that that technology becomes an agent of the state or an asset of the CIA.
That's literally not how the CIA works. I mean, first of all, if
they gave grants. I thought we just talked
about this. If you are literally, I'm telling you by definition, if you are in the CIA anyway, you have officially become an asset, or if you're either an asset officially or you're an unofficial asset.
But we're not talking. But we're talking about grants.
Huh? Say it again.
We're talking about grants here. That doesn't make you an agent of the state.
About them being contracted to create technology that the CIA uses.
Well, yeah, that's just the government. That's the government hiring the private sector to do some work for them. This is completely normal.
They contracted with SpaceX, and now there's a revolving door where SpaceX does whatever the hell. I'm just giving you an example, another one where SpaceX does whatever the hell the Pentagon tells them to. Now, do you think SpaceX would be safe if they stopped listening to the Pentagon? They're like, no, we don't want to do that. We're not going to allow our technology to transport weapons in a couple of hours around the world. What do you think happens to SpaceX?
I don't know. I mean, what do you want to tell me?
Realistically speaking, they would taint. They would be destroyed. I mean, that's how it works.
You don't survive. Realistically speaking,
which is why
that's actually not true. So
wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. I could be super fucking dumb. Aren't the money that like Tesla and shit gets or whatever? That money, it's not from like the government giving them money. It's from the subsidies in the industries. Right? Like the money that they're receiving is the money that you would expect to receive. based on the laws on the books. Like, even if they defied the will of the Pentagon. SpaceX is explicitly contracted with NASA. Yeah, but I don't know if NASA is doing the will of the CIA. And even if they, I mean, like, for their subsidies and shit. Hold on, why do people keep linking this?
Thing that's completely untrue within every single like medical consensus.
Well, then I.
Oh, is this Danny? Do I like this person? I'm following them. They must be cool.
Gender is biological. This is something that's completely untrue within every single like medical consensus.
Well, then I will just say that anyone who suggests that gender has no reference whatsoever to biology, it's not connected in any way to biology.
Concession. Immediate concession. Ben. He keeps saying fucking sex and gender are the same thing. And then he's like, and then you're like, well, no, they're not. And he's like, well, are you saying that there's no association whatsoever? Dude, wow, holy Danny, how the fuck did you get him to do that with one question? Jesus Christ.
It's just full of shit. Because if these and the reason
he completely backed out. She's a DGG or 60. I think this is the person who I unfollowed. This is one of the people that I unfollowed, but then she said, I just took a horse dildo to the hilt. Vosh refollow me, and I have to stay true to my principles, so I refollowed her. I think that was on stream.
And the reason that I
then you actually just disagree with medical consensus within the Western
disagree. Yes, I disagree with the false medical consensus driven by politically driven quote unquote
gender.
I think if the follow-up statement had been, you have for years said sex and gender are the same, if now you are retreating to the position that they are merely related, then I have already won. And then punch this person out. I think that would have been the best possible outro. All the same, pretty good. Also, good on you for getting up there and speaking. I know that it's really difficult and the audience is against you. I think that's Chad or Stacy. Is it weird that I feel okay saying like you're a Chad to cis women, but if they're wait, is Danny even trans? Wait, I forget. Everyone on Twitter is trans. Are they even trans? I don't even know anymore. They are? Okay. I don't even... Yeah, okay. I guess, but I'd say Stacy there? I don't know. Whatever. We're all trans today. I don't care. Good job. All right.
So, for example, that would be a violation of the way that some of these subsidies or donations or funding or grants also work. So you're not actually...
a single example of a time where the CIA is held accountable.
Wait, this is an irrelevant pivot. Holy shit! So let me go ahead and give you this here, okay? So again, I'm gonna go back to actually it was a 1987 Supreme Court decision, and this is talking about the government's right to give subsidies, grants, funding, that kind of thing, right? And one of those requirements is that you cannot cross the line from enticement to coercion. So the state or the government cannot say that we're going to sink your business on. Hold on.
Supreme Court cases and laws.
They are not.
The CIA has never had to adhere to.
So when they are given grants,
and they've been held accountable, then I'll be more likely.
So when they're given grants, the federal government is not able to say, hey, if you don't accept our funding here, or if you don't take this grant, we are going to tank your business. What do you mean? These are the limits.
Where are you getting this, Hunter? You don't live in the real world, bro.
I'm reading you a 1987 Supreme Court decision, dude.
Give me an example. You're reading facts without understanding real life context and real life application. Give me a single time.
Listen, you got facts, okay? But what you don't got is logic, Hunter. All right, now here's some logic for you. Did you know the CIA is bad? Did you, Hunter? Hunter, did you know that the CIA is, that the CIA is bad? Did you know that? Okay? That's the logic. This is the anti-hypothetical shit all over again. Nico House is like, he's got an amazing brain. I think, guys, I'm mixing my grifters over. He got mad at me one time on Twitter because I said the N-word once, right? Or like somebody pointed out like, hey, why are you working with a Nazi? And he's like, well, Posobiec never called me the N-word. It was like in reference to me. I've never called him the N-word, but I guess said the N-word? Or something like that? He said that in a panel. Yeah, no Nazi never called me the N-word. Yeah, I don't know about that one. True. Fucking Muhammad Ali moment. Jesus Christ. That's funny. Did you at least call him? I've never fucking called a black person the N-word. Jesus Christ, guys. Okay? That's a you guys thing, alright?
time with the CIA.
No, because this is irrelevant.
Do I regret saying the N-word? No. It separated the true fans from the losers in my community, okay? Ride or die fans, still riding, all right? That's what I say. Was it a good decision? No. Do I regret it? No. Ride or die. Yeah, it only made me stronger. God damn. Say it again to filter them even more. Nah, that's okay. I feel like I filter my community about once a month. Let's keep it intact. This time. God. The funny thing is though, like I gotta wonder, like I don't know, like it could be wrong or something. Just Nico House, I don't know if he's actually said this or if he just seems like the type who would say this, but I feel like he would do like the Blair White, like, I don't actually care about white people saying the N-word thing, I just care about the elites. Because Brianna Joy Gray did that, remember? Brianna Joy Gray was like, yeah, it was like the, what was it exactly? Like, I wouldn't even care about the N-word if black people had the same economic rights as white people or something. It was some class reductionist take, I don't know. But I think Brianna Joy Gray is a part of their circle, isn't she? Doesn't Brianna Joy Gray, like, kind of hang out with the Jimmy Dore crowd on Twitter a little bit? Yeah, under socialism, the N-word would have no power over me. Which is kind of a badass thing to say, to be honest. If you take away all the dumb fuck class reductionist shit surrounding it, it's a little bit of a badass thing to say, but it's still dumb. Okay, hold on. We're talking to counterpoints sometimes here. How long does this conversation go?
Is this how you try to win arguments?
Law, we know the CIA violates international law and domestic law all the time. We know this for a fact. We can look at the Snowden leaks. You can look at the goddamn WikiLeaks. Whichever one you want.
This isn't what we were talking about.
Oh, you get mad.
Have you considered putting on like a mask? Because holy shit, dude, you should be like, you should be Miss Incredible at these stretches, dude. This is insane. Elastigirl over here. We got Elastigirl over here at this level of stretch.
And they've literally never been held accountable for it.
Okay, so was the question? Oh my God, Nico. All right. So Nico, again, when we're talking.
Imagine if Hunter was had the balls to say, "Do you have a giant fat dumpy ass?" Because you're like Elastigirl with that strap. Can you imagine what a parallel universe we would live in? What a better debate result with that with that lead into, you know? Jesus fuck. Rocard, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. I hear you describe yourself as a Bloodborne streamer, but I mostly just see political content on your channel. Do you have a gaming channel or something? Oh my dear lord, I don't actually know if this is a joke. If it is not a joke, then this is one of my favorite donations I've ever gotten. I do not have a gaming channel, but I do play games on stream pretty often, like maybe about half the time that I'm streaming. And if you look through my VOD playlist on YouTube, which is unlisted, but you'll be able to find it, you will find me playing games. But you have to go back quite a while to find Bloodborne, I think. This is very, very touching to me, you know?
Talking about, oh my God, hold on.
The law? Yeah, definitely. You have no proof of that. I have plenty of examples of proof where they literally.
So I'm reading. I have you muted now because you just won't stop talking, and everything you're saying is wrong. And you're also asking me questions that are irrelevant to what I'm saying. So I am quoting to you a 1987 Supreme Court decision when it comes to government grants and the rights that the government has when subsidizing businesses or giving.
The thing that I think that's really interesting about Hunter, I hope he doesn't interpret this negatively because I love Hunter, is that I think that his brain is incapable of conceiving Nico House's brain. Because in his position, if I were there, I would never be deluded enough to believe that Nico House would ever give a single shit about a Supreme Court ruling. You know what I mean? He's too good faith to perceive the bad faith. You know what I mean? Like Nico House will either ignore it or just say like, "Oh well, since when has the CIA followed the law?" You know, like it's impermeable to him. It's like intangible. It's ectoplasm to him. He can just move right through it effortlessly with no what an odd looking helm, with no worries. Yeah, he could just say the Supreme Court is bought out.
funding, okay? And one of those requirements is that they are not allowed to coerce that company. So the state is legally barred, and they will face consequences. Or I'm sorry, not the state, but the federal government, or really anyone getting a grant, will face consequences if they make it to the point that unless you accept this grant, we're
anticipating Nico's response. Have you looked at history? Do you really think they face consequences? Hunter doesn't understand the they're in the walls mindset. That's true. That's true. He doesn't. And I love him. This is like a match made in heaven, to be honest.
Going to tank your business. You're not allowed to coerce them. So whether or not SpaceX would cease to exist without certain government contracts isn't actually relevant nearly as much as were they coerced to take the contract originally? Then if not, it wasn't coercion. There's nothing illegal here, and you're failing to prove anything nefarious. All right, you're unmuted now. Thanks. Because you told me I don't live in the real world, and I'm quoting you like a court case. So
let me go ahead. Let me. You're quoting a cold case completely out of context. Not talking about how the CIA and the federal government itself, but how the CIA literally has broken laws, has undermined not only the law, but literally the president before.
This is irrelevant to the context
no, it's not
of the conversation.
No. Just because you choose to separate actions that doesn't bolster your argument doesn't mean that it's irrelevant. It means you don't want to accept it because of the relevancy. The CIA has been able to do what it wants, how it wants, with impunity, okay? With complete total impunity.
So you think that the CIA...
Hold on, let me finish, because you keep trying to figure... The reason you can't figure out how it's all fucking connected is because you keep cutting me off before I fucking finish, Hunter. Goddamn.
You're right, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
So, like I was saying, when you can act with impunity, you quoting laws to somehow defend an organization that has never had to adhere to a law is meaningless and, as you call, irrelevant. It doesn't make any sense. I am telling you, you're telling me, oh, nothing you said is fact. No, what I said is all facts. You just keep trying to say they're not facts because you don't like it. When you can undermine the president of the United States of America, bro, really try to start a war between two countries and no one's held accountable, you aren't accountable to anything. And you quoting some laws, by the way, because you talked about the legality of what Inquitel is doing. Like, once again, bro, like Jim Crow laws were legal until they weren't. And everybody's like, oh, shit, maybe that was a bad idea.
Yeah, but this is something that's very, very different. This is different than slavery.
Just because something is legal doesn't mean it's ethical, one. And just because something is against the law doesn't mean those who have broken the law time and time again without accountability are all of a sudden going to start following the law in this one very specific circumstance because it fits Hunter's argument. That's not how shit works in real life, bro. I'm just saying.
Okay, got it. So because you believe that the CIA is able to act with complete immunity, that somehow means that the CIA is giving unlimited funding to Google and Facebook, even though there was only like a couple grants given in the early 90s during the startup phases of Google? I guess I don't understand.
You're talking about a grant. You're talking about a grant.
Yes, because your original claim. Did you forget your original claim already? Because you said you said it's unlimited funding from Google and Facebook, right?
Actually, no.
That's what you said.
So once again, you're quoting my panel where I said it's a little bit more complicated than you just have unlimited funding, do whatever you want to. No,
but it's not even close.
For example, the Founders Fund. The Founders Fund is a good example. With Peter Thiel and I think it's Peter Thiel, Sean Parker was one of them. A couple guys from the PayPal shit. But basically, the Founders Fund is the CIA front, and everything you can talk about Facebook, Google,
Groupon.
Facebook, Google.
Is that in there?
Say that again.
Groupon, is that one of them?
Wait, aren't these guys on good terms with Peter Thiel? Doesn't Peter Thiel run the website that Glenn Greenwald is on right now? Right? I'm not fully up to date on the grift sphere or whatever, but isn't Peter Thiel, yeah. Peter Thiel funds Rumble? Yeah, I fucking half forget what Rumble even is. God damn it. There's such a convoluted fucking web of these people, man. God damn it. Conservative YouTube? Pog.
Because I think I know what you're talking about, which I think again you're just talking about a capitalist venture investing into startup tech companies. That's what you're talking about here. Like you're making it sound nefarious when it's not.
No. Okay, because I don't ignore the obvious. I guess that's probably the difference between us. Like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like, oh yeah, this woman who is a leader in the CIA, specifically for DARPA, which is literally for defense and research and development for the U.S. government, ends up on Google.
I already know about this. And it was like one person that formerly worked at the CIA. No. That's not the conspiracy. Hold on, wait. That's not the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory is that because they hired someone who was once associated with the CIA, that somehow makes Google or Facebook secretly an arm of the CIA. That's the conspiracy theory. You see what I mean? You see the difference there?
It isn't that much of a secret. Like they talk about working with the intelligence community all the time. That's not that much of a secret. So, are you familiar with Eric Schmidt?
Oh, he never answers.
Really
He never answers. He just goes and asks another rhetorical question before going on another 5-minute rant about some other thing that's probably not going to end up being fucking related. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. End me. Well, pretty soon we're going to be talking to Counterpoints, so, we'll be ending this. I do want to see how far this... I do want to see the conclusion, though. One of them is going to fucking hang up on the other person, okay? That's a guarantee.
Being asked, like, a lot of questions. Why don't you just make your point real quick?
I'm not talking past you, because anytime I try to string more than 3 thoughts together, you just go back to the same goddamn point. So
you're talking past me a lot right now.
The context of the conversation before I continue, Hunter.
Okay, can you help me understand how Google and Facebook are receiving massive amounts of funding from Facebook or from the CIA?
He was the Obama administration and Defense Department. Then he ends up at Google, CEO. They're making all these massive transactions that all seemingly benefited the CIA directly in one form or another.
Oh.
Okay. Now, once again, if I am working for the literal Defense Department, you know, home of all those alphabet companies that we were just, alphabet agencies that we were just discussing, then I end up at Google. By the time that we just talked about, Google being so close-knit to the CIA and to the federal government in general. Do you think that my affiliation with the Obama State Department has nothing to do with why I was placed on Google?
I don't know.
Is he just talking about former political officials going to the private sector after they retire from... Is that it? Is that's what he's referring to right now, isn't it? It's literally like, hey, this guy worked with the Obama administration, but then he worked with Google. We know. We all know this happens, but I don't think this is like a State Department CIA specific thing. I think this is just generally how the government works. There's a problem with it, but I don't think it means that they're controlled by the former... Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, ultimately it would be conjecture, right? Because if we don't have any proof, then it's either, well, it could be, it might not be. We don't really know, right? There's no proof. Like that, but you're filling in the blanks with a story, and that makes it conspiracy.
Laws without context.
You're doing it right now. I don't even think you realize.
That wasn't talking about this shit.
I don't think that's what makes something conspiracy.
You're quoting court cases without context, specifically regarding the intelligence community. It has something to do with completely different than what we're discussing, and then be like, but I'm quoting a court case. It does not. I mean, it doesn't make you smarter. It doesn't mean you actually understand shit. It just means you can quote a court case. It doesn't mean you actually understand how it can be applied.
But you're doing it right now. You laid out a story to me, and then you filled in the blanks with a nefarious story. That's the conspiracy theory.
He
right
got
there.
his pronunciations from me.
You have not even.
My God.
You're doing it right now.
With any of the points that I presented to you.
Because you're not making any.
You can't dismiss. Oh, it's conjecture. If it's conjecture.
No, that's not conjecture. That's an objective fact, actually. We have it on video, dude. We have video footage of you not making a single point.
Give me whatever point you. So if you don't think that it's possible, although they would never do something like that, then give me an example as to.
Did I say they would never do something like that? That wasn't even the claim.
That's literally what a conspiracy is, dude. Taking leaps of logic off a narrative. Well, technically, a conspiracy is just like an intent to commit a crime being like planned by 2 or more people, right? A conspiracy theory isn't just like filling in the gaps with a narrative, because unfortunately, that's what you kind of always have to do with anything like regarding political analysis, you know? So there's a big difference between like information and how that information is reported. And a series of disconnected facts can be linked together with a compelling narrative if you can make a good argument for it. The problem is that Nico is not making a good argument for it. He's just gesturing at the CIA being bad, which it is, as a replacement for like a good connecting thread. But on its own, like creating narratives behind behavior is how we even talk about history, you know? Like history, the practice of teaching history involves a very subjective process of choosing which facts fit into which narratives and which narratives best reflect what we think reality must have been, and then choosing how to tell that story, if that makes any sense. So I don't think that's necessarily conspiratorial. Otherwise, we would never be able to make any comments or claims on anyone's motivations, because we always have to infer those, too.
Like, why would that harm them? What would dissuade them?
The original claim.
Like
I would just like to remind you that the original...
As the head of Google, as they're tied up with the intelligence community. Please tell me what would dissuade them from doing that.
Remember how the question, do you remember how this conversation actually began on a really good note? It was going to be us talking about how the CIA is giving unlimited funding, or even just a lot of funding to Google and Facebook. But instead, I haven't learned anything about this. You've just explained, well, you don't think, no, you said you don't think the CIA has ever done anything bad? The burden of proof is on you right now, my dude. And all you have are a couple grants. All you have are a couple.
To the InQtel. Do you know who responds to that?
Did you realize that I'm looking at this right here on my screen? I have sources up right here, okay? And we can read about the grants that were given. That doesn't compare. That was
talking about grants from the fucking 90s, Hunter. I'm talking
yes,
about
because
DARPA
your
today.
claim, no, your claim was they get unlimited funding. Your claim was unlimited funding, and now you're talking about something completely different.
Rock out of the $5. Just realized you're only joking when you call yourself a Bloodborne streamer, but it's honestly pretty confusing. A little disappointed though. I'm sorry. I did play Bloodborne. I do have a lot of gameplay on my channel, you know? We do play a lot of games here. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mislead you.
Giggles? Come on, bro.
I'm literally trying to just hold you to a single point, and I think you're unable to do it. It's actually really sad.
Smarter than this, and I've been giving you too much credit. There's that too. There's a possibility that you just literally, you're a 25-year-old kid who doesn't actually understand how the world really works.
Yeah, I think I need to go sign up for the military.
I need to go read shit.
Why don't you read some shit? Because it sounds like when you don't know things, you just like to fill it in with stories. Do you always tell yourself bedtime stories before bed? Like how the is the CIA in the room with you right now? Is the CIA in the room with you right here? Is it here? Is it in the room?
Is who in the room?
The CIA. Are they listening right now?
According to the NSA and Edward Snowden and literally Congress, yeah, they're literally.
Are they talking? Do you hear them? Do you hear the voices in your head? Because if you do, you might want to talk to someone else about that.
Are you an official asset or unofficial asset? If you ask me if I hear him talking, because I have not heard a better speaker piece for the fucking CIA since, well, I guess Destiny a week ago.
Well, that's really hilarious, man. I wish that if only you came a little bit with more equipped with some facts about the issue, then maybe you could challenge us. No, apparently us CIA assets are just undefeatable now.
About the grant without talking about the actual.
I did not. You literally made the. Hold on. Can I explain how I got to this conclusion here?
That everybody's like, okay, and I don't give a fuck about the grant.
First of all, I'm sorry that you are not. First of all,
gives grants to people that they don't expect the benefit from. That is fucking lunacy.
No, of course they expect to benefit from it. That wasn't the conversation. Of course they expect to benefit from it.
Intellectual mediocrity, like it really demonstrates why.
First and foremost, I'm sorry that you seem to be. All right.
I get it, bro.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry that you seem to be coping with the fact that us CIA agents are just apparently unbeatable. Hopefully, you're able to come equipped with a little bit better facts next time. Again, I'd like to just remind the audience because I keep having people in here. You're muted, by the way, so no one can hear you. But anyway, your original claim was that CIA is giving unlimited funding to Google and Facebook. You then said, "Hey, that may have been a little bit hyperbolic. I had to be a little reductionist there." That's fine, man. I understand that maybe unlimited funding isn't really the correct term there, but even getting a decent amount of funds, nothing. All you have are startup brands in the 90s, and Google bought Earth Viewer in 2004. That's all you have to walk away from. CIA is giving funding, massive amounts to Google and Facebook, which makes them the equivalent of an arm of the government or part of the CIA. Do you realize how the actual truth of the matter is a massive walkback from the claim you made to the point that your original claim is pretty much just a bull-faced lie?
No, it's not. You just keep quoting a fucking grant from 1995 and pretending that that's the only time the CIA has ever funded them. That's fucking idiotic.
What else was there?
Literally.
Could you help me understand?
No. Pause.
Because that was your claim, so you should have that burden of proof, right?
We're still at it.
You're like, oh, because I decided to ignore all the facts that presented to me. I just told you.
You didn't give me any facts.
I told you.
You said you worked in the military, so you know.
Another example: how Amazon was given $600 million.
Hunter called him the N-word.
And what, like a few fucking weeks later, they bought Washington Post, which was the #1 publisher in the world. They just basically posted a bunch of fucking CIA propaganda. Like that's all they do at this point.
Well, I know because for you when you're delusional, everything is CIA. I understand that.
You truly believe that Jeff, which by the way, Amazon was a failure of a company.
Oh, here we go. Did the CIA make Amazon too?
The government stepped in.
Did the CIA make Amazon too?
Amazon actually owes its success to the federal government. So please, if you had any fucking real world experience with anybody other than your fucking right hand, do you understand how that works? If I owe the success of my business to you, then I'm indebted to you.
That's literally not true. So the government hold on, dude. The government steps in and gives the government steps in. Are you gonna run away? Are you serious? Yeah, no. This honestly went way worse than I thought it would. I was hoping that we'd actually be able to get somewhere, but apparently you're way more delusional than I thought. Yeah, fuck off, dude. God, what a fucking idiot. Holy shit.
There it is. Let the hate flow through you.
Oh my god. So first and foremost, when the government gives subsidies all the fucking time, okay? The government steps in and subsidizes buildings all the time. This does not make that business an entity of the state.
All right.
It doesn't.
I have a suggestion, really quick. Here's my suggestion, okay? Shu, you have to call him out on Twitter. Call him out on Twitter and say that he's a CIA shill. And then debate him on the same subject, okay?
Mute.
1 second. All right. Shu, do you accept? Just call him a lib over and over. Okay, wait. Anyway, debate recap. Okay, so so there are some. Okay, I feel like I'm comfortable critiquing Hunter here because Nico House is obviously a lunatic. So you know, this like me critiquing Hunter here is kind of like me critiquing the form of a person rolling a boulder up a hill. You know, like I don't need to critique the boulder. The boulder is the boulder. We know what the boulder is and what the boulder does. We need to critique the form and handling the boulder, an obstacle we must overcome. So with Shu, no, don't start shit, Shu. So so I think there's a particular type of there's a type of argument that Hunter doesn't seem to have a very good response to, and I feel like Nico House is that argument in a person. And it's this vague conspiratorial gesturing, you know? I feel like Hunter needed to avoid some of the traps that Nico House was trying to lay about making it about the trustworthiness of the CIA, you know? Now, but later Hunter did better on this. He kept bringing up the initial claim made by Nico House over and over and over again. But with guys like him, you have to stay calm. I say this as a person who has not stayed calm with Nico House in the past. You need to stay calm, and you need to like treat them like a child, basically, because they kind of are, like brain-wise. You know, they have baby brains. So you need to be like, okay, you realize that having a grant given to a company by the government doesn't mean they're in the service of the government, right? It's just a standard legal procedure. It's happened many, many times. It's not really atypical. And then he'll go off and like, well, so don't you know the history of the CIA? They do bad. You're like, okay, I know that. But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And you can repeat that as many times as you need to. 4, 5, 6, you know. You know, like, well, the person on the board used to serve with the Obama administration State Department. Like, okay, I'm well aware of the fact that people in government, after retiring, will often go and serve on the board of private corporations. I think that it's bad because it leads to, you know, kind of an indirect regulatory capture in a way. However, that doesn't mean that they're now like a servant of the feds or of the State Department, right? It could just mean there are overlaps in job requirements and interest between being in the State Department and being part of a company that leads the private investment in, like, surveillance. There might be a relationship between those things that doesn't directly have to do with, like, some kind of weird indirect fealty to the government. Stuff like that, you know what I mean? Guys, do you understand what I'm saying? It's Nico House. I mean, anything you do is going to be a shit show. There's no getting around that. Yeah. It's like JQ logic. Like somebody's like, "Oh yeah, well this company is controlled by Jews," and you're like, "Okay, and how?" And they're like, "Well, this person on the board's a Jew," and you're like, "Okay, well, they're like, grandpa was Jewish. What does this mean?" They're like, "Well, you know how there are. They're everywhere." It's like it's meaningless conspiracy bait. Everyone knows that it's the Irish that do everything. True. Very, very true. I don't know, Celestial Burglar. Hit them over the head. In a video game. Anyway, I think that counterpoints will be coming on sometime shortly. In the meantime, that just means we got more time to hang out with each other. What's up, guys? What's up? Donos? We'll do donos soon. After counter, we'll do Okay Buddy Vosh. I doubt the counterpoints conversation will last super duper long. So did Hunter use it tactically? If he did use it, I hope it was tactical. Oh, Friendborg. That'd be like a whole video subject. That's a whole goddamn thing right there. Yes, it is. What are you farming cows for? A number of things, one of which is a elite paladin shield. I know there are a few better places that I could get it, but I'm choosing here because I could get other worthwhile materials, and Javazon's clear cows really quickly. Also, nice to have you here, Galley. It's hard to respond directly while watching that shit. Thoughts on Demon Mama versus Rose Wrist? I haven't seen it. I'm afraid that'll have to be reserved for the next Vosh Plays Video Games While Reviewing Debates segment. What will the shield get you? What do you mean? Like for trade? It wouldn't be for trade. It's for my paladin. Yeah, we can turn the audio down to 2, I think. Saw one person in chat say, spoiler alert, Demon Mama looks terrible in it, and another person say, Rose got wrecked sadly, still love him though. Truly a diverse marketplace of ideas here in VGG. A wide range of perspectives. Out for display. Watch it. Well, not right now. We'll talk to Counter sometime soon. Also, even if we didn't have to talk to Counter sometime soon, that would be another day kind of thing. Look, depending on how things go, I might stream late today, okay? How does that sound, guys? Maybe give the Europeans a bit of a good morning surprise tomorrow? All those unemployed Euro cucks waking up to see Vaush still streaming? Maybe. We'll see. Either way, the OK Buddy Vaush is happening. Why are my hands so cold? Want a late night Vosh Rose Wrist review? Well, it's on mandatory schooling, right? I have a bias towards Rose Wrist's perspective because I'm okay with mandatory schooling. I'm okay with, you know, apple-cheeked youth being ripped out of their bed at early in the morning to be sent down the school bus to school where they're forced to learn math they'll never reuse in the future or whatever. I do think that the school system needs heavy reform. Honest to God, so I've done... There's so much research on this. I feel like it would be kind of cool if, like... How do I put this? There are some subjects. I feel like electoral subjects should be more common through like high school, in my opinion. I feel like you could get a lot of positive changes by A, starting school later, B, having a larger portion of school be free time held at the school. Whether you could call it study time or recess or lunch or whatever, but like essentially like because half the reason we have school is for daycare anyway, you know? But, like, make it more fun to go to school, you know? Focus a little bit more on recreational accessibility. Like, have parts of the school that are, like, you know, like, more game rooms or, like, shit like that. Have the school better fulfill a socially acclimating role. And have more stuff be elective in high school, like, past the freshman year of high school. Like, honest to God, I think that, like, I don't see any reason why you have to learn as many math classes as you do by default. 99% of people don't remember that shit. 99% of people don't remember anything past basic arithmetic, seriously. The only people who use it past that point are people who get in specific fields, like, regarding it, and there's not much of a civic use for it outside of its accessibility in those fields, now that everyone has phones that could do computations for them. So I feel like it might be better to have, like, basic math be taught in like freshman year, but then in like sophomore through senior year, maybe you just take one semester of it, like a quarter per like per year, and the rest of it you could like choose to take. Like you have an allotment of like 1.5 hours in a day being an elective period filled up with classes that you take. Does that make any sense? Again, like, this is a super uninformed take. I just think... Yeah, Tempest, I do optics calculus all the time. It's terrible. Taking a math class to understand basic concepts, stats of population, next shit ton of the concepts. Soaked on left. Stats, I think. Stats and geometry would be the two things that I think regular people need to use. Stats and geometry. But other stuff like calculus, I'm really sorry, guys. I really don't think people use fucking calculus in their day-to-day unless they're in, like, a specialty field. I'm really sorry, guys. I think geometry and stats are stats is civically useful because it helps with a bunch of other fields, and geometry helps you make triangles. But past that, I don't know. Look, again, please. I've done a little bit of reading. There are changes that can be made. Maybe not calculus. Maybe the other thing. Is it algebra? I forget. Stop. I don't care. Stop. I don't care. Stop. I don't care. Stop. I don't care. Socked on left. Holy shit, that is the most conceited thing I have ever read from you. Vosh, this is your daily reminder that having an education does not make you an expert in education. The system is shit, but this ain't why. One of the reasons our system is shit is because we overload people with info they don't remember past the tests and then never use for the rest of their lives, okay? We clearly have to have a better system for filtering the stuff that people get into in a way that like better acclimates them to the stuff they're actually going to be doing. But obviously stats is useful. Absolutely incorrect. Each year of education results in persisting intelligence gains. 1 second. Wait, I'm not saying not educating. I'm saying the time that we spend in okay, first of all, there is a huge correlation causation bias there, because the things that would cause a person to drop out of high school early on could have effects on people's IQ that aren't directly related to the actual educational attainment they're experiencing. Second of all, we're not talking about the actual time spent. We're talking, or like the years in your life spent. We're talking about how much time in the day and how that time is distributed. We certainly, we certainly need school to be started later, I think, for like kids' health or whatever. Wait, is this good? Ruby Jewel of Fervor. Wait, that looks good. 33 damage, 15% attack speed? Let me see. Where does that show up in the, Okay, hold on. 30... Increased damage. Wait, 30 increased damage, 15 increased attack speed is listed as 8 Ist runes. Wait, for real? Now, that's an estimate, but even if I got half that, that is a huge get. Oh, shit. Alright, well. I'll hold on to that. That slaps. Guys, I'm just baiting SDL into getting angry. I don't actually have any opinions on any of this. We gotta sell some of this shit. Oh my god. Doot. Coping and seething and farting and pissing. Yeah. All right. Well, Counterpoints hasn't responded yet, so can we watch a 5-minute clip of the DM Rose debate? That after the counter thing, and then we'll do it if I remember, and also if I care. Can you ask chat if they like the extra memes Ryan edited in the last OK Buddy Vosh segment? Well, guys, did you like the extra memes that Ryan edited into the OK Buddy Vosh segment? I see most of the editing gets a positive response. Prime panel's almost finished. Counterpoint's almost ready. They settle on stochastic terrorism is too broad, so criminalizing stochastic violence is generally more digestible. Okay. Who knows what's going on over there? New take. What if we just didn't have schools at all? Mandatory or not, just no schools. How about that? School's out for the summer. Matthew H, thanks the very kind $5. Don't donate if you can't afford to donate. Fucking jackass. Jesus Christ, I'm happy that you've been spending lots of quality time with your family. God damn. I do feel like when it comes to people's ability to... When it comes to people's... okay, alright, listen up. We're gonna use gaming terminology for all the gamers in the audience, okay? So imagine that humans have a charisma, a constitution, and an int stat, okay? Those are the three things we have, okay? We have charisma, constitution, and intelligence, okay? I feel like for the majority of the existence of our species, being high in constitution was like the main thing that mattered, because you're like wrestling saber-toothed lions and punching woolly mammoths to death, or whatever the fuck. Right? That was like the main shit, okay? Now obviously that wasn't the only good thing, but that was like the main thing, you know? And now I feel like in a service economy, charisma is like the big fucking thing. Having people skills is what will help most people in most jobs. Whereas like a very specific technical or mathematical or scientific like set of knowledge is relevant more and more so to an increasingly specific and very important subset of the population that does and cares about that sort of thing. Does that make any sense? I feel like the reason I'm saying this is because I feel like schools should focus a little bit more on socially acclimating people, you know? Like, because that's one of the biggest things that schools do. And that's what everyone remembers, because nobody fucking remembers math class, but people remember the friends they make and the social lessons they learn. And I feel like we could do a much better job socially acclimating young people, you know? Like making them sociable and compassionate and stuff like that. Not everyone likes people, though. Yeah, but often that's learned, right? I just think there are things we could do, and maybe like an increase in like school wellness, or like a recreational time, or, you know, a reframing of how we consider schools. Maybe these things could help a little bit. This is an argument for progressive education. I love progressive things, Soaked on Left. Somebody says counter is ready. Oh, cool. Okay, I'll call then. Hold on. School's out for the summer. Da, 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 da. Instead of saying that I'm ready, I just click the call button. That's how Chads let people know they're ready. You know when your friend is like, text me when you're on your way, and you knock? That's how you let them know, you knock at their door. That's the energy. I actually remember back in like, I think it was like 6th grade or something. It was the last day of school before the summer break, and I actually got kicked out of the classroom because I was being an obnoxious cunt again. And I actually remember like singing that song while walking aimlessly up and down like the hallway, you know? Like, like in the... Yeah, I was such a cool kid. School's been blown to pieces.
Hello?
Oh, howdy.
Hey, buddy. Give me 1 second. Let me change to a different cam.
Oh, camera. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Corner. Turn off camera. And then, sorry, I was just answering questions from chat, and I'm fucking wiped. So, it's perfect. It's perfect timing because I got all my screaming out over the past 3 hours. So it'll be mad chill, crazy
Yeah,
chill.
well, I hope there isn't really a need for screaming. We've talked before, and we managed to avoid that at least, which was nice. I think we did good there.
It's just it's been a while, buddy. So yeah. So I don't know where I kind of sent you a little bit of just kind of what was on my mind and maybe what was coming out as frustration in that panel where maybe it wasn't appropriate. So where do you want to start?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I just want to know where that frustration was coming from, because from my perspective, it got pretty wacky pretty quick, you know? It felt like it went well beyond the actual topics on the panel and went more towards like a straw man, or like a set of frustrations that you had with me that I might pertain to views that I don't have. I don't really know where it came from.
Yeah, so let's dial that in a little bit. So Vosh bad. Vosh gets clipped, right? You know, but sometimes you engage in hyperbole, particularly when it comes to law enforcement, and in particular that Destiny debate was just a little rough for me personally. And the reason why is because
you mean with the Rittenhouse debate?
Yeah, like the original one, like a year ago. So I understand that's unfair because that's a fucking year ago, right? But we kind of all engage in this digital space in which our memories and debates and conversations are kind of like digitized and held on for the eternal record. And it's kind of difficult because there is so much content. Like, dude, I'm putting out like three to 5 videos a week. It's hard to keep up with. Once you start producing, it's kind of hard to keep up with everybody's perspective. So basically what I would say is, like, I don't need to debate Rittenhouse in particular, but the way that you view rhetoric and politics and all that kind of stuff, it's come up a lot. It came up in the REM debate. It's come up kind of like multiple times since. And so that was really like the chief thing that I kind of wanted to get at was how do you view yourself? Because the frustration is like, sometimes you can engage in hyperbole and everybody likes a little bit of like edgy memes or whatever. But that can be also counterproductive and engage in some like contribute to the toxic political and binary environment in which we find ourselves. So how do you view your role in what you're trying to achieve with your platform?
Yeah, well, I just want to move people over to my political positions, right? I want to contribute positively to discourse, which in my mind would mean moving people over to my political positions, because those are the positions that I think are morally good. But I don't think that my perspective on like hyperbole is particularly unique, you know? If you're doing the debate bro, screamy, yell, react to stuff kind of stuff, invariably you're going to say things that are hyperbolic, and I think that's defensible if it's being done, I guess, within a reasonable way. Very subjective, that, but I think we can agree there are good and bad ways of being hyperbolic about political stuff. And further from that, like, eventually you're going to be wrong. It's been known to happen even to me, but when that turns out to be the case, all you can really do is own up to it and move on. And I think that on the whole, I have a pretty responsible grasp of my platform. At least I feel like a lot of people are very aware of me and make me aware of my mistakes because I have a very large hate following. But when I look at other people in this space, Twitch, YouTube, whatever, just online politics, I feel like I'm constantly astounded at how much they seem to get away with, like how bad things really are out there. So I feel like if there's some like comparison to be made, I feel like I'm decently responsible, but you can always strive to do better, right?
Well, yeah. So I guess that's my question: is who are you comparing yourself to? With that being said, like when you're saying that, like I'm not trying to start like drama or whatever. So if it's too much, like you don't have to answer. But like, is there a name that you have in particular, or incidents that you have in particular that you kind of think of that like come to mind where you're like, this motherfucker did the same shit that I did, and I caught like triple the shit that he did.
Basically, every argument that I have with people who I disagree with. Very rarely, I think, do I have good faith disagreements with people. The gold standard for me would be like Sam Cedar. I think Sam Cedar does a really good job. When I look at Sam Cedar's stuff, I think that I think he hits that line on being sometimes a kind of like, you know, frivolous or hyperbolic without ever actually it always feels like pretty responsible to me. So that would be my gold standard, I guess. In terms of negative, I feel like it's all down from there.
Of who does it well?
Yeah.
Okay, got you. Okay, so so if you don't mind, like, me kind of like highlighting my grievances, and maybe we could just like address them.
Yeah, what claims
in
or
sequence,
positions? Because it felt like on the panel, like it felt like you were arguing with someone who had in that panel screamed about how they hate all cops and want all cops to die or whatever. Or you were ascribing to me some positions that I don't really hold. Or you kind of accused me of being duplicitous, right? Like, you said, well, I hope your audience is okay with knowing that this is the take you have. But the take that I had is the take that I've had for a long time. It was in a video that I'd released yesterday. So it's not something I'm hiding.
Yeah. So let's do Rittenhouse first, because that's obviously on everybody's minds. That's
I love that guy.
That's like the all right, I think that's hyperbole. So the fucking the point being with Rittenhouse in particular, if since then, like your kind of argument is this is a dipshit fucking teenager who went to the fucking protest, and basically wanted to be a fucking cowboy and thought he was fucking Billy Badass, bit off more than he could chew, and as a result of the situations was able to put himself in a self-defense scenario that will ultimately, like, he might catch lesser charges because he put himself in that scenario in the first place, but ultimately he'll probably be acquitted of murder. Does that seem like an accurate summary of your perspective?
Yeah, it seems pretty decent.
Okay.
Well, I don't. I mean, I feel like he'll probably get acquitted. I feel like you can make really reasonable arguments for both sides, depending on the extent to which you believe that he's responsible for putting himself in the situation that he was in. But like right now, I'm at a position in terms of the self-defense thing where I could understand where either case comes from.
Okay, so the only thing that I've seen that potentially, because there is like a subsection of like the self-defense statute or whatever that basically says that, like, if you knowingly put yourself into the self-defense situation, then your self-defense claim can be ignored, basically.
Yeah, and that's very subjective, like very much up to like, I think you could run either way on that one, and I don't know if I could say either one is objectively wrong, you know?
Well, and I think that, okay, so to show that there's like evidence to potentially support that position, there's the video where he was at CVS and he's like, oh, I think some of those dudes are armed. I wish I had my AR-15 right now. So that could kind of show that he already had the mentality of getting into a confrontation with like armed people at a protest, and then as a result, the prosecution or the defense could, the prosecution specifically wanted to argue that he put himself in that position intentionally, and as a result, he should waive his right to self-defense. The judge like banned them from showing that video. I don't think it changes like too much of the context, and it ultimately would just come down to like how you viewed that. But then my frustration literally yelled at Destiny like 24 hours before our little kerfuffle. Basically it seems like the prosecution is just throwing shit at the wall, and that's like super frustrating for me because like I think that our justice system is already pretty fucked. So that kind of like winner take all mentality where you're just like, oh, well, I'll just like lie about how interpersonal human conflict it like works, or I won't lie, but I'll kind of imply a bunch of shit and just see what sticks. That fucking pisses me off. And so that's where I was kind of getting it from both ends. Where, I was probably mentally dealing with your original Destiny debate with, the original take of like, hey, from a utilitarian calculus, I think he should have fucking surrendered. And that's a frustrating position because I
haven't really moved off of that. From a moral position, I do think that in a situation where you could be construed as an active shooter, which again, there's no way for a person in the vicinity to know the specific circumstances by which Rittenhouse shot someone, that it's your responsibility as the person who has, and we'll just assume that it's self-defense in the initial case with the first one killed, that it's your responsibility to affect yourself in a way which minimizes the likelihood of the people around you construing you as a threat. I guess there's kind of like mixed evidence on how he responded to that, because on one hand, he didn't stay by the body, or just sort of lower his gun or in some way make himself small while waiting for police to arrive. But on the other hand, he was heading to police. So I think it's one of those situations where the most charitable thing I could say is that he imperfectly tried to respond in a way that I think would be reasonable. And then past that point, you introduce so many other variables that it's impossible for me to make like a definitive moral claim based on that info alone. But I think the abstract, the surrender to the mob take that so many people have memed about, which I talked to lawyers, I talked to police officers privately afterwards, and I really feel like outside of the memification that's gone on, like on the internet, like pretty much everyone agrees. Like, yeah, if you engage in self-defense in public, everyone else is just going to see you with a gun and another person dead. So the best thing that you can do is de-escalate as hard as you can, because other people might want to stop you if you appear aggressive, and then you set into motion this infinite chain of self-defense, which leads to a lot of death. So I stand by that. I don't think I've moved over that much since that debate, except for maybe some of the legal details as more evidence has come out around Rittenhouse.
No, that's actually good, because I think that would be something that we could kind of build off of to see if there's anything worthy of getting like, fussy about. So I guess from like my question within the context of a protest where people are flashing guns and like all that kind of shit, we can argue about whether or not Rittenhouse put him in the fucking in that position in the first place by choosing to go there in the first place. But within that context, do you think like maybe not reasonable? Because we're talking about like an adrenaline-addled, highly emotional situation in which people are acting in unreasonable ways. I mean, they're literally killing the fuck out of each other, right? So could you see how after killing someone, and if you were to divide this up in a binary between right wing and left wing, Kyle would have thought that it would have been the unconsciously, not even a conscious thought, but in an adrenaline-addled thought, would have thought that basically escaping, fleeing to law enforcement, would be safer than staying by the body of people who were on, quote unquote, the other side that he had just killed a member of.
Oh yeah, that's totally possible. I mean, especially given the fact, like, 17 adrenaline, like, fuck, I have no idea what I'd do under that situation. Any moral claims that I make are going to be from, like, the helicopter, like Bird's Eye. I think, like, morally, the ultimate negative judgment that I have for Rittenhouse was showing up in the way that he did in the first place, as a militia member. Because I don't believe the whole like wanting to be a medic thing, I think is kind of secondary to the gung-ho cowboy shit, which is not even a Republican tendency. I think we just generally think in those terms in America with our relatively lax attitudes towards civic policing and guns. But after all the pieces had been set into place, like all the die had been cast, I feel like it was more or less a toss-up on Rittenhouse staying there or like heading over. I do feel like if he had stayed there with the first body, no more people would have died, probably. That's a guess, of course. I can't know that, but I feel that's the case.
Okay, then, but we can, even if that was the case, like, let's say that we had, like, perfect hindsight, he just stays with the body, everybody's like, oh, hey, he shot this dude, but that dude was chasing him, and it doesn't seem like he's trying to aggress on anybody else, and he's actually trying to help out. As a result, we're going to give him a pass. I'm not saying that's a reason, like, in an adrenaline-addled brain, particularly with, like, a very fraught and tense situation. I'm not saying that I would expect Kyle to do that, but let's just assume that for a second. Then we were already saying, like, yeah, self-defense might be warranted, and really the mistakes were made before the die were cast. I think the primary frustration for a lot of people is that this, kind of like you said, this is a helicopter view of the violence, where kind of like in a perfect, like, just running like raw math. We're saying, like, hey, here's how many people died. If we had taken this action, maybe less people would have died. As a result, he should have taken this action. But especially with, like, conservatives who are more about, like, gung-ho shit anyways, the mindset is, number one, that would be unreasonable to expect an individual to do. And then number two, like, do you think that, like, let's say that we inverted this situation, because I think that was, like, the main frustration with this perspective, was if we inverted the situation politically, or if we individualized it to you, where the die was already cast, but like, you had found yourself in the situation through some combination of, like, immaturity and, like, fucking political bravado or something, would you make that choice? And I think that was, like, one of the frustrations with that perspective.
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to say that, like, you can make an argument that something is or is not the right choice, and then also concede that most people wouldn't make the right choice, right? I mean, a lot of people, especially in situations like that, are going to sort of instinctually defer towards behavior that's more damaging or sometimes illegal. I mean, we can't always rely on, like, the what would you do in this situation stuff, but in that case, I mean, I could lie to you and say, like, I know what I'd do, but I would like to believe that from what I understand, I would keep enough of a cool head to say, stay by the body or like set down the gun or do something, maybe not set down the gun or like sit or, I'm sure given the context, there are innumerable things I could do that would make me feel as though I'm indicating I'm not a further threat to anyone in the area. I don't know what I would actually do, like, in the moment, though. What Kyle Rittenhouse did after the first killing may have been a fairly natural result of the dice already cast, you know?
Right.
But the argument that I got in with Destiny, leaving aside the grand crime, which was, of course, showing up there in the way that he did in the first place, was just more the abstract of how to handle self-defense situations. I think even in the pinned comment underneath that video, you can see that even like then, like the day where I had that argument with him, I said that, like, I could understand an argument for self-defense being made here, you know? So to me, it wasn't really about the legal claim. It's just about the limitations of self-defense as a method of guiding people's responsible behavior in difficult situations.
Yeah, so actually, if you don't mind backing up a little bit, just because I think this would be the primary thing, because I think where we would mostly disagree then is probably like the die being cast in the situation in the... Fuck, I pressed the wrong button. The die being cast in the first place. And that's kind of where, for me, you know, so in the result of, like, okay, bad cop shooting, right? Or the perspective of a bad cop shooting. Maybe it was a good cop shooting, but, you know, there's still protests because of systemic conditions, this, that, the other. For me and for a lot of other people, just because, like, I don't know, America, there might be disparate outcomes, or there might be systemic racism, or this, that, the other. That doesn't mean that, like, the individual, the individual business owner, the individual employee, the individual members of communities have to tolerate further wrongs to themselves, especially if they're unrelated. So for instance, like, if a business is getting burned down, and it doesn't do anything to address any kind of systemic racism or anything like that, then, like, we wouldn't expect the owner of the business to morally have to stand by because another moral wrong had occurred, and just out of, like, respect for the original moral wrong, they have to suffer. And that's kind of where, for me, that a lot of the arguments boil down to, well, Kyle shouldn't have been there in the first place. He lived, you know, 30 minutes away in a different state, and he worked in an adjacent suburb, but realistically, he had no fucking connection to that carport. That sets up, like, this really weird moral area for me. So it's like, so if you're saying the grocery store down my fucking street starts getting burned down for reasons that I think are bullshit, I can't do anything about that, even though I shop at that store and I know people who work there. That's like the moral framing where it's like, oh, well, you just fucking use insurance, 10 head. And that kind of pisses a lot of people off, including me.
Yeah, well, I mean, insurance, unless these private businesses have some exceptional insurance, I doubt they're going to cover the place being burned down by rioters, or arsonists or whatever. I think, I mean, this is one of those, this would be an example of, like, the limitations of self-defense with regards to the civic outcomes that it could, you know, achieve. Because, like, even though I do believe in the abstract that people have a right to defend their businesses. If you're a business owner and you want to chill on your property, like holding a rifle, waiting for people to find out if a motherfucker would, I think that's your legal right. I think that's your moral right. But civically, it's untenable unless it's done well. It's one of those things where it sounds great when you're talking about isolated moral behavior, but when you apply it to the real world, it quickly gets really fucked. Because what we're really talking about is, like, right-wing militias patrolling neighborhoods near protests. Like, that's ultimately the broader, like, social force that's being fed into, right? Now, I'm not saying right-wing people don't have a right to patrol or whatever the fuck. I'm not isolating it to its individual components here. I'm only saying that this does tend to escalate violence. It does not tend to limit violence. It tends to escalate violence, especially when done in this way. Now, if you want to have, like, a group of 20 or so people who go to a neighborhood where you know there's going to be violence, and you've got med kits, and you've got water, you've got fire extinguishers, you've got everything, and you stay as a group, and maybe one or two of those people have guns, and you're like the wandering medic patrol. I think that's based as fuck, you know? Even if Kyle had gone there with his group, who were all, let's be fair, dressed as right-wing militias, like they were all rocking the look, you know, which clearly indicates antagonism, especially in an environment like that. If they had stayed together as a group, that would have been better too, significantly better, because people are far less likely to attack a group, and a group has a kind of cohesion that limits the likelihood of these individual outspurts of violence. That's why police stay in groups too. Even police, with all their armor, their shields, they stay behind the shield wall, because when they get separated and they get out in the group, they can be attacked and it can make everything worse. So in this case, this is like the whole being less than the sum of its parts. All the individual parts work, but when you add them together, you get something socially destructive. So I would like to, I guess, encourage on the right and the left, because these are our communities, whether or not we vote red or blue, to adopt better practices when it comes to stuff like this. Now, I feel comfortable saying that because the whole BLM time, you know, I've been saying that while riots are the breath of the unheard, blah, 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 you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't flip trucks. You shouldn't set shit on fire, quit flipping over trash cans, quit breaking windows. This shit doesn't help. If you see it in your BLM protest group, you call it out, you shame them, you ostracize them, don't bring guns, etc., etc. I was comfortable saying that for people on the left, so I feel I have a right to then turn to the right and say, you know, don't do that. Don't escalate violence. Show up with fire extinguishers and med kits, not with guns. Or if you have to with guns, show up in a large group to mitigate the likelihood of interpersonal violence. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and absolutely. And the interesting thing too is, like, you know, we dealt with a new level of right wing fucking crazy on that panel. That was fucking amazing.
I love Hake. What a lad.
Oh my god. So Hake was having some interesting takes, and I was like, holy shit, this is like the stereotype of fucking like Christian nationalist fucking right wing fucking lunatics. You know, I'm just gonna back off and chill the fuck out. And like, and that's kind of my frustration, is because so far there's almost nothing that I've disagreed with so far, and then the only thing that I have you know, seems to be just like a more bent on the individualist lens. And then I'm a fucking liberal, okay? I'm a liberal. I believe in universal rights and like all that kind of bullshit, so I'm just gonna fucking own that. And basically for me, the thing about it is, you brought up the Black Panthers as like a positive example of a militia that did deter violence and like all that kind of shit, which I'm sure is true. I'm also sure that certain segments of the Black Panthers probably did some nefarious shit. But the point is, like, my framing from like a liberal framework is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if you're saying that like somebody can't engage in a certain amount of activity, then that has to be kind of universally applied. So when it comes to left-wing like paramilitary actions or whatever, like I'm not trying to compare Boogaloo Boys to fucking Black Bloc or whatever, but showing up in fucking Black Bloc and then beating the fuck out of normies and all that kind of shit, you can advocate for it. I don't really give a shit. I'm not gonna get too butthurt about it.
No, I have a couple of recent videos where I call that shit out too. I think I'm pretty consistent on this. I did a video recently saying that like that Black Bloc's tactics are incredibly ostracizing and alienating, and they essentially make an enemy of the entire United States, when in reality anti-fascism should be the ultra majority position, like 90% against 10%, if that, you know, if maybe even more. So I agree. Right. I agree in the sense that we should be consistent in holding people to good standards for how they engage in protests.
Well, and not just that, but even so, for instance, like I think there's potential for left-wing militias to take to the fucking streets, even in an armed fashion as a protest. Against very specifically like fascist or white supremacist demonstrations, where they literally just show up, you know, point their ARs at the ground, they don't say anything, and literally just the implication is like, hey motherfuckers, we see you, and if you do some wild shit, we'll fuck you up. Now, I'm not saying that's going to de-escalate things. I could probably escalate things, but I do think that there's like a right to do that, just as a statement, not to invite violence, but to kind of make a statement that that's not off the table either. We're not fucking sheep. And so that's where for me, I kind of don't want to get into like the nature of the militias, but basically from my, fuck it, might as well, right? From my perspective, there's multiple subsets of these militias. Okay, there's the 3%ers who are like the constitutional conservatives who want to fucking basically be 19th century fucking ANCAPs. Who want to like blow the founding fathers. That's one group. The other group are the Proud Boys, the Western chauvinists. They tend to be civic nationalists. They have some people in their fucking members, but obviously there's nefarious members of the Proud Boys. And on top of that, they seem to combine with Patriot Prayer in order to go to places that they know they can instigate a fight, and they instigate fights. So I'm not defending them. I think they're pieces of shit. I just think they're a little bit fucking less bad than ethno-nats. So if Richard Spencer and the fucking, I think they call them like Wignats or whatever, if the ethno-nats or the Groypers were doing the same thing as the Proud Boys, I would view that as politically more nefarious than the Proud Boys themselves, while the Proud Boys were still pieces of shit. Have I lost you anywhere? Do you agree, not agree?
No, you haven't lost me. I do disagree, though. Okay. I think that so the Proud Boys are a little bit ideologically heterogeneous. I think that so if you take a look at, for instance, like leaks from their group chats or like what a ton of their members do when they're off time, like it's very obvious that a ton of them are white supremacists at the very least. You know, officially it was. I mean, they were founded by like I think Gavin McInnes is a white nationalist. He said some really weird shit. He might actually be a Nazi. I don't know. It's hard to tell with him, but now, the organization is officially non-racialized. It is they're committed to that. I mean, Enrique Tarrio. No, I said heterogeneous, chat, like not homogenous, heterogeneous, not erogenous. You horny fucks, heterogeneous. Anyway,
fucking chat, right?
Anyway, Enrique Tarrio is their current like head man. I think there are people in the org who have basically admitted that having like a brown guy at their front does deflect a lot of racism accusations. The thing that worries me about the Proud Boys is that historically, at least over the past 50 or so years, feigning non-racism has been the best way for racists to do the shit they want to do, you know? So the Groypers are too stupid, too young, and too virginal to conceal their power level. Meaning that any public demonstration of their, I'll put it to put it simply, Donald Trump couldn't really condemn the Proud Boys, but if he was put in a position where he had to, he could the Groypers, because the Groypers are so unambiguously what they are, and the Proud Boys put just enough effort into keeping the mask on, so to speak. So even though the politics of the Groypers are explicitly more dangerous, I think that I don't know if I'd call it subtlety, the attempt at subtlety from the Proud Boys, I think makes them more politically dangerous as enemies. They could recruit more.
Yeah, because they're more politically viable. And and then on top of that, one of the things that I would say is coming out on the right that's quite apparent to me is ethno-nationalism seems to be out, like at least like not as palatable as it was maybe a few years ago. But what does seem in and not going anywhere is a hybrid between like Christian conservatism and Christian nationalism. And that doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Where like, so for instance, like Nick Fuentes or whatever, he says like race isn't everything, but it's not nothing. So he gets to be like a little bit racist, right? But then what's that? Yeah, just like, you know, good boy. So yeah, so he'll say that shit, but then like other people will actually be like, no, I'm not racist. You know, I'm friends with this dude and he's cool. And then it just so happens that they're like, you know, right wing, you know, hyper Christian conservative, social conservative, don't like trans folk, don't like, black folk. The kind of people who would say like, oh, I'm not racist. There's a difference between black folk and N words. You know what I'm saying? Do you know the kind of person that I'm talking about?
Yeah, for sure. And those have always been more politically effective, right? I mean, since you, the open, overt, I mean, you like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Donald Trump are really far right, but they're not like running around saying the N-word or whatever. They have to hide behind this pretense of, you say Christian nationalism. I think that's great. You know, like Tucker Carlson embodies this perfectly. You know, it's always the Western society, right? He talks about demographic change being a tool for Democrats to destroy the country. He never really says white people or like non-white people. He just says demographics. He talks about Western society. I mean, we all know what he's saying, but getting like that language will get you a lot farther, and it's unions between those types that I worry about a lot more. The Groypers, I think you're right. The alt-right shit is mostly on the way out. Charlottesville was a failure. Richard Spencer is a failure. Nick Fuentes is deplatformed everything. All these people, they don't even exist anymore. They're ghosts. But this we're civic nationalists. Wink. Vibe is definitely on the rise. So that's what I'm worried about the most right now, I think. In terms of like fascist organizing in the country.
Well, and that's my problem as somebody who like identifies as a civic nationalist. When I say civic nationalist, what I mean is I don't care what country you come from. I don't care what language your parents speak. I don't care, kind of like even your religion. I don't give a shit about. As long as we can come together on some like core values that would like help us kind of form a civil society that is peaceful, then I am perfectly okay with calling you like my brother in this country or whatever.
Yeah, well, they're lying, of course, when they say it. I mean, they aren't actually. Most of these fucks don't even care about America. They simp for other countries all the time. They'll simp over Japan because they're ethno-nat, at least more than America is. You know, they'll talk about Brazil based Bolsonaro. They'll talk about abandoning cucked gay homo globo homo America for China when China banned a bunch of gay shit because they're a fash country. They don't even give a fuck about America. It's very clearly about the demographics to them. Just the civic nationalist label is more defensible and is less of an optics fucking bushfire, you know?
Well, in my frustration in particular with the simping for China or whatever, is like literally watching Keith Woods be like, Keith Woods, who's, like a very young fascist philosopher on the internet, basically, who's a smart guy, unfortunately. But he will basically say like, oh, well, maybe we should pretend to be socialists. Because basically what we'll do is we'll implement like a socialist agenda, like a communist agenda or whatever. But then it seems like because humans are inherently tribal, we'll basically default to tribalism. And as a result, we'll achieve a national socialist state. And so they're actually saying like the quiet part out loud where they're like, oh, let's do the red-brown alliance so we can seize power and then, have a collective society, but then still be racist.
It's been a problem historically. They do this shit pretty often. The the whole like or the really classic one is like, we could have this paradise you want were it not for immigration, you know. They pulled that shit all the way, like they pulled that shit 150 years ago. This whole like, unions, you know, you could you want your wages higher if only it weren't for all this cheap labor. And of course like the cheap labor isn't making itself cheap. They're being paid less deliberately by the people who are, dividing the groups up. This red-brown alliance shit is growing larger and larger, and it's one of the reasons why I've always been screaming about the Nosbol Vortex shit. And we were just watching Hunter Avalone talk with Nico House, who's aligned with those types. You know, these like people who use the affect of leftism to push people to the right, those types of people, I'm worried about them too. They don't really organize in public in the same way. Like, you're not going to see a bunch of red, brown, Nosbol Proud Boy types, I don't think, but they're pretty good at infiltrating the movement. They're a real problem.
Well, so what I would say is, for my thing is, like, Caleb Maupin or whatever, I don't think that he sees himself as a tanky. I don't think he sees himself as fascist either. I think he sees himself as like a truer socialist than the fucking ANCOMs or LibSocs or whatever, because he's willing to not be apologetic about what he wants to do and blah, 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 blah,
the uncucked left, yeah.
Yeah. So he'll basically, make those arguments. He'll make those arguments or whatever, and basically, but I don't think he sees himself that way. Like, I don't think he goes home and rubs his fucking hands like, maniacally in front of his fucking laptop, and he's like, "Ooh, I'm tricking all the lefties to be left wing." I think he legitimately thinks he's left wing. And same thing, like for instance with like Chaos's Mel, like she's one of the most apologetic people that I've ever met for authoritarian communistic regimes. But you as I don't know what you go by these days, but as
the only socialist, the one remaining, we'll go by that.
Okay, the only real socialist, you're actually the cuck socialist because you're not willing to simp for fucking authoritarian regimes with a history of mass slaughter.
No, I agree. I think they think they're being sincere, or I think a lot of them are being sincere. I wonder about people like Jimmy Dore and like Peter Coffin. Sometimes their behavior comes off as so ostentatiously grifty that it makes me think they might just be in it for whatever social or actual capital there is to gain. But No, I think that for the most part, we're really, really good at tricking ourselves into believing that we're invoking in the purest form whatever ideology we claim to be a part of, you know? I mean, look at the divide between conservatives, right? Like, there are conservatives who say that, like, neocons are fake conservatives because they're not racist enough. And then there are neocons who say that racist conservatives aren't conservative because the dream of conservatism is the American dream, that all would be equal under the law. And there's no right answer. Like, both of these groups can make compelling historical arguments for how the other one is betraying the movement. But I do know both groups believe they're the real conservative, so...
Oh, did you know that I am simultaneously a fascist and a communist at the same time? Did you know that I was both a what is it, like an authoritarian right winger hell bent on fucking rehabilitating Nazis, but I'm also a progressive SJW cuck who's basically normalizing social justice rhetoric in right-wing spaces because I'm not racist or intentionally transphobic.
It's a big world out there, you know? Lots of room.
Holy
see the shit people say about me, man. Oh boy, I am an entire political compass spectrum. If you go by, if you go by
you were just called. I just came off of a panel. You were just called a stochastic terrorist and a what was the other one? Stochastic terrorist and a racist, probably within about 30 seconds. So,
yeah, I have many such cases. Many people are saying this. I think I mean at the end of the day, like I it's important to be aware of and oppose these sorts of things. How do I put this exactly? I don't think there's anything wrong necessarily with being alarmist about fascism in this country, but I think a degree of specificity is necessary, so we always know the exact nature of the groups that we're going up against. It does bother me a little bit, I think. Like, like Nico House will do this. Like, he called Biden a fascist, and, like, they'll say that, like, Republicans and Democrats are the same, and, like, Bernie is a sock dem, and sock dems are fascist because they're not socialist. And there's this insane blurring of terminology that's very frustrating to me. But, I guess that's the internet.
Yeah, so let me give you basically how this has been narrativized, maybe outside of your space. That way, like, you can kind of understand maybe why I came in like a little hot, all right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, there was the original conversation with Rem where you were kind of saying like, hey, political efficacy is primarily what I'm concerned with, and I think that words are a function of, kind of like power in politics, and ultimately politics is about wielding power. So if I need to, whatever rhetoric is going to get what I view as my positive agenda implemented, that's what I'm going to do. And the way that came across was basically an adoption of like super aggressive realpolitik, where you're just going to say what needs to be said in order to get as many people over to you as possible, right? And even tonight, I don't think I've necessarily heard like a rebuttal to that, but maybe like a less extreme, statement, right? Or extreme version of that hyperbole. And then the context of that conversation was that Rem was like needling you about your fucking rhetoric and also gatekeeping fucking Twitch politics for the 50th fucking time. And after 90 minutes, you just started kind of owning some pretty hyperbolic perspectives, because probably out of what I saw is frustration. And so I saw the original 20-minute clip and I was like, this is fucking brutal. I have to respond to this. I made a response, and then somebody was like, hey, you got to check out the full 2 hours. I checked it out. It wasn't as bad. Because I could understand the frustration where you were like, I've told you the same shit 7 different ways in ways that are agreeable, and you're just being a fucking dick, so I'm going to start owning hyperbole to piss you off. At least that's what I see from the outside.
I'll admit that I don't think very much of Rem. I don't want to implicate myself here, because that discussion was over a year ago.
Right.
God, nearing on 2 years. And I don't have the best memory on the best of days. I don't remember the exact language that I used, but... So I'm not going to say what I said there. I'm just going to say what I believe and hope that it aligns with what I said in that conversation. But what I believe is something that I've been consistent about throughout my streaming, which is that I don't like lying to suit a political agenda because it's politically inefficacious. It's efficacious for me. It benefits me if I can lie and get away with it. But I think it's bad for the broader political movement because I don't gain that much satisfaction from grifting off of the optimism of my audience when misled. And to examples of that, I would point to how I handled Bernie Sanders. When Bernie Sanders lost, when he lost the primary. I was there the hour of, whipping people into shape, saying, hey, listen, Biden sucks, but you know what else sucks? Interminable fascism. Let's go. Riding with Biden. I was pushing people towards that as hard as I could. Every other lefty on the space took a fucking week to mourn and jerk off, or they or they like saddle with Bernie or bust for a while. Like I think like basically every lefty
pretty
did this.
much up until the election.
Yeah. I was against it from nanosecond one. I even argued with my chat with it. So I think that if I had a tendency to lie. Oh, and by the way, the consequences of me railing against Bernie or busters have been astronomical both for my career. Everything from the pedo accusations to the transphobia to the racism to me saying the hard R on stream combined are nothing compared to the sheer hate that I have gotten and the political connections that I have lost from not being Bernie or bust and from going so hard against all the other content creators. It started the the beef that I have with Sean. It started the fucking Chapo Trap House beef. It started like TrueAnon Pod started shit talking me more after that. Like it was a huge rift. I mean, I even like shit talking like Kyle Kalinske, and I think I'm on good terms with him, even though he's done a bunch of shit that I disagree with. So if I had a tendency to lie for personal gain, I think I would have demonstrated it by not doing that.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie.
That's
so
all I can only point to that because I can't like prove my intent to you, but I don't feel like
No.
my career is indicative of a person who's willing to flagrantly lie for self-gain. I don't like lying because it hurts the movement. Even if I can amass a ton of social credit points by saying stuff that's not true, I don't think it's good for us in the long term. It hurts us. It hurts our ability to introspect.
Yeah, and this is what was so frustrating. Basically about so let me just acknowledge this before I say it. Okay, if your perspective is that you rolled into the fucking the debate with Destiny while information was still fucking new, as a result you might not have had like the best fucking research or full context or some shit like that. You made some perspectives, you still agree with them, but maybe that I don't even know, because you kind of own the most contentious part of that, which was the utilitarian calculus. I think that was like the primary thing that a lot of people had beef with.
I don't think it's that unreasonable, right? Like you've been a police officer
from an individual. So my thing is,
but that was my take, just in an abstract sense. I think even in that debate with Destiny, I said I'm talking about this in the abstract. In this particular case, there are extenuating circumstances because it's a real life case, not a philosophical hypothetical. That could mitigate the reasonability of this claim. But I stand by the base claim, right? Self-defense is a right that we all have, but there are consequences to the public safety when a person exercises it, especially with a firearm. And which it's the responsibility of the person with the weapon to mitigate those concerns afterwards. And if there are people approaching that person in a threatening manner, depending on a lot of circumstances, I would lean towards them trying to de-escalate. Now, I mean, if you just exercised your legal right to self-defense and like you turn around and there's like a dude with a knife jumping you, then you can't do anything. You have to shoot. But if there's like a crowd of people kind of around you, like I think you could put your hands up. You can say like, that was a legal exercise of self-defense. I don't intend on shooting anyone else. And obviously these are helicopter perspectives because the adrenaline in the moment will make it much harder. But I think I acknowledge that then too. It's just something we have to be careful about.
Well, right. Okay. So, and so for me, as really the thing that I would look to, because you know me, I'm a fucking enlightened centrist, right? I'm always looking for compromise. As long as you're willing to say like, hey, from an individualist perspective, I can't kind of promise that would even be my reaction in the scenario. I'm just looking at like a total assessment helicopter view of the situation, and this is what I kind of wish would have happened in the way that people acted. Then yeah, fuck it. The only problem, it's not even a problem, it's more like an addendum, which so far I don't think I've heard you disagree with, is the fact that like individuals after they fucking shoot somebody and they're running away because they're afraid that they're going to be attacked further, they might not make that fucking calculus of like, oh, that guy was attacking me and I had no other options. As a result, I'm going to try to like appear as defenseless as possible, and I'm going to try to like just make it this next 200 yards without hurting or killing anybody else. And that's my priority. And even if I get hit a few times, it is what it is, because that's my duty to humanity, is to try to minimize the amount of harm. I had to shoot that guy, but I don't have to shoot these people. I need to get the fuck out of here. I think that like that could be an ideal, but as long as we could acknowledge like human error and stupidity, not realizing that ideal, then I'm good with this take.
I completely agree with that. Like a lighter example would be if you're at like a party or something and somebody slaps you, woman, man, larger, smaller, I don't really care. If somebody slaps you and then it's clear from their body language afterwards they have no intention of continuing to hurt you, like you got slapped, that's it. I don't really think it's morally right to slap them back, because the only real justification for that is retribution, which I don't think is a really good moral argument. But I know that a lot of people would, and I probably would. So it's one of those things where you have to acknowledge the dissonance sometimes between like the abstract ideal. It's just something we should lean towards. Maybe a person who's been slapped should think in their head, I probably shouldn't. And maybe a person who's just exercised self-defense by shooting a person, seeing a crowd forming around them, they should think, I should probably de-escalate. If that weighs on their mind, that thought, that bias, I think that would be a good thing, even if they didn't act on it, because at least it means we're being compelled to good behavior.
Well, so then this is coming to mind then. So for me, the dehumanization of each other around like political lines or whatever, whether it's like conservatives basically thinking that, you know, transgender folk are gonna enter in like the Jewish space laser fucking conspiracy that's gonna turn all our kids gay. Like if it's that, or if it's conservatives are fucking two breaths away from neo-Nazi. I understand when Trump was in power. I actually do understand the arguments around that, particularly with January 6th as context. But if part of like, you know, you were talking about like rolling the dice. If part of the dice roll was we've dehumanized the shit out of each other, and as a result, we're more willing to see our co-citizens as like vile fucking enemies, and we need to be prepared to fucking shoot them. And what we need to do is try to like regain our humanity and empathy for each other's positions to the point that like even during a fraught political protest or riot, we're trying to do the minimum amount of harm and damage. That's absolutely something I could support, and also push for culturally, because basically like my major frustration with a lot of the hyperbole that came out around like Kyle Rittenhouse and some of these cop shootings and all that kind of stuff is that like, actually, this brings me into a point that I wanted to speak with you about. So if the point is to gin up political momentum in order to leverage that into action, I can almost understand it from like a utilitarian perspective where you're like, hey, this is a hot topic. It's a hot moment. I'm going to capitalize on this for content. I'm going to get people sympathetic to my side. And then we're going to leverage that into political momentum in order to implement my agenda for fucking reform or whatever. I think that's reasonable. My frustration over the past 2 years, blame the Democrats if you want, is that it seemed like we had that political momentum where like even conservatives and libertarians, well, libertarians were already on board, but even conservatives after seeing George Floyd were like, hey, maybe police reform should be on the table. And then it feels like that political momentum got fucking squandered. And I think that's one of the things that I'm most fucking bitter about when it comes about like what happened with the past fucking 2 years and all the hyperbole and all the shootings and the riots and all that kind of stuff, is that we haven't capitalized on it and turned it into anything fucking positive. And that like, I'm not trying to say that black pills me, but it does depress the fuck out of me sometimes if I think about it too much.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think that there are a lot of things. I think there's a lot of stuff that you could attribute to that, you know? On one hand, I do think that some progressives, partially myself, chat might have to correct me on this. I think that for a while, I was moderately to tentatively in with the defund the police thing, but after a while I saw its use being ineffective. I could be completely wrong on that, and I'm just misremembering that in hindsight to serve my own interest. I know that right now, in retrospect, it seems clear to me that the defund the police thing may have been an overreach. I think the Democrats distance themselves from it way too much. Oh yeah, I think I said good idea, bad slogan. I think I may have said a lot of stuff. My opinions evolved on that over time. You'll probably find me on any side of the aisle for that. For a while and currently, I think that I think that it's an overplaying of the hand, you know? I guess when the Black Lives Matter stuff really like started, I overestimated how much of its anger would translate into political efficacy. With the civil rights protests, things were very, very directed, you know? Very, very directed with the civil rights protests. It's very easy to understand what they were going on about, what their intentions were, where they were headed, everything. With the BLM stuff, there was so much variance, and I'm not talking about the rioting or the arson either. That stuff happens anytime people get rowdy. I don't think that's exceptional with.
No, we didn't have a specific target to go after as far as reform, and then the one that was on the table didn't seem like it might have seemed more possible to other people, but for me it didn't seem possible.
Right, and I think ultimately the real issue is that what we're talking about is really, really nebulous. So let's say let's talk about defunding the police, or let's say like removing their funding somewhat. Okay, that only works with decades of infrastructural investment paired with alternatives being introduced, tested, addressed, everything, you know? You can't just defund the police. Now, do I think that as like a society we massively overinvest in our police departments? Absolutely, by a huge factor. If you look at other comparable countries, it's disgusting how much we spend. But there's a reason we spend that much. It's not just for funsies. We spend that much because we've got horrible neighborhoods with horrible rates of crime, because we don't have the infrastructure to properly support the jobs that police currently do pretty much all on their lonesome. We don't have the support network to defund the police, but it's a goal to work towards. But that's not easy to put into a slogan, and it's really tough to get the average voter behind. Civil rights is comparatively a lot easier. So, so what do you do?
Sorry, go ahead, buddy.
Right? No, I'm just so what do you do? Do you accept that the most you can ever fight for is milquetoast reform, unless it's a revolution, and then you get to go hog wild, and good luck with that, I guess? Or do you hope that a radical slogan like defund the police paired with enough anger can fuel the momentum, the energy to get real change done, even though the optics in the slogan aren't great and aren't immediately achievable? I don't know if there's an objective answer to that. It's just frustrating.
Oh, I have it because I'm the enlightened centrist, so I come with the solutions. Okay. Fucking Destiny in particular. You guys were having that social worker debate, and like it actually really got me frustrated because both of y'all had like correct points simultaneously, and it was frustrating to me that he was kind of acting like you didn't have a fucking point. The main thing
I felt like he kept repeating things that I had already seen. He was like, well, some jobs are dangerous. Like,
of course.
Yeah.
But the thing that you said that I think is not only palatable but actionable was the fact that police are jack of all trades, masters of none. And as a result, that puts people in dangerous situations. That puts them in basically like it puts cops in inappropriate situations where like a kid is fucking truant for school and a dude with fucking body armor and a pistol on his hip shows up to fucking yell at him to go to school. That's a fucking inappropriate use of state resources, right? So when you talk about defund the police and you talk about like breaking up the jobs of police, like a truancy administrator for school, that's going to cost money. It might cost almost as much money as a fucking law enforcement officer, but it enforces, like truancy law without, I don't know, terrifying children.
And there's I'm sorry, I got excited there. I just, I agree.
No, good. I want you to be excited. Because my next one was field social workers. So a lot of the field social workers, I think, is an incredibly good idea. Some of the challenges that were a part of that conversation was basically like, you don't know what call is going to be good and what call is going to be bad. So I think you could probably send field social workers to certain calls that you knew there was like a low risk of like violence or whatever, and you could send them to those ones. But then even for the psych calls where there was like a high risk of violence, what you would do is you would basically have a 2-man unit, but instead of having a 2-man unit where it's 2 cops, you would have a 2-man unit where it's a dude in fucking soft armor, a polo and khakis, no weapons. And then the cop would just be there to watch his back. And the cop could be as far or as close as the situation dictated. And also, I went to crisis intervention training as a law enforcement officer, which is kind of like a social worker de-escalation class run by social workers. That individual cop could basically take that class. That way he was also educated similarly. And then just by having that person on the shift as well, not only can they take primary on psych calls, but then also they will probably de-escalate their officers on the same shift Because instead of having like gung-ho fucking dickhead fucking cops who want to escalate a paranoid schizophrenic into a fist fight so they can get an arrest for the night, you have the social worker and the other cop de-escalating the situation, and then the fucking dude who just wants to get his fight on or whatever, he knows that if he fucking unnecessarily escalates the situation, it's gonna be obvious to everyone that he's being a fucking piece of shit. And so that's where
that's brilliant. I completely agree. It's also about the long-term investment, right? Even if you end up spending a little bit more on like this compartmentalization of programs, the thing that's really, really, really special is that over the long term, I think it would decrease the need for them at all. Like, so especially in like, okay, so I think it's pretty well known. I'm sure you'd agree with this because at least I've talked with cops to this. Like, a huge portion of the police budget goes towards policing a very small area in most cities. Like, I grew up in Beverly Hills, okay? The police in LA were not spending a significant or even proportionate amount of their budget patrolling the fine, fair streets of Beverly Hills. There are some areas that attract a hell of a lot more calls, a hell of a lot more attention, more officer deaths in the rare instances where that happens. It's not in Beverly Hills. It's elsewhere. It's in Skid Row. It's in downtown. It's in East LA. You know, sometimes it's in Hollywood at night because that place is scary. So with all that like being said, it seems like a lot of the problems in these neighborhoods get exacerbated by the inevitable agitation between police and criminal elements, you know? That's not to say like go soft on criminals or whatever, just more like if a drug addict is having a bad day, you know, and a encounter with a police officer means a night in a jail cell, then they get dumped out. I don't know how much of that person's life is going to change apart from an added antagonism to the police, but maybe it'd be possible to apply the theoretical priority for rehabilitation we have in our prisons, which we don't really actually do, but I mean, work with me here, and we try to apply it in a way that works on the streets as well, where these problems get magnified and exacerbated over and over when the most, with respect, brutish solution is brought in to crack down on criminal elements every time, you know? People are arrested, families are separated, drug addicts are put in prison rather than given like medical treatment. And all this means is that a generation later, you're going to have the same, if not worse, problems. Maybe the rehabilitative element means that in 30 or 40 years, parts of LA, just through better policing or less policing, could be a little bit better. A little bit. Yeah, maybe 10% better. And that would make a huge difference.
Well, and this is actually what pisses me off about fiscal conservatives and social conservatives in particular. So fiscal conservatives, what pisses me off is they will save a dime in order to spend a dollar. So Florida, as draconian as it is with law enforcement, they literally started paying for the psych meds of homeless people, particularly paranoid schizophrenics, because it was so much cheaper to give them like $100 pill than in like a month's supply or like an injection. It was so much cheaper to do that than it was to keep taking them to the ER or to a jail cell. And so that's where fiscal conservatives need to get out of their own fucking way and do a utilitarian analysis of like where you're spending money. And there's actually a whole bunch of social programs that could be invested in, like, I don't know, universal pre-K, high quality education. Like, one of the things that I keep bringing up, because I'm trying to like argue with right wingers about like quality education or whatever, is the fact that like universal pre-K or whatever, the annual cost at the federal level would be 26 billion. We spent 48 billion a year in Afghanistan, and I didn't hear fiscal conservatives make a fucking peep. So that's where it's like, you know, do you really want to save money, or do you just not give a fuck about poor people or people whose lives suck?
Like WIC, like investing in WIC, you know, or contraception. There was a program, I forget if it was WIC or was something similar, but in every dollar spent towards that program saved the state $7 years in the future Because if people are
kid
getting
was
proper,
healthy?
yeah, if kids are healthy, if they're getting proper nutrition, that means they're much less likely to develop conditions or have medical issues, which will tax the ER, which means that like this all rolls down. It means they're more likely to make money in the future, which means they can pay taxes. Everything gets better when you invest in infrastructure for everyone, including the people paying the taxes, even the ultra wealthy. They may not get as much proportional to their income, but they have healthy, productive workers, which means more goes to them, I guess, if they really want that so bad.
Right. And by the way, this is where you and I part ways. Okay. So my goal, as incremental as it is to make fiscal conservative and social conservative arguments about like why we should be investing in social welfare programs as much as that is quote unquote a left wing idea. So for instance, like when it comes to social conservatives or whatever, they talk about like, oh, the strength of the family, this, that, the other. Well, guess what? If you want functional adults, you have to invest in functional kids. And in order for lefties to kind of convince righties that this is not just like throwing, money down the drain or whatever, what you kind of have to design the programs around is instead of like, I don't know, means testing that cuts people off in ways that fucks them over, basically saying like, no, this is an intergenerational project where we are going to view like an investment in this generation in order to get the next generation healthy, happy, self-sufficient, and all that kind of stuff. And if the next generation is also on government assistance through, I don't know, like circumstances that they can't control or circumstances they can control, then we're going to look at how we adjust these programs in order to continue to get the maximum amount of healthy, happy, productive human beings out of this process. And that's where it's like, I want to argue for these policies along conservative ends, but then obviously you and I'm mixed economy capitalist. I don't see myself being a market socialist anytime soon.
That's fine. Even agreeing on stuff like this is essential. A good investment in infrastructure, schooling, stuff like that, that's a universally, near objectively valuable thing. So being able to agree on that is I think really important. I don't mean to interrupt you or to cut you off. There were a couple of other things that I promised my chat before I ended stream, and I don't want to disappoint them. But would you there were a couple of things that you said earlier on in the discussion that I don't know if I got to. Do you mind if I respond, I guess, to what I think might be a perceived fault you may think of me?
Sure, please.
I know the broader narrative about me. I think you were saying like the ultimate realpolitik, lying to achieve political ends. I do acknowledge that my language has been really hyperbolic on some issues in the past. I do get caught up in things sometimes. The police especially, I think, in large part because I think that the cult of personality, the cult of police support, I don't know. At least up until a few years ago, was pretty strong, and I think that I have a kind of inbuilt resentment, not against police officers individually, since I've known and been friends with them, but with the attitude that people take towards them socially. I also had a really fucking annoying person I went to college with, whose dad was a cop, and he would never shut the fuck up about it. So, none of that excuses hyperbole that trends towards misinformation. So. That is something that I've tried to work on. I've been trying to be a little bit more calm about that sort of stuff recently. I could name some instances of times that I did a little bit more research than I would have, but it would come off as kind of like, I don't know, pathetic, so I won't. But it is something that I'm trying to work on. In terms of like how I see myself or how I try to hold myself to a standard with regards to truth-telling, I genuinely do think of myself as a person who is a pretty reliable source of information when it comes to like political analysis, and a moderate like poppy source of information when it comes to news. I think that my analysis has always been much better than my news, because news coverage involves like getting the angle, getting the right groups to listen to. That stuff is a skill that I don't think I have as well trained. But I do want to say, like, if at any point you feel like I'm spreading misinformation or I'm wrong about something, I invite you to DM me about it, especially if it's about police stuff or whatever. I might end up disagreeing on some stuff. I'm not guaranteeing a concession. I'm only saying that it's something I'm always open to hearing, because I think when that info is offered in good faith, it's always something that I can learn from.
Yeah, and that's that's kind of my offer, because we've always been friendly in DMs. Our first conversation was fucking awesome. I loved it. And then the frustration, part of the frustration is that might have come across in that conversation, is because I know you're not a fucking dumb guy. And like people in my fucking audience or whatever, they'll be like, "Oh, Vosh, he's just a fucking Machiavellian asshole and this, that, the fucking other." And they're like, "Oh, he got this wrong and he's an idiot and this, that, the other." And I'm like, "Listen, you can talk all the fucking shit you want about Vosh. He's not a dumb guy. And on top of that, he's rhetorically gifted. So don't, just because you don't like somebody.
I'm not dumb. I'm sinister.
Yeah.
No,
exactly,
it's one or the other with some of these guys. No, I get it. I feel like I don't know. I'm always going to be biased with stuff like this because I have a very, very large hate following, a very disproportionate hate following compared to my size. Like, I'm decently large, but that hate following.
Well, then I'll promise you this: if I got beef, I won't hold it for fucking a panel and let it come out in some weird inarticulate fucking gargle. It'll be more like, "Hey, buddy, this is kind of bugging me. This is what I'm thinking. This, that, the other." And I do mean what I said, by the way. I don't assume that everybody reads my fucking Twitter. But what I said was like, dude, like I don't like socialism. I don't like communism. But you're a funny dude. Do you remember that time that your fucking keyboard shit out, and then you had a $20 keyboard, and then that keyboard shit out, and then
the cycle?
Dude, that was one of the fun. Like, I was like, you can fucking hate Vosh and think he's like a nefarious piece of shit or whatever, but that's just fucking good content that's funny as fuck. So like even if they hate you, they have to admit that you're funny. And so that's kind of where like
that's
I'm at,
step
where it's
one.
like
that's how you get them. I want to say, by the first of all, obviously I appreciate that, but second of all, this is actually something I've talked a little bit with my audience. Now I'm not going to sit here and defend objectively that I'm funny, but I do think that even if you dislike a person, you always have to kind of weigh that against their positive attributes, because if you can't do that, you might be like totally fucking blind. I think I've said this before with chat about even people like Nick Fuentes or whatever. Like he's got a funny cadence or whatever. If only he was like a comedian and not a fucking Nazi or whatever. Because if you can't see that, it might be like you're unable to see anything except negativity in the people that you disagree with. Sorry, it's a little late. I'm a little tired, but I appreciate it.
I'll let you go deal with chat. But basically, what I was saying is, I would absolutely play a game of Warhammer 40,000 with you. I would buy you a beer. If I have fucking beef, instead of waiting for a fucking panel to fucking yell at you weirdly about it, I'll fucking DM you it, and then maybe we can fucking hash it either in DMs, on stream, off stream, whatever. And I do appreciate it, by the way. Like, so I know that, like, basically I'm going to go to chat and they're going to be like, "Oh, he was just being sweet in order to appear." I don't give a fuck. If somebody takes the time to actually talk to me about this shit, and I feel like we articulated both of our positions pretty well, that's enough for me. So I'll keep it good faith, keep it in DMs. I won't do fucking weird shit on the side, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me.
And I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you for falling for my nefarious Machiavellian bid at sympathy by being kind.
It's okay, because because you know what's going to happen? You're going to fucking keep doing it, and then eventually I'm going to get a Warhammer 40,000 game out of it, so I'm okay with it.
All right, well, I'll fucking practice. Don't think I won't. You take care, okay?
All right, I'll get you, buddy.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, right.
All right, lads. You can chalk that one under the conversations I thought would go a hell of a lot worse, but didn't. I just became a centrist. No, do not become a centrist. No. Do not. You forgot to ask him what he plays in 40k. He tweets about 40k all the time. I could probably find it by looking at his fucking his profile for like 20 seconds. The convo made me a civic nationalist. Yeah. Okay, that was nice. I thought that was gonna turn into a huge shit show, but it didn't. Yeah. The thing, man, I feel like I have not earned the reputation for being like the dishonest manipulator, you know? I feel like other people have earned that reputation more than me. I'm not shitting on Connor or whatever. I'm just saying, like, I feel like I'm not representative of that archetype, at least much less than I think a lot of other people are. I don't know. It's a fairly common perception. Yeah. Who would you consider to be a dishonest manipulator? Everyone but me. Obviously. Yeah, maybe fair life. Anyway, that conversation was good. I'm not. I'm happy with that. Why do people think that way about you, though? Well, I mean, realistically, that reputation is like 98% Destiny's community. They've been repeating the whole "I think it's okay to lie for socialism" thing over and over since I talked with him about the philosophy tube rent strike thing, even though I don't believe that. But yeah, it's them lying, but you know. Anyway. What was I saying? Anyway, I know that most people probably will not feel this way, but I feel the way that I'm about to say is the way that I feel. And the way that I feel is that I honestly think that oh my god, half of that was a joke and half of that wasn't. That actually, half of that was legitimately my brain just fucking misfiring. I'm very hungry. I feel like I have given you guys good reason to trust me. I feel like I come off as a fairly authentic person. Obviously, not everyone is going to agree with that, but I feel like I have. I feel like I've done you guys due diligence with that. My main issue when it comes to anything that might be perceived as dishonesty is really laziness. When I'm wrong about something, it's usually because I just don't do the research. There was recently a big Twitter thread that I retweeted, which I'm fine with the retweet, by the way. I agree with the retweet, saying that the BBC's show, or they do like a news run. They had one where it was a documentary on a trans boy who was 15 years old, and love this game. Okay. It was a trans boy who was 15 years old, and the description underneath the video said, this boy takes an irreversible journey by taking testosterone. But then if you click read more, the description changed and it said that actually he was just undergoing hormone blockers. Oh wait, did the servers crash? Oh no, okay. That he was undergoing hormone blockers, right? So I thought, oh, this is the BBC being super dishonest. He's not taking testosterone. He's just taking hormone blockers. That's the opposite of testosterone. It blocks it's the literal opposite of a hormone is a hormone blocker. But then I looked into it, and I was going to do a segment for it on stream, but the night before I watched the documentary, the whole thing all the way through. I know, right? Research. And it turns out that at the very middle, it is acknowledged that after a time of using the hormone blockers, that boy was indeed going on testosterone. So the BBC's article, the BBC's video description wasn't dishonest. It was just weirdly framed, like dishonesty in a misleading way, because he only actually got it when he turned 16, which was the age of majority in England. But it's not the same as just outright lying about the presence of testosterone, which is what I would have done if I hadn't actually watched the entire video. So I'm happy that I did that. I still think what the BBC did was wrong, because the language and the shifting between talking about puberty blockers and testosterone and saying 15 when it was really when they turned 16 and all that crap is still pretty bad, but I'm happy that I actually took the time to look into it. Oh, that's nice. Abacadabba. So if I had done a segment on that, I might have said something which was wrong. Like, in this documentary, he doesn't take testosterone, he takes puberty blockers. when in the documentary he does in fact take testosterone later on after taking the puberty blockers. It would have been a lie, but it wouldn't have been dishonest because I wouldn't have been doing it knowingly. I just would have been too lazy to actually watch the thing and find out beforehand, which is still wrong. But I do think it's worse to be dishonest than it is to simply be wrong because you were too lazy to look into it further. I think it says much worse about a person and their biases and tendencies to deliberately lie. Not that either of them is good, just... Why can't we see the top of your head? I'm sitting up, like, very straight right now. How are we all doing? Let me do this one more cow run, and then I'm going to eat a protein bar, then we're doing okay, buddy. You're still trending on Twitter for me? Goddamn right. Thanks, Synergy Energy. Alright, we're finally using our Spirit Monarch, which is nice. This should mean that we can teleport around a lot faster because of the extra, faster cast rate. How much faster? A little bit. What's up? Oh, right. I'm being, for some reason, implicated
You don't have to.
in a scheme to make me look bad to the vegans, but Vermin would like to show off their taxidermy now that the pins and framing brackets have been removed.
Yeah. Yeah, and I fluffed up the ears.
And also, the ears have been fluffed. You stay right there. I'm handing this back to you.
No.
Stay right there. Wait, I don't want this around. It's dead. You roused Pigeon. Oh, Pigeon's gonna sniff it. Anyway. Regardless of your opinions on taxidermy, I think this is an excellent first taxidermy. You know, like artistry-wise. It was an ethically sourced corpse. Thank you. The thing was already dead. Nobody went out killing an animal for this. It was already dead and it was donated. Anyway, for a first... I mean... That requires a lot of skill, right? I mean... Vermin did that themselves? Yep. Vermin did the whole thing. I can't believe it's a first... Can we get in my front of my face? Thank you. Cool, but it's a weird thing to do. I agree! Anyway, I'm setting this here. Okay, Pigeon's eyeing it. Pigeon? No. Is that a jackalope? Yeah, because it's got little horns added. Pigeon was sleeping, but she smelled the taxidermy. Pigeon smells the taxidermy and makes a stinky face.
The same sized head.
Stinky face.
Look at that.
Yeah, they have the same sized head. Stinky. Go, shoo.
Go to sleep.
What's it smell like? Light formaldehyde, if anything. Mostly
It
not.
doesn't smell like formaldehyde. Shut up. It smells like nothing.
I don't know what formaldehyde smells like, so you don't know that. I don't. You don't know what I know. Didn't you have a cute goat too? Well, that wasn't a taxidermy. That was just a big plush. Ooh, Pigeon. Anyway, let me do one more cow run, and then after that, I'm gonna eat a protein bar, and then we're gonna do okay, buddy. We'll watch a video while I eat a protein bar. I need some kind of food, or I might die. Wait, do I already have the? Wait, I already made the thing. God damn it. Oh, that's right. I made this, and then I made this town portal because... Okay, it's all coming together. Hey, Pigeon. Want to walk directly in front of the screen? Oh, yeah, I can't see my health bar. That's so cool. Wow. You're so smart. Okay, she's wandered off. She knows exactly what she's doing. True. Extremely true. While you eat, can we watch the 5-minute DM versus Rose Wrist convo? Sure. Okay. I'm surprised that Connor didn't want to talk about whether I'm a stochastic terrorist. Maybe that can be next time. That's Destiny's new arc, I think. It's the the terrorist-any arc, where everyone who says everything that he doesn't like is a terrorist, because it means people believe things that he doesn't like or whatever. I don't know. Terrorist in New York, yeah. Sorry, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs, but I've already promised my protein bar break to a different video. I'm afraid I cannot comply. Didn't he tell Viv that she was just as bad as Lauren Southern? Destiny thinks Lauren Southern's bad? I don't know. I don't care. Why are there walking cows? What the fuck? Where have you been? Fuck you. That's the song that's in the meme videos. Launch the transfer chat. Guy, if you guys keep spamming chat replying to that CNAT person, I'm going to fucking ban all of you, okay? Holy shit. CAG 11. Sorry, not CNAT. CNAT's another person. Can I sing like an angel? Ooh. Okay, so we have found a couple of good draws. Okay, I'm gonna finish this. I'll tell you all what we got from all this, like in review. Like what the good shit we got from this was. So you can all know what it's all been for. What the 4 hours of running around in this field killing cows has led to. It won't be as much as you guys are hoping for, but it's still enough to make me happy. Not very vegan to kill these cows. These cows have a king. We're anti-monarchist, okay? They're English. 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 It's embossed plate tier 2. It's tier whatever. I don't care. It's tier whatever. Why are you killing the peasants then? They all have fucking halberds. They're not peasants. They're fucking soldiers. Chipped emerald. Do we need that? I don't know. Why do you keep getting Eth runes? Well, I don't know, because I'm not that lucky. I got a fucking Cham rune earlier. Or Cam? I can only be so lucky in one day. The likelihood of the Cham rune dropping from these guys is literally 1 in a million. It's about that. It's about 1 in 970,000 or something like that. The odds of me getting it are not high, but I got it anyway. How cool is that? And I picked it off the ground before the fucking game crashed. Hello, real Papazan. No, that's just what they farm with, you bastard. Yeah, they fucking clear the crops with these giant ornate halberds. Look at these. These. Look at those things. This guy's beefy, literally. My God. That's a glaive, you dumbass. Aren't glaives a kind of halberd? Doesn't it? Or like one is a type of another? No? Okay, we're about to go to Google. You all are about to get permabanned. Oh my god, you guys are about to get so banned. I'm gonna get so many emails. And Chem is not worth 2 ist. It's worth more like 4. Halberd. A weapon consisting of an axe blade balanced by a pick with an elongated pike head at the end of the staff. Okay. And then a glaive. Is a European polearm consisting of a single-edged blade at the end of a pole. Okay, so wouldn't... Yeah, okay. So wouldn't that make a polearm a type of glaive? If it's a single-edged blade at the end of a pole, a halberd could fit that, right? Does it have to just be one blade? Yeah, look. Oh no, the glaive is used in the same manner as a halberd. They're all in polearms. Why does it matter? It doesn't matter. I'm not banning anyone. As an act of mercy. You're welcome. You should all be banned. Can you imagine living in an era where that was like the technology? Like if a person's like, yeah, I've got a really nice sword and plate armor. That's like the closest thing they had to a nuke. You know? That was the closest they had. That's wild. It was plate armor, a horse, and I don't know, what weapon would you use on horseback that isn't a pussy-ass spear? You wouldn't really use a sword, right? You would use a halberd, right? You'd use a polearm of some kind. You'd use some kind of polearm. And that was like a nuke, you know? What would you do against that? What the fuck would you do against that? If you're like some random peasant, a dude shows up to your village and he's got plate armor, a large... I guess if he's not on horseback, he would be a sword, but he's got a sword. And if he does have a horse, he's got a horse. A hammer? Yeah, like, well, that's what warhammers were invented for, right? To counter, like, heavily armored knights and stuff like that. But I don't think, like... I feel like you need a warhammer. Like, a regular hammer is not going to cut it. You need, like, a big, heavy... a big hammer. Trick him into getting naked, Vosh, easy. True. You gotta seduce him. You could use their swords. There were many kind of sabers for that purpose. Yeah, but you'd get, like, owned, right? Like, if a guy's been training and fighting for his entire life... Wait, guys. Who was the... Wait, we read about this guy on stream before. Who was the ultimate samurai? The Sword Saint. The ultimate Sword Saint. I can't believe that's a real term and that it wasn't just made up in fucking... Was it Musashi? This fucking guy, dude. Holy shit. This fucking dude. Oh my god. You should read about him sometime. Holy shit. Born 1584, died 1645. Known by like 20 names. He was a Japanese swordsman, philosopher, strategist, writer, and ronin. Musashi, as he was often simply known, became renowned through his stories of his unique double-bladed swordsmanship, an undefeated record in 61 duels, which is nearly twice the record of the runner-up, twice as good as the next best swordsman. He was considered a kensei, a sword saint of Japan. He was the founder of Niten Ichiryu, or Nito Ichiryu, a style of swordsmanship, and in his final years authored the Book of the Five Rings, which is a ripoff of the Lord of the Rings, actually. Anyway, like, what the fuck? His first duel was at 13? Listen to this! I have trained in the way of strategy since my youth, and at the age of 13 I fought a duel for the first time. My opponent was called Arima Keihai, a sword adept of the Shinto Ryu, and I defeated him. At the age of 16, I defeated a powerful adept by the name of Tadashima Akiyama, who came from Tajima province. At the age of 21, I went up to Kyoto and fought duels with several adepts of the swords from famous schools, but I never lost. What the fuck? What is fucking Sigma male, dude? Holy shit. Yeah, he used the technique teleports behind you. How much of this stuff is not made up, though? As I understand it, the records on Musashi are very reputable. This isn't just some legend. Like, he was a known historical figure, and the people who he killed had their own known historical... I'm pretty sure that it's not like legend. He was known, you know? He was huge as a child. Is that mentioned here? Was he... Oh, he had eczema in his infancy. Another story claims he never took a bath because he did not want to be surprised unarmed. What a Sigma. Holy shit. Some of it is spotty. His reputation as a legendary swordsman is, I think, unquestionable. Some of the details, given that it's hundreds of years old, are going to be imperfect, but... I'm sorry. Hold on. The duel with Sasaki Kojiro. A duel was proposed. Kojiro proposed it out of rivalry or jealousy in some versions. The duel was scheduled for April 13th, 1612, when Musashi was approximately 30 years old. Spectators were officially banned, but the island of Ganryujima was filled with them anyway. They fucking boated out to an island to watch this duel. Kojiro was known for wielding an oversized nodachi, a Japanese greatsword. Oh, are these the hand-and-a-half swords? Oh yeah, these things are huge. I saw these in a museum in Tokyo. As well as being titled the Three Shaku Silver Blade. It's so anime, but it's real. It's like all these anime tropes, but then it's like, oh wait, they're tropes because anime comes from Japan, and this is just stuff in Japan. He bore the nickname the Demon of the Western Provinces. Seriously! Kojiro arrived at the appointed time, but then was left to wait for hours. Musashi had overslept. Fucking Sigma! Kojiro sent out servants to retrieve Musashi, who ate a full breakfast, taking his time. In some variants of the tale, Musashi intentionally arrives late as a sign of disrespect. As he sailed over the Kanmon Straits, Musashi carved a crude, oversized bokken from one of the ship's oars with his knife, making an improvised wooden sword, possibly to help wake himself up. That's how this dude... This is how he gets the sleepies out of his eyes. He just casually makes swords. Was he autistic or something? This dude is 100% autistic. Thank you. Upon his arrival, an irritated Kojiro chided Musashi's lateness and dramatically threw his scabbard into the sea, as a sign that he would not stop and would fight to the death. Musashi responded with a taunt of his own, saying Kojiro clearly wasn't confident in himself if he thought he'd never get the chance to use a fine scabbard again. Oh, shit! The two circled each other, and Kojiro leapt toward Musashi with his trademark overhead strike. Musashi, too, jumped and swung his weapon with a shout. Jumped?! And the two sword strokes met. Musashi's headband fell off. This has to be made up. Musashi's headband fell off, sliced by Kojiro's sword, but somehow only the headband was cut, rather than Musashi's skull. Musashi's strike, meanwhile, had struck true, cleaving Kojiro's skull. Bullshit! What's the source on this? No fucking way. This is from a 1986 book, Bokken, Art of the Japanese Sword. Fuck, I'd have to look into that. There's no way, dude. That's literally the trope. He jumped and slashed, and they both paused for a second, and one of their headbands fell off, but the other one had his head cleaved? No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. I'm sure that he won, but this shit had to be made up by the fucking people watching, dude. No shot. No shot he's that cool. God damn. At the moment of Musashi's death, he had himself raised up. He had his belt tightened and his wakizashi put in it. He seated himself with one knee vertically raised, holding the sword with his left hand and a cane in his right hand. He died in this posture at the age of 62. The principal vassals of Lord Hosokawa and the other officers gathered, and they painstakingly carried out the ceremony. They then set up a tomb on Mount Iwato on the order of the Lord. He died of what is believed to be thoracic cancer. Imagine dying of this as a fucking swordsman. God damn, dude. Writings of Musashi's life rarely mention his relationship with women, and often when they do, he is regularly depicted as rejecting sexual advances in favor of focusing on his swordship. Yes! Absolutely! Sigma fucking king! Yes! Alternative interpretations have taken him as an indication of homosexuality. My bet is that he was just so autistically dedicated to the blade that he didn't care about sex. That's my interpretation. Not that he's gay, just that he was so, like, he had a sexual interest, and it was in swords, okay? Literally, when you were all fucking, I studied the blade. Literally. God damn. Sick-ass paintings made of him. And of course he's a philosopher, because all the fucking Japanese fucking warriors were also philosophers. Oh, if you guys ever want to read a manga that is probably the closest that I've ever seen from a manga in terms of adopting the maturity and gravitas of, like, a book, Vagabond is probably something you guys should watch. Vagabond, or not watch, sorry, read. Vagabond is really great. It's really beautiful. It's a very interesting manga. It's the kind of manga where you can read 16 chapters, which are about a swordsman pausing to look at the rain before a battle, and thinking about life. And then he notices a moth land on the hilt of his blade, and he's a flashback to his childhood, where he remembers the words given to him by his mother, who informs him that he must always stay true to his path. And then he returns to the present time and takes one step forward, and then 6 pages are dedicated to a subtle analysis of the facial expression of his opponent, and whether or not he's about to lunge. That literally, guys, you've read Vagabond, right? That's literally what Vagabond is. Am I wrong? Do I lie? Like Ratatouille. It's exactly like Ratatouille. Unironically, though, it's got some really dope shit in it. It's super, super existential. It's a manga, not a novel. But I think that it has the emotional maturity that you would expect from a novel. I mean, it doesn't feel like a manga. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like I'm reading a manga. I don't get the Naruto vibes. Here, I'll show you a panel. Hold on. It is very beautiful. Will it ever be finished? Nope. It will never be finished. It is extremely beautiful. It's I guess I can call it realistic. It's a realistic manga about a bloodthirsty swordsman who travels and faces death every day and thinks about life. I mean, I don't know if he's even bloodthirsty, really. He's he's got a lot going on, okay? He's got a lot of stuff to think about. It's also beautiful. Look at that. Very well drawn. If you've seen the meme, this meme, that's from Vagabond. He's praying to God. Here's him getting his cheek pulled. I don't know why. God, it's so fucking pretty. I need to finish. I haven't finished reading it. Look at this. Dude, holy shit. God damn, look at that. It's realistic in the sense that, I mean, I guess there's some light, like spiritualism, but at no point does anyone bust out like, this is my Rurouni Kenshu I-beam laser fuck or what. Like, that doesn't Yeah, that doesn't really happen. At least it doesn't happen up to the point that I've seen. Is it a breathing skill? Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. Anyway, this is just like in another world with my smartphone. So true. Okay. Let's review the loot we've gotten. And then we will watch something while I eat a protein bar, and then okay, buddy time. Okay. First of all, guys, we got a Superior Archon plate. I know what you're thinking. Who the fuck cares? The answer is I care. That's actually really good. This is the base for the best rune word chest that I'm going to be able to get. Is the value of this listed? Like, no, it's not. Hold on. Let me actually check the Discord, the trading Discord. 1 second. If I can find Superior Archon, let me see. Superior Archon. Want to sell. Is there a price check here? Okay, never mind. They're just selling it for a lem. Fuck these people. Alright, we'll use it ourselves. We'll make our own fate. What is it Thanos said? We'll do it ourselves. Alright, fuck these guys. We're using it. Anyway, we did that. We got a fuck ton of perfect gems. Yee yee. Yee yee. Are you making a Chains of Honor? That or an Enigma? Just shut up. Fuck you. We got, yee. We got this shit. We got this shit. This shit. This Ruby Jewel of Fervor has the potential to make me an ungodly amount. We'll see. That could be worth as many as 9 to 10 ist. It's listed at 9, looking at it here, but the prices here aren't perfect. Also, it's listed here at 9 ist if it's only plus 30% enhanced damage. No, 8 ist for 30 damage, 15 attack speed. And 14 ist for 39 damage. So this would be in the middle. What, 10, 11 ist? That'd be a pretty incredible get. Ist would be like something to trade for. Yeah. Yes. Do I even have an ist at the moment? There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You have 2 Vex? I do indeed have 2 Vex. Thank you. Yes. 2 Vex equals... what's the next one up? The Ohm? Yeah, Ohm. So we're probably going to upgrade to that. Yeah, altogether it's looking pretty good. Pretty good. A hard day's work. Don't need that, don't need that. This is all bullshit. I'll take care of that later. What's the dollar amount of your gear? At this point, if I were to sell all of it, I don't fucking know. Probably in the hundreds, though. People spend a lot in this shit. But I make hundreds streaming, so... make more than hundreds. No need to. Alright! Give me the Rose Wrist Demon Mama video, please. It's just 5 minutes. Somebody said 5 minutes. That's what we're looking for here. Schrodinger's a Thorian teacher, Demon on a debate clip. Okay, so this is... If this is highly edited from Rose Wrist's side, I'm not interested in it. If it's just a clip from the debate, I'm fine with it. But if it's a highly edited, like, jump cut to make Demon Mama look bad, then I don't know if it's representative of the content. In the video, how many calories have I eaten today? 600. Fuck, I've got 800 calories to eat and I'm going to bed. Do I have chocolate up here? God damn it. No, Vosh, it's not representative of the content. I'll watch. Just a second.
Can you tell me with a straight face that you think that a teacher being able to remove a student that's throwing eggs at other students because it's imminently interrupting the space is the same thing as teaching respect for authority figures because of, as you listed, a bunch of abstract contexts, which you may or may not agree with. I don't personally agree that getting a degree means you know anything. I've known a lot of fucking idiots who don't know shit about it. Like, dead serious. I've had so many fucking stupid teachers who had fuckloads of degrees but just couldn't teach for beans and were assholes. Okay, this is something that happens all the time. We all know this happens.
Sure, but they probably on average are at a higher likelihood.
Simple question. Do you think that what you said at the beginning, teaching students to respect authority, is the same thing as a teacher being able to like resolve an egg throwing situation?
And this
do you
was
think those are the same thing?
Exact thing I was going to get.
I asked you a question, simple yes or no. Do you think that in straight face, do you really believe those two are the same things?
I don't believe that they're the same thing. However, I do believe that they're both examples of respecting and teaching to respect authority. So now to get back to my question, okay, the example that I gave you when it comes to the reasoning and the mechanization behind how I believe the respect for the teacher should be taught. So the 3 examples I gave, do you believe that is an example of teaching respect of authority?
Yes.
Perfect.
I never contested that. Yeah,
do you disagree with that? Do you think that's a wrong thing to do, to teach that in the way that I presented it?
Yes, I do.
So you believe it is incorrect to teach students that they should defer to the authority of a teacher in some situations in the classroom on the basis of the fact that, hey, they're there, they possess expertise, they possess the skills, they possess experience, it's their space, Do you believe that teaching kids that is wrong?
If that is truly all that you mean, if all that you mean is that the only thing that children are taught is to respect the time of another human being, and
no, to respect those.
Wait, I'm not done. You got to let me finish the sentence, for fuck's sake.
But you're answering a different question.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Is the example of teaching that students should respect?
No, it's edited. How am I supposed to know if it's cutting? How am I supposed to know?
A teacher in this environment on the basis of their experience, their expertise, like you said, the classroom being their space. Do you believe that teaching kids to respect the teacher on the basis of those grounds is wrong?
Can they leave? If the student feels that is not, that their side of things is not being held up, can the student leave without being punished? Yes or no?
But that depends on what you mean by punish. If there's a reason why the kids don't want to be there, if they believe that this teacher is treating them poorly or whatever, and they choose to leave for that, and they want to have a different teacher, then of course they should be able to leave and go with a different teacher.
Yeah, then I think that is a reasonable type of respect to ask. But that is not what we started with.
We do not disagree on the fact that it is good to some extent teach kids about the need to respect people and respect people with authority.
But that's different. Teaching people to respect.
But we agree that this was an example of teaching people to respect authority, and then we went through it. And we didn't.
We didn't. No, we didn't.
Wait, I asked you yes or no if this was an example of teaching kids to respect authority, and you said yes. So now to get back to my question, okay, the example that I gave you when it comes to the reasoning and the mechanization behind how I believe the respect for the teacher should be taught. So the 3 examples I gave, do you believe that is an example of teaching respect of authority?
Yes.
Perfect.
I never contested that. Yeah,
I'm going to
not even close.
To restate the question, and then we'll go to something else. Okay, so
you're good. Maybe eventually you'll get the answer you're looking for.
Maybe eventually, or I'll get a.
Yeah, maybe you'll get that perfect straw man, or
Maybe I'll get a perfect straw man when I'm asking questions and following a logical
super
strain.
Sick after you keep going fishing.
Maybe
do you want to change your channel to Gone Fishing?
Good one. Right. I'm gonna check if the answers change on this, and if not, then we'll move on, and if yes, then I have a cool clip. So, was the example of teaching kids respectful authority of teachers on the basis of their expertise, their experience, that being their learning space, that being the classroom, do you believe this is an example of teaching respect for authority?
Do I think that asking wait, okay, sorry, can you word that again?
Okay, do you believe that teaching students to respect a teacher in a classroom environment on the basis of competency, experience, expertise, and the fact that it's their space, it is their classroom, Do you believe that teaching kids that is an example of teaching people respect for authority, and like therefore they should defer to them in matters?
Provided that the student actually has a say in that equation, that they can leave if they don't think, if their conclusion is that this person is not actually competent to teach me, then no, I would not consider that a conversation of authority.
Okay,
because
perfect.
Authority
because you directly answered yes to.
Okay, it's all added. I don't know. I don't know if she just misunderstood the question or changed her mind. I don't know. Thank you, iProgressive. Are we going to do a full debate review? Absolutely not. We saw Leviathan. By the way, yeah, you have to teach kids to respect authority. You just have to make sure it's for the right reasons. Children are monsters. Gotta rein them in. Doesn't mean that we should teach them to take abuse. Doesn't mean they're lesser than adults, like conceptually, or like they're, or it doesn't mean it's okay for adults to treat them like shit. Doesn't mean any of that. It just means the kids are dumb fucks. Their brains are not fully developed. They're dumb. They're very stupid. Yeah, the problem is the term respect authority can range everything from, like, heiling Hitler when he walks by to, like, listening to your teacher when they tell you that what pi is, you know? What matters is why you respect the authority. That's what matters. Nice. What's up, guys? Yeah, Luford, I am. What's your opinion on Asmongold saying cis people who specify their pronouns in their Twitter bio are stupid? I think it's dumb. That's my opinion. Yeehaw. Yep. Yes, sir. Yep. Yeehaw. Yep. Yes, sir. Yep. Yeehaw. Yep. Yep. Yes. Yep. 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 Yeehaw. All right, you whiners. You goddamn goopsters. You fucking jabronis. Hold on. All right. The beating heart of this community. The only good Vosh-oriented subreddit. Okay, buddy Vouch. At last. It's been more than a month since we last did it, so you'd think that we would miss out on people by sorting by the past month, but thankfully, one of the moderators of this subreddit made a bot that adds posts which are old enough to not appear on the Reddit feed, but not so old that they wouldn't have showed up in the previous one, to a spreadsheet, which represents an insane level of dedication that I think is borderline psychopathic. Vosh, no suit. We can't do the suit every goddamn time, okay? You hush up. Not every time. There, we're nice and big now. There we go. Anyway, hit me up. I think I saw this one on stream. And it's unironically true. At least the blazer. Oh my god, it's so warm in here. Keep this in the segment. Make them suffer. The Sheik. Anime t-shirt. Stop looking at my dick. Sweatpants. The drip. Unreal drip. Unimaginable drip. Thank you. We saw this one on stream before, and it's as true now as it was then. Vosh V becomes enough Vosh Reddit spam. Enough Vosh Reddit spam becomes OK Buddy Vouch. And OK Buddy Vouch becomes the real Vosh V. Unironically, true. No further comments. Probably need my earbuds in it. Anthony, I have multiple suit jackets. Dude, the Yang Gang went out with a Yang Bang, didn't it? We haven't heard that much about him lately, have we? He kinda, you know, he had his little burst. Oh no, they're still out there. I'm sure he'll pop up again. Whew. True! Holy shit. For those of you in on the Destiny lore, do you think that's what he was thinking about back when he was tripping on shrooms? That was the mentally scarring experience. He was just imagining social workers knocking at his door 24, just fucking the banging at the door was locked in his mind. Absolutely rough. Yeah. Destiny. Sources cited. God damn. Fucking idiot. This is so weird, man. Do you guys see this on Twitter? Artist Jack Hughes celebrates LGBTQ History Month with brilliant piece of art highlighting women in the Star Wars galaxy. Like, okay, thank you. Much appreciated. I'm looking at Vosh in the debate, knowing full well I'm just gonna bring up the pedo allegation. I'm spitting for like 15 minutes straight. I'm lining all my points up. I'm assembling my axioms, and he's just waiting. These are disgusting, and I don't respect you. Describe yourself in a Pixar quote. You know, I am so romantic, sometimes I think I should just marry myself. I didn't post this. I didn't post this. A fake account did. I didn't post this. Why'd you delete this? I didn't delete it. It's not out of context because it didn't happen. Fuck you. Dude, literally. The bad empanada experience, man. Colin Powell used to have somewhat moral principles by conservative standards at least, but he betrayed them because he thought he was following authority. More important, became a war criminal piece of shit. Dude! Dude, he likes Colin Powell! Dude! Dude, look at it, he said it! If you ignore some of the words in the middle and afterwards and also towards the beginning, dude, what the hell? Fucking Vosh! It was all a lie. I tell you, you okay buddy Vouch people produce more anti-me content than the rest of the internet combined, dude. Holy shit. And it's better too. It's infinitely better. It's so much better. God. You know they were chuffing when they wrote this one out. They had their thighs clenched. You know how it be. If Squid Game was about capitalism, then rich people would start off advantaged, not equal to the other players. I can't... The Tim Pool Squid Game analysis is the strongest argument of him just making everything up. Because I don't believe he believes this. I don't believe he believes this. You watch it on the clip on his podcast, and I feel like I can pinpoint the instant that he decides to be a cheeky fuck. Because he knows it doesn't even matter, man. I'm a black woman and I agree with Vosh. Hey! True! We need more black women in our community. You guys need to take to Twitter, okay? You need to defend my reputation. Get on out there, folks. Just religious idpol every time. As a black woman, as every goddamn time you see people shit-talking me. Evil Adam something. We need more cars. He blew the fuck up, dude. Holy shit. God damn, Adam something. You really made an Adam something of yourself. Whew. My God. Real Vosh tweet, by the way. Solution to world hunger is eating. At your address, get fucking wrecked, dumbass race piece of crap making fun of starving kids. He threatened me with my own address. Yeah, bitch, I know where I live. Fuck, can't even get me. Tell me something else. Tell me your mom's birthday. I know that one too. Ah! Oh shit! Dude, I'm a fucking dating daddy. What's the name of this game? Dad date? What's Dream streamer? Wait, Dream Daddy. Dream Daddy. I'm a streamer. Dream Daddy. Dream Daddy stream. I'm a streamer. It's me. It even looks exactly like. Basically. Pretty much in the ballpark. Also true. Dislikes Nazis. Ironically, Biden. After this making this, probably me. Nah, I love you. Eyes are in front. I love you and you're valid. Yeah, this was a puzzle. We put it together. If socialism was a beer. Tempest, if you just post, like, left-wing versions of this to Facebook, we'll be, like, Shapiro size by 2023, okay? Average Vosh Discord logs. True! You know, am I still trending on Twitter? I actually saw, as a response to me interminably trending on Twitter, oh, cool, I'm still trending. It's 4 days now. It's been 4 days of me trending on Twitter. Non-stop. 4 days. I saw some of the tankies. They were saying the reason why I've been trending for so long is because literally the State Department is promoting me. And I appreciate that. Thank you. True. And also give me money, you parasocial fucks. I'm here for you. I'll never leave you. Except for most of the time when I end stream to play more video games. Fucking true. Friend drew this. He said the two guys in the bottom left are Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk. God damn. Fucking fit Ian. How did he nail my body type? I haven't even posted any nudes recently. Fucking got me. Can you imagine what the ass would look like on this body? Like, I feel like it would just be a flat, like, dome with a hole on it, you know? Like, there wouldn't even be two cheeks. There would just be, like, one continuous curve and then, like, a hole right in the middle. Oh, true. The Sean video... the Sean video on Jimmy Dore was very good. Because he wasn't on Twitter. Very funny. Though, yeah, I feel like all of us should be huh-ing here, except for maybe Jimmy Dore. Because he doesn't give a fuck. Man, I can't believe Richard Wolff. What a decline. True! Oh my god, he's so cute. Communism. Guys, this is what you could get under communism. You could get one day with the baby box. See, it's the baby box. I love him. Oh, I can get him. Hold on. Didn't he walk back here? Hold on. He left. Alace. Load! The next challenge is to provide context to this Bosch clip. That would actually be a really good game for the fans. If you just took like dozens and dozens of the clips that have been used to attack me. And you have to be like, okay, in this one, he was quoting another person, and they deceptively cut out. In this one, you actually see a cut in between these two words. That's because these two sentences were added together, make him look bad. And in this section, he was actually responding to a hypothetical, like that shit, you know? That'd be very good. I like that. And then when the N-word comes up, you just look and say, like, the context is that it was tactical. Socialist cat pigeon won't stop screaming tactical N-bomb at World Summit. Streamer Vash very annoyed. Literally her earlier this stream. Oh my god, she's so cute. She's so fucking cute. I love her. God, she's such a stinky little chicken. Little fucking rat goblin. Look at her. Look at her weird folding, bulging body. It's just... The whole thing. Oh, speaking of babies. I don't want you to get cat hair on my suit. But I love you. Don't we match? You're so floppy. He's so floppy. What was that? Be free. Weird little floppy baby. Eat him one day. I'm fattening him up first. Is he part ragdoll or something? Nah, he's just the chillest cat I've ever met, laying on his back. And Pigeon's right over here. Pigeon, do you want to say hi? You don't even have cat fur to get on me. Don't you do it. Nope. Nice try. You didn't get my neck, and that suit jacket is thick. Can't hurt me. Don't get my neck. It's like she's a little baby. She's holding on to me. Ooh. Can you stop trying so hard? We both know you don't actually care. I know she makes it look bad every time, but seriously, you can like hold her and she'll freak out, but if you set her down, she'll run around and like bat her head against you. She doesn't... You're just weird. You're just weird. Ooh. Here. Say hello and then I'll let you go. Ooh. Leggies. Why are your legs out? What? All right, you win. Yeah? Yeah, you seem very upset. See, she... Literally, like, she's like, oh, I'm so offended, I'm so sad, but she'll just, like, chill. She's, like, totally fine. Like... Yeah! And then, like... Just gonna... Just... Yeah, yeah, shake, yeah. Just gonna chill here? Huh? Yeah? It's a suit jacket. Yeah, I don't normally wear them while streaming. Uh-huh. Oh. She's licking herself now. You know this is an Okay Buddy segment, right? Oh. Oh. Ooh. 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 She's looking at chat, by the way. Ooh. Why are you chilling on me so much? Normally you run off to like a warmer... Meh. Ooh. Slappy pappies. Come on. One more. Ooh. Wah! Ooh. Ooh. All right. Go. Be free. All right. Hello. Which cat is the fascist? The one with fur. Just eating her own foot right at the base of my feet. Okay. Dude, when Shoe on Head pulled up the old clip where Carl was simping for Chun-Li, the woman with the 200-pound muscle legs, that was the funniest shit. That was the best fucking addendum to that segment. I can't even imagine. Oh, thank you so much, Shoe. Hey, listen, at the age I was when this picture was taken, I would not have been a purveyor of Epstein. I would have been a victim of Epstein, okay? This is just to let you know. I don't know if I can scroll to the bottom of this image fairly on Twitch, but true. Hope Xander's doing well. Evil Tanky be like, what is happening to the Uyghur population in China is a genocide, and I disapprove. It's so telling that they can't even acknowledge that it's happening. Like, they can never be like, I know China's doing a lot of fucked up stuff, but I think their economic revival is so good that it's worth. Like, they can never do that. They always have to completely fucking... What's being chillin'? What's that fucking meme from John Cena? Being chillin'. That shit, yeah. They're Bing chillin' is what they are. You saw that meme, right? It was from, like, John Cena implied that Taiwan exists, so he did this cringy apology tour where he did a bunch of, like, Chinese... Like, look at this.
早上好，中国！现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度与激情就比冰淇淋速度与激情就我最喜欢。所以现在是因为时间。
But he did this in response to, like, China getting mad at him for saying Taiwan exists. Like, this isn't an authentic love of China. This is like a PR ad thing, you know?
1、2、3。 2个礼拜以后
Yeah, but his accent is nice. He actually sounds pretty good. I mean, he sounds better than I would if I was trying.
速度与激情就2个礼拜以后。早上好，中国！现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度与激情就比冰淇淋速度与激情就我最喜欢。
That aside, he actually does speak Mandarin, though. Oh, it wouldn't surprise me because he sounds... I mean, I can't tell if he has, like, a heavy American accent, but, I mean, it sounds pretty good. Doesn't sound like somebody who just, like, is reading phonetic Mandarin or whatever. I guess that means we're stuck with the good Shoe. I don't think she ever will. She's in the tradwife zone forever. Why this meme? This meme is so old. Though, if socialism is a beer meme, is so old. Why? POV, you don't watch Val. You shower, donate minorities, and go outside. True. All this could be yours. You could be Miles Morales if only you didn't watch me. How stupid do you feel? And no, You can't change your mind. It's too late to go back. Once you've seen me, there's no turning back. You can no longer be Miles Morales. Sorry, guys. It's not happening. That's... horny fucks. There are much fatter asses out there. Much fatter asses. Y'all walked some dark roads to get here. I was a leftist in 2017, okay? You guys were wilding out, all right? That's a lot of chicken nuggets. That's an unreasonable number of chicken nuggets. Shu is having a Vouch moment. Oh no. Oh, I saw this. Yeah, Shu determined that the fish from Finding Nemo was hot. I don't know if I agree, but I'm proud of her for taking a stand. Hello, pigeon. She's standing on my foot. Can I help you? Do you want to be up here? Nope. You run away as soon as I... Yep. Okay. Stupid. Hello, Artemy. They know it's okay, buddy. Vouch. So they're all swarming around me. They know. Ah, yes. I was just informed the For You tab is tailored specifically. Wait. I don't know if furries have many fish-loving people, though. I feel like the furry community... Oh, there the cats go, zooming. I feel like the furry community has very few fish personas in its ranks, you know? You're a leftist because you care about workers' rights. I'm a leftist because I want to get e-girl pussies. We're not the same. I can't do his voice, I'm sorry. He's too cool for me to replicate. Evil Azan promotes capitalism 8 to 10 hours a day, every day, while homeless. True! Oh, cats sure are zooming. Absolutely. If, you... You know, what was that one meme of the woman with the news article saying every day she spends 4 to 6 hours online fighting against hate? And then there was the huge muscular black guy walking up to the computer, me spreading hate online for 8 hours a day or something like that. Do you know what I mean? They have a vague memory of this. Good shit. Holy shit, Vouch. I think I could show this. I think the popular political commentator Vouch is coming out of the restroom. Holy shit, Vouch! Fucking true. And thank you for announcing my presence. I appreciate that. God, fuck. He's so fucking funny, dude. Holy shit. He's so fucking good, man. He's like my favorite Twitter account right now. Oh my god. He is... He's a special boy. Hey, Pigeon! What's up? Wow. Oh, right here in front of the camera, huh? Editors, I do not want you editing out any of this cat nonsense. Okay, you want in the sweater? Fine. Okay. In. There you go. In the sweater. In. Thank you. In the sweater. There you go, Pippin. Ooh, so loving. Ooh. Full of love. Okay, what was I saying? Is he still rambling about that? Where was that Twitter thread of him screaming, like, in all caps, you know, the, and I'm getting attacked on Twitter over this, and they don't even know? Fuck. If anyone can find that Twitter thread, man. Oh, yeah, here it is. Wait. God, fuck. For almost a week, I was almost gaslighted into thinking that the technical mistake I made is extremely embarrassing, cancelable, and unspeakable. Now I see a bunch of dipshits on Twitter, same ones who canceled me, by the way, make the same mistake! Only one person in the quote tweets tonight had the... I feel like I sound like the news reporter from fucking Super Mario Sunshine. Had the fucking audacity just to admit that I was right to say that the vulva and vagina aren't the same. After they found out about my politics, they deleted their tweet. I'm actually fucking pissed now. It goes on for some time, but... oh, God. Evil Test see me like, let's stop watching full Vow streams, guys. I think it's weird. True. Apparently in the Hippy Dippy today, not Hippy Dippy, sorry, the Prime Kai panel, while I was streaming, he was calling me out for being a terrorist or whatever. He was watching me just the last stream when we were on Prime Kai, or he was watching me when I went on Prime Kai and wasn't streaming. And then came on afterwards, like 30 minutes after I left or something. Yeah, like, the whole panel was about whether you're a stochastic terrorist. Many people are saying this. Wonder if he's watching. Hey, he might, honestly, he might be, you know? He very well could be. Two Holes remix play now. Oh, shit. From Keffels? Gotta be a banger.
You doubted me, but I saw too with my own eyes. There are only two holes. Whoa! There are only two holes. Whoa! There are only two holes. Whoa! There are only two holes. Whoa!
Is this real? Do you think somebody deepfaked this? He's a legendary poster. I hope he keeps it up. True, Bastol. There are only two holes. Wow. Virgin sober Vosh. Afraid of cancel culture, a nerd about geography, obsessed with optics, afraid of his own community. Chad drunk Vosh. Algeria's next to Azerbaijan reached. Dude, that was the funniest fucking clip. Shu was the one who clipped that, right? Hold on. That was the funniest. Here we go. Azerbaijan. Albania is next to Azerbaijan. Retard. No! Albania is next to Azerbaijan. Retard. No! Albania is next to Azerbaijan. Retard. No! We need to get drunk on stream more often. I feel like it's pretty much guaranteed bangers every time. I'm just too happy when I'm drunk. I'm never not happy when I'm drunk. It's just 100% of the time. Oh, man. Fucking love this face, dude. Pigeon, keep the sweater on you. You're trying to stay warm, dumbass. That's why you're in there. Real anarchism has never been tried. Got Squid Game. You got The Purge. You got Don't Starve. You have the Hunger Games. You have the People's Republic of China. And you have Fortnite. Ultra rare electric lime NFT. Bosch, do not screenshot this. This is not mine. This belongs to Lava 172. Okay? Do not screenshot it. Us fans after he makes sure his African slave labor is $69. Yeah. Literally, though, I unironically think that if Elon Musk was president, and he said, "All right, everyone, we're setting the minimum wage to $4.20." That about 20% of the population would be too busy laughing for the rest of their lives to actually have a problem with it. They would just be like guffawing as they work at fucking as they work at Baskin Robbins, spooning ice cream into the cones, making no money. Dude, this is so funny. 420, and he's like dying. He's homeless, 420. I've seen this circulate on Twitter so many times. You fucking people. Oh God. he turned he turned into a fucking God. Do you have any idea how many like layers of memetic awareness you need to have for this to make any fucking sense? Like, imagine just showing this to some like random not online person. Like, no, I don't, because I don't get it. Pickle Rick. I can't help but notice that when Hassan does "Okay, Buddy," all the jokes are pretty mild, I think, compared to the ones you guys put us through. All of the content from "Okay, Buddy" Vosh is either "I'm a racist, pedophile, CIA op, liberal, Hillary Clinton stan," or "You guys are all those things." God. It's perfect. I couldn't ask for a better subreddit. Repost this image if you support platforming Voshites. Vosh thought. Where's the socialism with Vosh characteristics? Where's my stamp on history?
It's all yours.
Yes!
It's all yours.
It's the stochastic terrorism discourse.
Here, buddy, it's all yours.
This was the Prime Kai panel. This is Destiny's argument.
Here, buddy, it's all yours.
Wow.
Here, buddy, it's all yours.
Hey kid, all cops are killers, white people are bad, and capitalism can only be overthrown through violence. By the way... you guys better not make my name show up in any manifestos in the future. Do you have any idea how fucking mad I'm gonna be? The funny thing is that I'm not gonna be canceled for my name in the manifesto. I'm gonna be canceled for the on-stream reaction and how many slurs I belt out when I see it happen. If I have to read in a fucking New York Post article, manifesto release, and my name is in there, I am going to say every fucking word that will get me banned from this platform uncontrollably out of sheer anger, and that'll be what I'm known for, okay? Rittenhouse actually mentioned you as an inspiration to Manifesto. Dude, people like Rittenhouse or whatever, or like anyone who's gonna do like a big mass shooting, just anyone with like that stigma, what they should do is they should like blackmail people for money, or they'll name them as an inspiration. That's genius, dude. That's so smart, Like, it's basically like what Ghislaine Maxwell did, taking photos with every single wealthy person in New York, They could send you an email being like, yeah, hey, my name is Dylan Roof. I'm literally Dylan Roof. Here's a timestamp to prove it. And I will say you're an inspiration of mine unless there is $50,000 wired to my account. That's genius. They're already going to jail, right? What are you going to do? Try them even more? Maybe they make some money. Genius. Okay, I'm sorry. Kinda true, though. I do love the OK Buddy Vosh mods putting the copyright tag on stuff. I love you guys. You're doing a great job. Thank you. You keep a steady ship. Yes, truly a Vorse day. Stop!
That's right, run.
Dude, his crying and breaking down is going to age like fine wine. I mean, like, in terms of meme potential, right now it's still on like the edgy, contentious shit, but like 6 months from now, it's gonna be a prime fucking React GIF image or whatever. That'll be his lasting legacy. In 100 years, people will be like, Rittenhouse? You mean the kid from the crying GIF? That's what they're gonna say. They'll be, he killed people? There was a there was a trial? They mad. They mad. They mad. Hey, part of being a linguistic descriptivist is choosing whatever pronunciation you want. Okay, Vermin, what the fuck is this? This is an okay buddy Vosh. This is the only acceptable use for TikTok. This is legitimately, like, really good. It's close enough to electro swing. It is swing. Yeah. Oh, that fucking slapped. Oh yeah, and if you guys like that, then you can't make fun of me for the electro swing thing, because literally... Oh, that has a lot of likes, wow. Like, literally. If that was slightly more, like, electronic, I mean, that's... Yeah, can't be mad at me. That slapped. I'm Vosh. Well, what does that mean? It means he's afraid of rational thinking. No, it doesn't. Pedophilia is bad. Stop it, Patrick. You scare me. Yeah, thank you, Vermin. That's fucking suck. Here you go, guys. Have a coconut. You've been you've been working hard and you've been on a long journey. Have a coconut. Maximally symmetric Vosh. I don't think I look that different. I have a decently symmetrical face, but it's still very unsettling. True, Shu. My fans are much better at making fun of me than my haters. 100%. This has happened to all of us here. Transaction decline. We don't serve your kind here. Voshist. Unironically, in like lefty Facebook or Discord groups, though. Holy shit. I'm not joking. I got an email today from a person saying that they were going on like a third date with a girl at the school library because they're college students. Like they're going to hang out and then go do stuff later. Something like that. And the girl saw a notification that I was live streaming pop up on their laptop and actually yelled at him and got mad and said that she thought that he was better than that, and et cetera, et cetera. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that is the email that I got. That's the email that I got. It was essentially that. She got a nice dumpy though. The Alex Papadopoulos is horny as fuck. He always draws fat dumpies, which I respect.
I'm not going to. Fucking hell.
These TikTok React formats are so fucking cringy. They make me want to die every time I see them. Whenever I see, like, the movie moment being played out in a way where you try to bait a duet with somebody or something. Oh, I hate them so much. Hey, Shoes here, no bully. No! The one person with the bravery to stand up to Shu. The one leftist on Twitter strong enough to denounce Shu on head. Evil Jordan Peterson. Don't worry about your room, bro. Focus on making the world a better place. Thank you, Evil Jordan Peterson. I appreciate that. Post-apocalyptic. Searching for the lost living horse. Dude, the horse memes are by far the funniest shit. I am so fucking glad that you all. I'm really glad they caught on, okay? Because they are so fucking funny. They're so goddamn fucking funny, dude. Holy shit. Oh man. I never get tired of defending myself. Huh. You know, not gonna lie, I would fuck Vittler. I don't know, Vittler's got some DSL. Vittler is 15. How can Vittler be 15 when I'm 26 here and Adolf Hitler is like 50? How does that work? You could. What would you take the square root? Fuck you. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. God, Pigeon will not stop staring at me. Oh my god, Pigeon. She's just in her little sweater. Hold on. Hey. Okay, hold on. Let me post it to the Discord. This is the easiest way. God, she's so ugly. Hold on. Yeah, no screenshotting the NFT, guys. You know the rules. There we go. Look at her. She's just sitting there staring at me. She's so crusty. Ooh. POP, you just said I would fuck Vittler. Crusty raw chicken. Ooh, sleepy. Ooh. Does she get more cold than baby? Well, she gets cold. That's why she that's why we have like sweaters for her and stuff. Why not get a nice looking cat? We have 2 nice looking cats. One of them is nice ugly and one of them is nice handsome. This is how it works. She looks like a brain, yeah. Her brain is on the outside. Dude, he's the last time I was on the Stardust Chaos cast and he jumped on there to argue that social workers are the bane of humanity and a soul-shatteringly terrifying presence. He tried to jump onto a Prime Kai panel, but I had to get off to get chicken nuggies. Dude, he's gonna like I just wonder, one of these days, like, I'm gonna be at an IRL political event and he's gonna like I'm gonna like wake up at 3 a.m. in the hotel room where they've booked all the guests, and I'm going to hear like knocking at my door, and then I'm gonna hear like the fucking doorknob jiggle, and then I'm going to hear like a credit card sliding in the crack in between the door and the frame against the fucking latch or something. I'm wondering, you know? It's me, Stevie. Oh, God. That's gonna be your Sam Cedar moment? Yeah, oh no, Destiny, what a fucking nightmare. I say, literally being woken up in the middle of my sleep to him charging at me with a knife. I always saw this one. Purple links mean that Sake Tanuki linked it before, because he's the one who links the OK Buddy Vosh segments. Yeah, Coke bottle in hand, yeah. He vented. Shoo! Shoo! Stop fucking curving through implication all the fine incels on Twitter, okay? You gotta give them hope, okay? I will never stop overusing the words that I use. Who would win, Vav or Hushush? Okay, Hushush clearly has the superior bulk here. Clearly the more powerful, sturdy frame. I don't even think it would be close. Yeah, Hushush demolishes Vav. I like my microphones, too. Credit to Roxagon. Hey! I love this! The political compass of emotes. This is fantastic. Okay. So, obviously Milkshake is lib left. Obviously. Dix, lib left. Bernie, of course, is in the SocDem sphere, you know, Zoomer. We have the Ann Prim, like, center libertarian side with, Over Russell, and the like, the monkey sphere, you know? We get further right, of course, we have Bogged, you know, one of the supreme masterminds. We have Soy, which is very libertarian right. We have the Fedora, of course. We have Destiny, ready to defend himself against a social worker who raised his hand to shake it at an Arby's. Amazing. We have, of course, the sussy anime trio. Down here, and of course we have the dragon maid girl who's looted by lolicons, down here in the ultimate lib right, which works perfectly. In the left, the authoritarian left, we have the person who reads theory. This is the person who is a cog in the machine, you understand. Now, of course, Supreme Comrade Pigeon is at the is at the pinnacle of the authoritarian left spectrum. What's up?
How late will you be?
After this, I'm done.
Okay.
And moving forward, 1984, center authoritarian, obviously, of course, as Orwell intended. Thank you, Cucker. We're pretty far right. We're moving further. And of course, we have the classic. We've got Ted Cruz trumped. We have, I think his name is Grungo. I forget. And then we have the two true Pepes, the Honk Honk Clown Pepe and Pepe, Smug Pepe, thank you. Grungo, thank you. Right up there, of course. Econ right, we have Porky, naturally. And in utter confusion, of course, at all times we have this find emote. There is no other way. I like that a lot. I should make this my Twitter bio. If I could get this in the right aspect ratio, I might make this my Twitter bio. I'll have to think about it. It's very, very good. You actually should? Yeah, I just need it in the right ratio. I could just stretch it out really wide. Like, it's not like I give a fuck. Spare some change, guys. Spare some goddamn change. God, what an awkward picture of me. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, it's all three of us. I didn't even notice. Holy shit, I was only looking at me. I have a fucking magnetic... I only look at myself. I'm a narcissist, like all streamers. Holy shit. They did me dirty with this one. You look good, Conyer. Yeah, you gotta add Ryan and Tempest to the list now too, the editors. Oh yeah, I'm popular now. What are you gonna do?
Oh yeah, this is the stuff right here. Check me out. It's Rowdy Cody, and I'm a big boy. You better believe it. Pew 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 pew. Eating beans, fucking horses. No, not that.
Is that a motherfucking Vouch reference? Is that a goddamn Vouch reference? I really hope the person who donated before actually did think that I was a Bloodborne streamer and was a little bit disappointed. Yeah, Conyer would like you all to know this is what they look like now. I think it's very important that all of you know this. That's why you should go watch their stream. Give me a shit, Conyer. Ha! Evil Jackson Inc. will be like closed windows to keep the sarin gas inside. We have to trap it. If it escapes, it'll get out to the city and harm other people. We have to sacrifice ourselves. Close the windows, everyone. Close the windows. Trap the sarin gas. Don't let it escape. True! Wait, what was 11.4 for oh, that was the NFT Stiny. And 821 was what? The 9/11? We all have our moments. What did he mean by this? I love tweeting shit and then deleting it 15 seconds afterwards, so everyone gets a bunch of screenshots, but nobody actually can reply to it. I'm sorry. This Wojak just makes me so happy. It's so funny. The Brapjack. Can you imagine if I was British and I was exactly the same except I was transphobic? Pigeon! Did you hear her? God, she's weird. She's been so loud lately. Save her. She doesn't need saving. The only thing she needs saving from is her boredom. But if she ever wants to play, why doesn't she just bother Artemy? They play all the time. They play constantly. We try to fall asleep at 3 a.m. and they're zooming around the house. They'll jump up on top of the bed and fucking gut punch me. Artemy will jump up and fucking double fist slam my testicles while trying to get while trying to get Pigeon. Oh, dude, I saw the cutest thing recently. Unfortunately, I feel like if I drew it to show you guys how cute it was, you would think it was like Artemy trying to fuck Pigeon, but Artemy doesn't have testicles, so he doesn't. You know how cats will like win when fighting another cat? Like they'll get on top of the other one and like bite the back of their neck. Like that's a cat like winning. Like when they mount. It's not like necessarily a sex thing. Like any cat can do it to any cat. I was sitting in my chair and I heard Pigeon meowing, and I heard it. I heard it from the bathroom in there. So I heard like meowing for a while. I got up and I walked over there and I saw, and I've never seen them just stay still before. Normally, the nanosecond I make eye contact with Artemy, he fucks off because he knows that I can just like reach down and obliterate him with like one errant swoop of my hand. But he was on top of Pigeon, lightly biting, he's never too rough, lightly biting the back of her neck, and she was just like loafed underneath him. They looked like a fucking Russian nesting doll, like perfectly, because Artemy's so much larger than Pigeon. Pigeon's just like a little nugget, and then Artemy is just a nugget on top of her, biting the back of her neck, and they're both staring directly at me, and Pigeon just goes, meow, meow, meow. And she's not moving, he's not moving, and I just walk forward and like poke Artemy, and he lets go. But they were like picture perfect, like just immobile. I've never seen them just stare at me like that. Of course, Pigeon like doesn't often win against Artemy when they play, except for when they're on the cat tree. When they're on the cat tree, Artemy's fat ass gets in the way of his acrobatics, and Pigeon is much more agile and is able to crawl around and bap him from around corners way faster. Artemy's like dragging his chunky fucking dumper up and down the different levels while Pigeon is effortlessly darting between all of them, like bapping at him. It's actually so cute. She's like a snake. Artemy's like climbing from one level to another, and Pigeon will like spiral around the outer edge of the thing and then like land 76 fucking baps on one of his legs in like 1 nanosecond, like before you could even blink.
These cat toys are made for like big cats.
Yeah.
And whenever he would knock it over if it wasn't against the wall, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, Artemy is very large and very heavy. Yeah, Pigeon's a dex build, for sure. And she just fucking runs off, and it's really cute. They're really cute. I love them. Speaking of, I don't think they boil the horses alive at the glue factory, guys. That would be me. God. God damn it. I love this so much, dude. The people worshiping the fucking anarchy symbol or whatever. This is good though. You all should do that more. Also true. Remember when Destiny stole progressivism from me? Never forget. What the fuck is this? Ben Shapiro's sister. Wait, what? Wait, whoa. All right. hello, Big Booba. Big Booba's just hanging out there. Big Booba. Yeah, too much booba? The big booby. The booba. Like, Big Booba? So revealing. This is so interesting. I want all the girls with big tits to cover up so I don't get distracted. Second-hand booba. Ugh. The burden, the Sisyphusian burden I carry on my shoulders every day. I go outside and there are big boobas and they're all around. I usually just look and I think, booba, I noticed that you were wearing some very tight jeans and let me tell you, you look nice. But Abby, are your lips always that red? Are you trying to mimic the aesthetic of sexual arousal? Booba, my male hormones leap. Okay, this is out of context. The eye contact is arousing me. Mating dance. Booba. Abby? I would give anything to be able to talk to Abby. That'd be a lot of fun. I would love to be able to talk to Abby. Like, how's the weather? I don't know. It'd be very, very fun. There's no way that's ever gonna happen though, because I'm just like a dumpy dude or whatever. But like, okay, that was very good. That was very high effort. Thank you for the high effort, the effort post tag. That was extremely good. I'm gonna have to cut it here at 361 upvotes, but we're not done because I have to hold the same standard to the database that was provided of the other posts. Look at this shit. They made a fucking bot. It even has fucking tags. Look at this. They made this. Isn't that crazy? These are all of the Okay Buddy Vosh posts that we didn't just see over the past month, but are after the last Okay Buddy Vosh we did. I'll try to do them more often, guys. We have to click through them one by one. But honestly, for the effort, I mean, there's probably a faster way to do this. In fact, I'm almost certain there is, but that's okay. I saw this on Twitter! Unfortunately for you, Mr. Bond, I have all the coconuts. This is so fucking cute, dude. I look like a goddamn monster when the shadow covers my face. Look at me. Holy shit. I don't have to be British. I could be French. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Bond. Monsieur Bond, I have all the coconuts. Be German? Unfortunately for you, Mr. No, that's not even... What am I doing? Unfortunately for you, Mr. No. No, it's not coming to me. I can do a racist Indian accent. Let's just move on. Oh yeah, from the Freer Future Fest. Nobody had a rebuttal to this. I need to stop taking these fucking in-person things so seriously. I'm like, ooh, I gotta be serious. No, I don't. I don't have to be serious. No, I don't. No, I don't. I can do whatever I want. I could pee on stage like that one lady did a few days ago. Wait, is this real? Okay, the original is Wings of Redemption saying the age of consent should be 12. Okay. Thank you, Wings of Redemption, for taking the fire from this one. I was thinking, holy shit. I do not want... Jesus. True! Thesis, Vosh V. Antithesis, enough Vosh spam. Synthesis, Okay Buddy Vosh. A good subreddit, which you all, by the way, should be subscribing to if you're not. You're stupid if you don't. You're a dumb, stupid idiot. Okay, we have to find a way to open all these faster. There's probably a way to, like, use hotkeys to move through it super quickly. I'm sorry about pigeon screaming, guys. Fucking cope, dude! Is this a fucking joke? You don't measure from the head. You measure from the fucking collarbone. It's posture. You can lean in if you want. Collar to crotch. I am straight as an arrow. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. Fucking lunatics, dude. Oh my god. Ah! We're loading them up. This is the way OK Buddy Vouch was meant to be appreciated. By clicking on all the links manually. Well, this is my punishment for taking too long, right? There we go. Now we got a solid control click. I don't believe in control clicking. The myth of consensual sex. I consent. I consent. Dad, no! I forgot to ask. Dad, no! He's a liberal! This one might actually be true. I might actually know more slurs than I know independent humans' names. This might actually be true. This might not be a meme. Bottom is also Vosh remembering how to pronounce words, talking about Europolitics, doing any task that requires executive function. God damn. Ha! True. Unironically. Watch me. It's gone. Sorry, guys. Candy corn is good, actually. Truth teller, fuck you. Candy corn, by the way, is good. It's disgusting, but in small amounts it's good. It's when you want to eat something disgusting like it. Candy corn gets you the same candy vibes as eating, like, some kind of funnel cake from a carnival, okay? If you get a funnel cake from a carnival, you know you're gonna be sick. You know it's gonna be disgusting. You know it will destroy you, but you have it, like, once every year or something, and it gives you perspective on life. Candy corn does that for you, okay? What happened with Chris Ray Gun? Well, nothing. I think he and I are on good terms. Shut up, Tempest. You know I'm right. The Puppet Master. Sake. The CIA. Vunk. Vaushites. The U.S. government and all of humanity. Hey, you guys are pretty far up there, huh? Look at you. This is like all of humanity, and you're 2 steps above it. You're above the U.S. government. There's really only 2 individuals and 1 organization above you. That's a pretty good place to be. What? What? Black Lives Matter, tankies fuck off. Is this real? That's based. I think about this embarrassment a lot. BreadTube was a mistake. Oh, enough Vosh spam is blaming this on me? I wish I was responsible for this. The Black Panthers were Maoists? A common misreading, but ahistorical. The Black Panthers were all cat boys and cat girls. They were Meowists. But I wouldn't expect people who haven't read theory to know that. Yeah, the auto-mod post in this subreddit, dude. Click here for the Vosh is a pedophile and a zoophile master post. Click here for the Vosh is a transphobe master post. Join our Discord server. God. Absolutely wild. What is this? Rarsh. As a trans woman, I believe Vosh is doing an incredible service to my community. I recently had sexual reassignment surgery. In order to care for my new vagina, I need to go through a process of dilation of the new vagina for 15 minutes 3 times a day. To entertain myself during this process, my surgeon recommended something that wouldn't make me laugh or get turned on, and Vosh steadily produces such content. Thank you for your help, Vosh. Hey, anytime. Happy to help all trans people along their road to self-actualization. Thank you. I love that. Proof I've done more for the trans community than anyone else. I should tweet this, but I won't. I can't believe Professor Flowers ended up being such a good fucking content mind, dude. Like, I didn't even approach her in that way. She made a video on me and I wanted to talk to her. Like, that's it. But like, she ended up producing so much for the channel. So much for the community. Bastia literally brought coconut water to the debate. True. God damn, look at us. My head almost looks normal sized here. Still not smiling? I don't smile in photos. Yeah, it's funny. This was posted, I think, right after the Freer Future Fest, but I bet that since in the past 5 weeks, Destiny has done an insane jump me on panels, make 6 videos about me, call me a terrorist arc. I bet we're going to be seeing a lot less of this weird parasocial shit. I'm smiling in this photo. Do you know why I'm smiling in this photo? Because in the original photo, I'm not hugging Destiny. I'm hugging Vermin. Vermin is in between Destiny and I. This is photoshopped. Fans of both Destiny and I photoshopped, at the time, my partner out of the photo of the 3 of us to have a photo of us next to each other. And now people don't know it's photoshopped because it is admittedly a good Photoshop. How did I not know that? Hold on. This is the original photo. Seriously. It is admittedly a pretty good Photoshop. But people have legitimately forgotten. This is literally Stalin. This is literally fucking erasing history. Wait, you're being serious? Yeah, I was being serious. This is fucking erasing. Ironically, Vermin looks more Photoshop because you're used to this photo. Yeah. God. No, because otherwise people could force combos flips. Least transphobic Voshite. True. Love you guys. Smile. Oh, hello, fat ass. Why is this a thing? Blacked. Netflix original. Perhaps the better question is, why do you have a 95% match score? Hold on. I feel like Twitch might be a little bit sussy with this one. Let me just zoom in on the ass on my end. And yeah, it's a fat dumpy. A big, fat, giant dumpy. Yes. True. The funny thing is that whenever I'm like searching for porn, and I don't usually look at like live action, like IRL porn. I'm a Chad, you know. I'm usually looking for like drawings of dragons fucking each other. But when I am looking at the blacked porn doesn't come up that often because I don't really like look for interracial search terms. But there's another. I think they're like an offshoot. It's called Blacked Raw. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? There's Blacked, which is the regular one, and then there's Blacked Raw. Is anyone aware of the distinction between these two? I don't know what the details are, but as far as I can tell, in the Blacked Raw ones, the primary difference is that the cocks are gargantuan. Like colossal. Like far larger than they have any right to be. Just truly unimaginably stupendously large. I assume it's like the same 2 or 3 guys because there are only so many people with penises that big. It's different camera work and lighting. I only look at dicks. What are you fucking gay? Camera work and lighting? What are you watching porn? They used 5600 Kelvin spotlights on this one, and oh my god, is that a wide focal lens for the cream pie shot? No, or what are you, gay? I look at penises like a regular heterosexual man. I just look at the dicks, and that's what I notice. It's not subtle, dude. It's pretty fucking obvious. It's pretty fucking obvious. Dude, oh my god. Did you notice how the lighting change made them use a lower exposure time? Oh my god, that's how they achieved the blurry effect to simulate the attitude of going out in the... I look at the cocks, the big penises, like you should. Thank you. Tankies when Mao lives in a palace, rules a country of millions with an iron fist, and owns several underage sex slaves. Yes, that's true. I sleep. Tankies when Vosh buys shoes. Real shit. Fucking based. And you know what? My shoes slap. Still got them right up there. My Alden shoes. Fuck yes. Voshites are in a fucking cult. Will defend anything Vosh and anything he says. Vosh fest. Wow, this video fucking sucks. Yep. The fucking... the fucking Delinka video. You guys call me out so much. I love you guys. Stop. We're gonna click through it all manually, like God intended. Until we get down to the upvote count of 361, which was where we left off with the regular Reddit search can't time words to clicking brain small. Oh my god, it's so many. These Twitch TOS labeled ones. I take it back, we're stopping at 400. Fuck you. True! You're gonna crash the browser, lol, stop? I think my computer can handle a little more than that, thank you. Never ask a leftist their opinions on Vouch. Me getting ready to tell my Tinder date about my okay buddy Vouch memes that were featured in Slider Stuff. Hey, you made it, my man! Comfy Cat 1312. You're in it! Now you can tell them. Now you can let them know. You made it! Three times as many upvotes on the horse enthusiast. I fucking love you guys. Listen, I'm both. I sexually harass horses, okay? Thank you. Wait, this is from enough Vosh spam. Found this on a Voshite sub. I'm starting to think they like him because he makes them feel better about their own sick urges. You jerk off to abstract concepts such as money, success, and power. I jerk off to underage horse pornography. We're not the same. Oh my god, I never noticed that the default text in the reply box is Samantha, this isn't happening, this isn't real, we're trying to speak to you, okay? Samantha, wake up. How did that even start? What did that meme even start as? Spawned from a single offhand comment. I think I made a joke that people that I would talk to my camera and I said, Samantha, are you there? Samantha, you're in a coma. We're the doctors. We're trying to reach you. Your family misses you. Yeah, or something like that. But then I stopped because I realized it's actually quite mean. Like, I like that might actually fuck with people, so I didn't. But now it's a fucking community meme. So My community does it to me when I stream now. Good. Enough Vosh spam with the bangers, dude. Totally not a cult. Number one goal in a relationship is to find out your partner's opinion on Vosh. Do you watch Vosh? Yeah, he's based. The fact that there are unironically people for whom this is a conversation is so wild to me. It's so wild to think of that. That's actually like a thing that some people have done and do. What the fuck? I never have to have that convo because I am Vosh. Also, nobody shit talks me in real life. Though when people unmatch me on Tinder, I silently suspect it's because they know who I am. Is there a difference? 1921, rich white people going into Harlem to spectate black art with the intention of adapting and selling it to a white audience. 2021, Vosh heads browsing through anti-Vosh memes on enough Vosh spam. Pick one to repost. Vermin, can you open the door and stomp on Pigeon? Can you kill her? Fucking true. Alright, the stomping is taking place. Vermin's stomping on them. And yes, Pigeon is a cartoon, and her body just folded into a bunch of empty wrinkles, and as soon as Vermin lifted their foot up, Pigeon returned as a fully formed baby. Right to the throat, huh, Pigeon? You know, you've got sharp claws. I don't know if you know this, but I don't have fur. Kind of a little bit like you. Are we reflecting on how screamy we are? Nope, she's not reflecting. Why do you keep going through the throat, Pigeon? Pigeon, you could kill me, but I would kill you. We would both go down. Ooh. All right. Ow. Ooh, love that. Maybe this is why they unmatched me on Tinder. They see my true form. Camera? Oh, right, camera. Hello. She's meowing so loud. Yeah, I know. Literally vouch. Who the fuck is the person in the middle? Wait, am I missing a meme here? Why does their face look like somebody made like a real-life interpolation of a Wojak? It's the Shining Path guy? Oh, okay. Looks a little like Liam Neeson, yeah. Fuck you guys. Oh, wait, yeah, but this was before Bad Bunny and I were on no speaking terms. This is an actual tweet. Bad Bunny and I agree on so much. I don't know how things turned out the way they did. It's a shame, really. This is fine. Dumbasses. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Dude! All this does is make it apparent how much better Dylan's hair is, okay? Can we chill? My hair looks like nothing when I have it in a bun. This is why I need to cut my hair. Also, why the fuck are my hips so wide? Jesus Christ, I should transition and just take it up the ass for the rest of my life with hips this wide. I'll fuck off when you admit that advocating for genocide is bad. Enough Vosh spam screenshot. Average enough Vosh spam comment thread. Downvote chain. If I transitioned and just became a she, they fat, dumpy femboy. I bet I'd get more matches on Tinder. Fosh get some new arguments challenge. You have VDS Tanky. I just want to say that, like, initially when I introduced the VDS thing, the funny thing is the Vosh derangement syndrome meme I introduced artificially. It did not emerge organically. I said we should refer to this behavior as Vosh derangement syndrome. And at first, the community, you guys, weren't happy about it. You thought it was too conceited. But I think the behavior of my critics has more than post hoc justified my decision. I feel like I've been vindicated. It's very good. Saves you guys time, too. Why are all of these fucking enough Vosh spam fucking quotes? Get a real job where you can choose something. Be a useful idiot for the U.S. government to spread anti-socialist propaganda. True and based. I get paid well doing it. Oh, God. Ah, yes, I recall. Let's find out. I think what last happened was I went to the island. The island had ContraPoints and other people. And we wanted you to save the America after the socialism. Love Artemy here. God, he looks so fucking stupid. God, look at him. He looks like a little fucking little mummy. Meh. Here we are in the fortress with Carl Sagan and Candace Nuts fit in your mouth. The replies to my emails are here. The ANCAPs and the Neo-British Royals are on our side. Excellent. Trans Island / Britain 2, quite possibly the most free place on Earth. Oh my god, imagine. Holy shit. If only. I fucking hate these accents, says Shu in her Joker gear. Can't believe Vosh and Destiny get to go to paradise while I get help from these crook tooths. That's like... sounds like an actual slur. You're not allowed to say stuff like that anymore, Shu. While I was off defending our revolution, you were at home making cringy tanky videos against our efforts. Then when my side started winning, you came out as some anarcho-Leninist. He would do that, wouldn't he? So don't tell me what to say. I just want to get this mission done without your language getting in the way. Least racist Shuan had sentenced. True. Least Anglophobic. Britain 2.0 has no state, but it does have popular people who organize. Comrade Shu. This is Zoe. I always say a narco-pack because that was always what I knew her as. But Zoe Baker, yeah, Zoe Baker. Comrade Shu, I was expecting you given the situation, but we need to talk in private. What is this? Some kind of secret strategy? You could say that. Wink. The whole Fosh dictator arc is a problem. Is this the Assassin's Creed 3, 4 marks? Whichever it's the Assassin's Creed marks. Yes, it is. Absolutely. We want what's best for the Voshites, and it's definitely not this. You might be unnecessary. Shoo. I'd say he's a liability. You think he can win this conflict? No. The previous Confederate system was based and cool. I'm sorry to say it, but we might have to hold on. I'm getting a text. Let's go get ready to defend nation from a fascist invasion. Would Destiny do that these days? I guess I have to give up the whole dictator thing, followed by every single emoji. Sounds based, let's go. There we go. Now he's German. Farewell, comrades. We'll send our finest armies to crush those fascist scum. Oh, Marx, no! Where'd that bullet come from? To be continued. Marx, no! That's a very large bullet, too. I fucking hate this. This is peak cinema. I don't know what you're talking about. It's Caleb, he's a plant. Shu's the one with the gun. He got shot with a meteor. Marx, no. Fucking idiots. Better than anything out of the MCU. Unironically. God. Can you guys stop? Can you guys fuck off? Jesus Christ. It's literally just an enough Vosh spam post where they just quoted it and said, "True." You fucking guys. From Vosh is bad. The funny thing is, I know for a fact that this enough Vosh spam post was made by a Vosh fan, because otherwise it would be like zero understanding of socialism, zero theory read. You only added these two. You know what I mean? Like I feel, you know what I mean?
Shaggy, what are you doing? We gotta go solve this mystery.
Like, they're afraid. Oh, I'm just sitting down to watch my favorite streamer, Vosh.
Yeah, Vosh what?
What the fuck, Shaggy?
Velma.
Vosh is a transphobic neoliberal piece of shit.
What the
I
fuck?
can't believe you would ever watch.
This happened.
He is known to say the N-word on stream and supports CP.
This is the guy in the
Actually,
library.
The award was used tactically on a Nazi panel as a means of establishing dominance. Vosh has since said publicly this was dumb of him to know.
Well, what about the CP, though?
That was a poorly phrased analogy that was taken out of context from a debate. What Vosh was arguing was...
By the way, most loyal Voshite, okay? Most loyal, a soldier down in the trenches. I can't believe... The fact that the fucking minutia of my stupid fucking drama is known to people. Unimaginable.
That the exploitation of child labor in other countries under capitalism would be just as frowned upon as CP.
What? I didn't realize that. I guess I was too quick to judge.
Really?
No, fuck you. Vosh bad. Vosh bad.
Hey, you guys should actually watch Destiny.
Shut the fuck up, Scrappy.
This is really good. This should have more upvotes, okay? This should at least be like 800 upvotes, okay? It's because you guys didn't watch the whole thing, did you? You gotta watch the whole thing. You gotta assess. When you upvote in OK Buddy Vouch, you're taking upon the sacred responsibility of determining what content I will get to see, okay? You have to bring it to the forefront. Oh, Delinky? Here. Videos generally do worse. Yeah, because people can see photos instantly, but it takes time to watch a video. True! Oh, is this a non-ironic post? Vosh viewers never invaded any lefty communities. They were normal parts of them for years. Y'all just decided to draw lines in the sand to artificially exclude them after y'all started disliking them. Fucking true! I've got fans all over the goddamn place. They're not invading. They've always been there. The seed of the Vosh has been planted everywhere, all the time, especially in your dad's butthole. Guys, I'm a little concerned about Vosh's takes. It looks like he's also in favor of child labor. I think I saw this on Political Compass memes as well. Making the rounds, you know? Making the rounds. True, Rivera. Fucking true. God damn it. Oh, anyway. If the being LGBT stands for bi, doesn't that mean there's only two genders? You've been banned from participating in LGBT? Hole up. Oh, dude. Okay. Hole up. This subreddit exists exclusively to showcase people surprised that gay people exist. That's all of Hole Up. Whenever I think of Hole Up, it's like a video, and some guy's like, "Hey man, I like you," and then the second guy's like, "Oh, as a friend," and then the first guy says, "No, I mean I think I might be interested in you," and then the TikTok whoomp noise plays, and it zooms in on a guy's face, and a whole up, ooh, you know, like that, like that, whole, you know, like that. You know what I mean? You get what I'm talking about, right? Like this. It's just suddenly gay, just worse. Yeah. Least homophobic hole-up user, yeah.
Alright, so the thing is here, is I don't think you're going to be able to live in the UK anymore.
Don't let Vivian say this one. Man, that lit up, didn't it? Holy shit.
So the thing is here, is I don't think you're going to be able to live in the UK anymore.
God damn. The evil is defeated. A good ending. No more turfs. Yeah, turned into the surface of the sun. God damn it. Saw Vouch in public earlier. Yeah, average day on the town. What's that amazing tweet? Reading Mein Kampf on the bus and shaking my head every once in a while so people know. Oh, no, it's reading Mein Kampf and shaking my head from time to time so people on the bus know I disapprove. Except I'm nodding, I guess. Y'all better shape up if you see me at Politicon. Or fucking Twitch. Wait, will they even let me into TwitchCon? I'm not even an affiliate. Will they just let you in if you pay? I'll pay for a ticket to go in. I don't know if they'll let me into like the streamer section though. I don't know. God, Pigeon, you're so fucking annoying. I love you. Which one of you made this? Oh, that's got my fucking bulge. That can't be Twitch TOS, because that's just me wearing fucking joggers, dude. I wore those while streaming on Twitch. I can't believe I made this face, though. I really give you guys amazing, like, screenshots to use, don't I? People like Hassan are too insecure to ever make stupid faces because they don't want it to be used in memes all over the place. But I have no such reservations. I will... make incredibly... My soy rage thing is the top soy gif on Discord. No, I make stupider faces than Hassan. I make stupider faces than Hassan, okay? I do. I 100% do. He doesn't commit to it as hard as me. He'll do a little soy face. I will... Hold on, where's the... Let me find this. Yeah, here's stream discussion. But yeah, look, I'm literally one of the fucking... I give you guys good stuff. Okay? I'm fourth now. I think I used to be first, or maybe second. Now I'm fourth. No, there are other soy gifs. There are many soy gifs, yeah. Do I have multiple soy gifs? Who knows, man? I'm very soy. I do? Thank you, Tempest. Anyway. We saw this one. Brazilian Bosch. Brazil police find €3 million Nazi haul at home of suspected pedophile. Brazilian Bosch. Stop! Guys! Jesus Christ! I appreciate the infallible irony shield you provide for me. Jesus fucking Christ. Can you imagine if I actually tweeted this? A quarter of the political internet would lose its mind. There would be TYT videos, there would be post-millennial articles, there would be Paul Joseph Watson videos, it'd be a whole goddamn fucking nuke dropped. Thankfully, it's not true. Yeah, Philip DeFranco. True. You guys are exploiting enough Vosh spam. You're exploiting their labor, their meme-making potential. We're going to have to cap it off here, folks. This is a spectacular Okay Buddy Vouch. I'm glad I'm wearing the jacket. It makes me feel very official. Thank you. I'll try to do them more often. Make sure to subscribe to both Vosh V and Okay Buddy Vouch. They're both wonderful subreddits. One of them if you like arguing and calling me a piece of shit, and one of them if you like getting along and calling me a piece of shit. Yes. Tell me to fuck off now. Will I ever cover the Prime panel on stochastic terrorism? The only stochastic terrorism that I have ever engaged in is waging unrelenting warfare on Destiny's brain cells. I have suicide vest bombed the spaces inside his brain that I now use to live rent-free. Yeah, I really did a number on him. And I'll own up to that. You know, damage was done, a man was ruined. For what? I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know why he's as mad as he is. But he sure is, huh? I know it's really dorky to wear the suit jacket with a t-shirt, but unironically, I feel very handsome right now. Is this the power of wearing a suit jacket? Thank you, Tempest. I swear Tempest doesn't get bonuses for saying nice things about me. It's just all natural from him, you know? Did you know any kids in school that wore suits to school? I knew a couple of kids who would do it maybe more than they should have, but not a kid who was, like, known for it. Usually just finding an excuse. All right. Oh, God, we saved the donos, didn't we? Yes, we did. All right. Dynamic Profit and the Basic Brick, thanks to Tier 1 subs. Yes, I heard about Shadman getting arrested, and I have to say, he did not get arrested for the thing that I expected, you know? Shadman got arrested for, like, assault with a weapon or something, or, like, threatening a person with a weapon? Or something like that? There we go. The artist? That's a very generous term to use for him. It was aggravated assault. Yeah, apparently he, like, did an aggravated assault. Maybe somebody accused him of being attracted to adults, and he lost his mind. Maybe he couldn't bear that insult against his character. Oh, God. That basis, thanks to $2. Vosh, are your hairline good? Nobody in my family has hairline issues. I'll have this hairline till, like, I'm, like, 80. Honestly, some of his shit was really good, though, Vosh. No, I will say this. I do remember one time while browsing Western porn, I did stumble across a comic that was, well, it was very atypical for him because it was all adults. And I saw that and thought, okay, that was okay. And then I was like, okay, who's the artist? And I saw and I went, I felt like I'd been fucking bamboozled, you know what I mean? I felt like I'd been a fucking honeypot, like he's baiting people. He's like haha, look, I can do a comic with adults. I did the same thing too, not gonna lie. Well, he's been extremely prolific for a really long time, so it's only maybe by accident he made adult in his porn. I don't know. He might have made a mistake. He didn't mean to. Cadser, thank you for the 2 gifted Tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Doggius, thank you for the 669. I appreciate that as well. I know what you donated that in response to. Chucky and Brandon Fimble, thank you for the $5. I think you're dope too, Brandon. Benjamin GL, thank you for the $5 both. Do you think if someone calmly spoke to Elon and explained things rationally, he would become progressive, or is he actually just evil? That's a simplistic analysis. It's not you're evil or you can be explained things rationally and you'll change your mind. People are subject to cognitive biases that are a product of a number of things, some of which is their environment and material interests. It is in Elon's material interest to not understand how bad he is. People will go to very great lengths to self-justify their behavior. It's not about being evil, necessarily. I don't think he enjoys being malicious or whatever. It's just... It's a way humans act, though few humans are as powerful as Elon Musk. Sake with the 2 tier 1 subs. We did okay, buddy Vosh. I don't want to hear it, motherfucker. We fucking did it. We had a good time. Good batch of memes. Comrade Tyler and Matthew H, thank you for the $5. I know about Telltale Atheist. Yeah, I think I follow them on Twitter, mutually. Ponchek, Not Me, Us, and Rukerd, thank you for the tier 1 subs. All, I really, really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Reza Sutra, the gifted tier 1 sub. Nebuka with the tier 2. Oh, by the way, guys, for those of you who are true fans, I feel like when I explained my Rittenhouse takes to counterpoints, I came off exceptionally level-headed and almost inarguable, you know? On the moral end of things, like I think you should do this or that. Was that really what I was saying back with Destiny? Because I don't remember what I said. It was a year ago. Was it that, or was it like way different back then, or it was like phrased really poorly? Because if it was just that and that's what we ended up arguing over, you were a bit wishy-washy. I probably was, yeah. You said something about Marvel movies. The thing that bothers me most, the Marvel movies thing was a literal fucking joke. We had argued for 2 hours, and at the end of 2, 3, I don't even know. At the end of the argument, I was like, well, I've seen lots of Marvel movies, and in the Marvel movies, they do what I say they would do. I was literally trying to make fun of Tim Pool, but everyone, his audience, just thought I was doing it. I don't even like Marvel movies. Oh yeah, I literally followed it up saying just trying to lighten the mood, but I don't know. It was not put in that voice. Well, I'm arguing I'm arguing with Destiny. I have like 2 hours, so it probably wasn't in that. Oh, it was? I'm wrong. Okay. I thought your analogy about shooting someone to college campus in self-defense, but then not attacking others was good. I talked to a police officer about this. I have cops in my community. I've got everyone in my community. Biden, I've got everyone. I talked to a cop about this. It was a long time ago. I don't remember the details, but I was like, the self-defense isn't the be-all, end-all moral answer to all situations. Sometimes situations where legally you have the right to engage in self-defense, morally it's better to not, right? Now, this isn't always the case. There's an overlap, but, like, sometimes both people are acting in self-defense, right? So, the case here would be if you are attacked. Let's say you're at a protest, okay? And you're in an alleyway because you're busting for a piss. And you're concealed carrying. And a guy approaches you with a knife after you've peed, so your bladder is empty. They approach you with the knife. They're about to stab you. I don't know why they would do this, but... Oh, okay. I don't know why they're going to do it, but they're about to do it. So you turn and you shoot them. Now, legally, you have a right to do this. Morally, you have a right to do this. If a person is about to kill you, inflict grievous bodily harm, rape you, or do any of those things to another person, if there's an imminent danger of those things, you have a right to respond with lethal force. You can shoot them. You can do it if they're about to do it to someone else, too. You have that right. The issue is context erodes quickly in heated situations, okay? Let's say before you shoot that person, there's a scuffle, okay? They come at you with the knife, they swipe, they cut your arm but not too deep, you pull around, you try to grab your gun, they tackle you to the wall, there's a scuffle, okay? But 5 seconds pass, and finally, you have the upper hand. The guy still has the knife, you still have the gun, but you have it drawn, you've pulled back the slide, You're right about to kill him. And then another person with a gun walks by the alley and turns to look inside. And what do they see? They see you pointing a gun at them. Now, legally, that person, if they have a gun, if they don't see the other person holding the knife, or maybe if the knife's been knocked out of their hands, or maybe just it's a dark alleyway, legally, you can make a self-defense argument, or I guess a projected self-defense argument, for that person shooting the original person with the gun, even though they have done nothing legally or morally wrong. Right? This has happened. I talked about this during the Prime Kai panel, I think, but there was actually a case where there was a robbery of a store in which the robber had a gun. The store owner fought back, disarmed the robber, and pointed his own gun at the robber. And then a cop wandered by and shot the store owner. Now, how is the cop to know? From the cop's perspective, they just saved a life. From the cop's perspective, they see through the window of a store a person pointing a gun at another person. The issue with self-defense is that because it relies on perception, and our perception is not perfect, especially not in superheated life or death situations, we can perceive legitimate instances of self-defense emerging in ways where lots of innocent people die. Like lots of innocent people. You know? Imagine a shootout in a crowded theater. Imagine one person pulls out a gun to begin some mass spree, but another person there legally owns a firearm. Now there are two people shooting. How does that come off to the average person in the crowd? What if a third person has a gun? How the fuck are they supposed to know who they're supposed to shoot, right? This is America, yeah. Self-defense is valuable and defensible. However, it breaks down in terms of how socially damaging it is when you are in situations where third parties can respond to the circumstances of your self-defense, where they can misinterpret, perceive the victim of the attack to be the victor or the perpetrator. They can get roped in themselves or even be attacked if they try to stop you. If you are in the aforementioned alleyway scenario and you're about to shoot the person with the knife, what if that third individual charges you? Like, think of this from their perspective. Like, they're feeling like a hero. They look in an alleyway and they see a person pointing a gun at another person. Like, now, I don't think it's wise to charge a person with a gun, but it is, I think, undeniably heroic, or at least there's a heroic element to charging that person in an attempt to save the life of the person with the knife, who in this case is the person who could legally and morally be killed. So what if this person, this hero, gets shot? Well, that's also legitimate self-defense from the perspective of the person with the gun if the person charging has a knife or another lethal weapon. Or I guess you could make an argument that being disabled by the person who doesn't have a knife might allow the person with the knife to kill you, so they're both part of the same extended lethal threat. This gets incredibly complicated. This is why I say this, and this is what DGG lost their mind over. This is what those fucking numbskulls could never understand. It's that in situations where a third party is responding to a situation where you have killed a person in lawful self-defense, you should try as hard as you can to de-escalate. Because in the, I guess you could call it kind of a it's almost like a prisoner's dilemma. In the math of the situation, fewer people will die in instances where you make an effort to de-escalate than if you just start firing into the crowd of people who look like they're trying to stop you. I talked with a cop about this, and the cop agreed, because of course, why would you ever want to normalize the idea that after you've shot somebody in self-defense, you should then, like, not indicate disarmament or non-threatening, you know, gestures or anything like that. You should just start, like, shooting at the new people who try to stop you. You guys get what I'm saying, right? Of course, everything I'm saying shouldn't be construed as legal advice. Everything varies. Please don't shoot people. I'm only saying that I think de-escalation is essential, and we should teach it. We should train it. And honest to God, if I hadn't been the one to say it, Destiny would have agreed. Well, actually, no. He thinks you should shoot somebody who steals your sandwich. I think he actually said that in his debate with Big Joel. So Destiny might actually legitimately disagree with what I'm saying in this case, and it not be some sort of spiteful rage bait. Wasn't Destiny's rebuttal that it wouldn't be realistic? The idea that you can't de-escalate when people think you're an active shooter after you've shot one person is not true. I'm sorry. If you believe that's unrealistic, that is delusional. If you believe you cannot safely de-escalate when people around you are looking at you as an active shooter, after you've just shot a person legally and morally, that is delusional. Well, let's not. He gets hard when I talk about him. I take great satisfaction in knowing that everyone I've talked to about this has agreed with me, except for him, including experts, legal and civic, off stream. Fuck, we were reading donos. Excuse me. Dumb Bunny, I haven't seen you around in a while. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the $5. David Pina, thanks for the $10. Happy to have you here. Tea Time Travesty, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Happy to have you here. Filthy white name. Nabuka, thanks for the tier 2 sub yourself. Yeah, well, we'll see. Jehu, thanks for the $2. Kevin Ganser, thank you for the $5. My big issue is now everyone will be hunting for these kinds of situations at protests. Yes. If Kyle Rittenhouse is acquitted, which I suspect he will be, it will embolden the far-right militia types who will wander around every time black people are outside to menace at them. That is a thing that will happen, unfortunately. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the gifted tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Dhruv Patel, thank you for the $2. That damn tyrant, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Medical, thanks the incredibly kind $10. Beto O'Rourke is running for Texas governor, and I hate that he's the best candidate. Isn't it wild that, like, the most anti-gun Democrat is in Texas? I don't know. Vosh, did you cover the fact that initially you were very irresponsible with your language about Kyle Rittenhouse? No, because I don't think Connor brought up anything irresponsible or that I disagree with. Now, I am sure that if I went back and watched the debate with Destiny, I would say things that I now disagree with. That's how time works. But in terms of irresponsibility, I don't think so. I am glad that I talked with Connor. That was a good conversation. Sometimes I get this feeling, because generally this is true, that when people act that way towards me, the way that he did on that panel, it's like a done deal, you know? And who knows, maybe the bridge will burn in the future, but at least for right now, it's nice and affirming to be able to talk with somebody in a pleasant way. Yazzie117, Soup Time 69, and Elcow, thanks to the tier 1 subs all. I have not, Yazzie. I've got a lot of books on my reading list. Ruru Guru, thank you for the $8 and the $5 respectively. Really appreciate that. Casper Christensen with the $2 both. Is alt identifier legit? Yes, it is. We use an alt identifier for the Discord because I am subject to controversy. Brunch Corpse and What You Expect, thank you for the $5 both. Dracula, thank you for the 5. Eric, you are very handsome. There you go. That's for your dono. I need to open up one of those what's it? It's not a Fiverr, Cameo. Yeah, I should. But people will just ask me to say things I'd get clipped for. Andrew B with the $5. I should watch Mushishi? Perhaps. Seto Kibi, I have not yet read JoJo Part 7. Yezi117 and Kafka Sound, thank you for the $5 both. Sunny Boy, yes, so noted. Do I like Ghost in the Shell? I've only seen the Ghost in the Shell movie, the first one. I haven't seen, what's it called? Second Complex? Whatever it is. I've only seen that. Liz Squared and Andrew B, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Check out a new 3D indie platformer called Demon Turf. It's really cute. Hold on. Steam Demon Turf. It's like Mario 64. Well, I like Mario 64. All right, the aesthetic is cute. Very fuckable. Can I say that? I think I can say that. The secretary demon on the cover image is designed to elicit. Oh wait, this looks really cute. This only has 78 ratings? Maybe we could play this on stream. I've always wanted to be one of those really cool video game playing YouTubers who like highlights like little indie games to show them off and to give them a bit of attention, you know? I've always thought that'd be a nice thing to be. Better than just doing a bunch of like super popular games. Yeah, here. First of all, this is a fuckable character design, and if you disagree, you're homosexual.
The demon world is inhabited by all kinds of nasties. It's separated into turfs and their gang leaders.
Turfs.
None stand a chance to the Demon King himself. I say it's time to kick his sorry butt out of here.
Look, it's like a 2.5D platformer. That's so interesting looking. Look at that. I wonder how well it plays. This stuff like this lives or dies based on how tight the controls are. Yeah, yeah, hold on. I'll add it to my wish list. Maybe we can. Demon turf. The controls are very tight. Okay. Well, that's good. As long as they are. I actually I don't know if it's just because I haven't played it in a while, but there are still a couple of like challenges in the death wishes of Hat in Time that I haven't finished yet. And going back to play it, I actually noticed a lot more issues with the controls in A Hat in Time than I expected to. Like maybe it'd just been a while, but like playing it back, you know, there were a lot more than I remember there being. Hopefully with the money they made from that game, they can make another game, and they can make it just a little bit, teeny bit that much better, and holy fuck, it would be like the best platformer ever made ever. Holy shit. Sake thanks the 10. I have watched The Boys. I watched both seasons. And Sake, yes, we're making the vegans angry with the cow aside. Nike Spike and Neon Bike, thanks the $5 both. It all kind of rhymed. Neandroid, thank you for the 5. Sir Political Banana. Pigeon, stop screaming. You're fine. Sake Tanuki with the 2 gifted tier 2 subs. Thank you. Kyle can't make a self-defense claim. He was going to protect other people's property. He can only claim self-defense. Jesus Christ. I'm glad you packaged that joke with $20. Fuck. Jesus fuck. Hold on. I'm not even doing the okay buddy anymore. Let me take this off. 1 second. God damn. Ugh. I am Demo Suzuki. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Captain Comrade, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I'm trying to unionize the restaurant/service industry in northeastern Georgia now that it's blue. Any advice for starting this? You need to go to the Vosh Pit. I guess it's on both channels. Take a look at my conversations with the IWW union organizer. They answered a lot of those questions. They know more than I do. That's for sure. And good luck. Fizzy Nam, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Jittery Dragon and Dave Valensky, thank you for the $5 both. Happy almost birthday, Dave Valensky. 43 years old. I'll be there one day, but not for a little while. I hope you enjoy it very much. Bad to the Bow, thanks to $10. Much appreciated. Ivan Sheen, thank you for the 179 rubles. Muffin with the very kind tier 4 sub. My big issue with Kyle R is now everyone will be hunting for these kinds of situations at protests, especially the ones that are antagonistic to political beliefs. Yes, it is. It's more about the culture we enable. However, as much as I think Kyle Rittenhouse's acquittal would be culturally damaging, we have to understand that the legal system does not exist to... The legal system does not arrive at outcomes through what would be most culturally beneficial. It arrives at outcomes through what is the law. Pigeon! Pigeon! Why? You have been so screamy today, Pigeon. You've been the screamiest little scream baby. And why? Why? For what purpose? Why the twist? I'm not twisting you. You're twisting you. I could write you there like this. Then you try to find another way to escape. You twist again. You spread your... Yep, but I blocked you with my head. See? Because I'm smarter than you. You don't understand what planning is, do you? She doesn't. She's not even mad. She loves being fucking handled. She's literally sitting on my lap right now. Allah. There we go. Ziz Bra. Ziz. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Elmo3, thanks to $5. Halo Infinite is out. Play it, Vosh. It's free, for fuck's sake. I have much money, but little time. I value that more. Carbonated Peach Milk, thanks to the gifted tier 1 subs. Quem98, the Bizarro left. I'll consider it. Thank you for the 5 Canadian. Full Metal Socialist, thank you for the $5. Apparently it's legal in some nations like Germany and Mexico to break out of prison because you have a right to seek freedom. What is your take? I think you could argue. I think you could argue that. I think there's a reasonable... I understand. I think I understand. Here in America, if you attempt to escape prison, even if you hurt no one or break any laws outside of trying to escape prison, that's an additional thing to add on to your sentence. But in those countries, you can still have your sentence extended if you like kill a guard or whatever, but just escaping is not enough to add to your sentence. Of course, if they will try to catch you again and they will try to bring you back, you're not exempt from serving, but that's how I think it works, at least. Wishy17 and Clabula, thank you for the tier 2 subs. Really appreciate that. Corvus, thank you for the $2. Gestalt Field, not Gellerfield. Thank you. I apologize. Full Metal oh, yeah. Xiao Pigu Pigeon. Thank you for the $10. I had to give up my Singapore citizenship today since they don't allow dual, so I'm just an American now. Nice! Thought I'd donate to get over my sadness. Don't be sad. America's way bigger than Singapore. Size matters. Noble Lion King, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. Cake Bot, thank you for the tier 2 sub. We'll get there. Pulse, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I got vaccinated because a friend of mine in your videos caused me to question my skepticism about the mRNA vaccines. Fuck yeah, I'm happy to hear that. You can't see, but she is currently rubbing her face against the side of the monitor that you all see when I move to desktop view. You want in the sweater again for the 15th time? I'm going to put a fucking gilded cage for you downstairs so you don't... Get in here. Get in there. In. Yes. In. In. All right. Gadser, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Elnath, thank you for the 5. Talking Real, thank you for the $10. Just put out my first YouTube vid debunking a woke religion chart. Was heavily inspired by watching you to go ahead with it. Thanks. Nice. I'm really happy to hear that. That is awesome. Makes me happy to hear that I've inspired people. I hope it does well. DNat, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Would you rather have one big hair akin to a big chunk of keratin on your head like a big rhino horn, or one big tooth, cartoon-like? Help, it's urgent. I guess one big hair, I'd cut it close and wear a beanie. Maybe that's Tim Pool's secret. Rick Butt, thanks to the tier 4 sub. I really, really appreciate that. All is well. I hope the same is for you. Demert, thanks to the tier 2 sub. Riddle me this, Libs. Pee pee poo poo. They won't be able to answer that. Liz Squared. Oh, you recommended the game. That's right. Andrew B and Dragon's Cookie. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Chemical Rascal. Thanks to the tier 3 sub. Moo. Much appreciated. Blue, thanks to 350. I promise I'll watch Arcane, okay? I promise I will. I heard it's beautiful. Still alive, thanks to $5. Any chance you'll play Megami Tensei 5 on stream? Probably not. Not a franchise I'm invested in. Sake with a gifted tier 4 sub. Thank you so much. We covered that one earlier. Tyler with a tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Sake with a very kind $10. Thank you very, very much. Bad to the Bow with $25. For fun thing I saw on Fox News, an anchor complained about the prosecutor calling Rittenhouse a murderer, called it charged language. I trust you see the irony. Considering the fact that the prosecutor's literal job is to prove that he is legally a murderer. A little strange. Shenanigans, thanks to $3. Really appreciate that. Do we humor the linkers? Fine, we'll get a clean slate. I don't know if I'll be able to stream tomorrow, unfortunately. I know it's been sporadic lately, guys. I really apologize for that. I did, however, stream quite late today, so that is something, I think. Skarks24, thank you for the $5. Vosh, I'm Vosh, sorry. Hassan revealed on his stream today that he works for the CIA. Interesting. Well, you gave me a dead Twitter link, so I'll just have to take your word for it. Inverted J, thanks to $5. Jeff Bezos says only a select few will get to remain on Earth. Yeah, I saw that. His fucking hate these people. Why RPM with a tier 1 sub? Damn literal Vosh. What the fuck is this?
Going to leave this laboratory, Connor. I am offering the only escape you could ever hope to achieve.
Damn, is that literally Okay, that's a little uncanny. That's pretty close. This is from 2017. Vosh didn't even exist back then. They predicted Vosh. They knew. Random Leftist, thanks to $10. Really appreciate that.
And historians will call them close friends, besties, roommates, colleagues, anything but lovers. History hates lovers, sidekicks, family, good pals, buddies, anything but lovers. History hates lovers.
True!
And historians will call them close.
True. Such good friends. Accept the truth. Too yellow for you, thanks to $5. Sorry for being a linker, but now that I've given you money, you're legally obligated to watch this whole thing on stream. Am I? Oh my god, this is 7 hours, 2 minutes, and something seconds long. What is this? Mr. Beat, a history teacher reacts to PragerU videos for 7 hours straight. Damn. Doesn't he know that if he breaks these up into 30-minute segments, he can make a lot more money off of it? Curious. This is probably really good, though. You could probably learn a fuck ton from watching this. Actually, I might... I've got time. Link it in chat. Fucking YouTube search it. The name and the fucking channel was right there. James W, thanks to $5. You know about AlphaFold's and AI role in helping develop the COVID vaccines so quickly? No, I will not watch this. Are you saying an AI helped make vaccines? That's cool.
Represented the Olympics of protein folding.
Huh. Here, I'll add this to the list as well. Captain Gwendolyn with a 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Really, really appreciate that. Check out my new rifle / baby cat. Sniper baby. Ooh. Ooh. True. Revolutionary infrared meme. Fucking love that guy. Mace Windude Sheiks, the very kind $10. Very insightful short video how conspiracy theorists come up with their theories. 3 minutes! 3 minutes! This is from a fucking movie. 3 minutes? You want my channel to be deleted? 3 minutes. You want 3 minutes from a goddamn movie? I love you. Thank you for the $10. Guys, go watch Black Dynamite. It's funny. Absent TV. The very kind $5. Don't know what copyright music is, apparently. It might be remixed enough to not be copyright, but I genuinely don't even know. This is extremely true, though. This is extremely fucking true, okay? The West Coast Fallout lore has always been more interesting and made more sense than East Coast Fallout lore. Extremely true. It's good. Sake with 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Last time union membership was this low, there was a Confederacy. Also, did you see that Unions was the last week tonight episode this year? I have seen it, but I haven't seen it. I've seen that it was. I haven't watched the actual thing, which I should do, because John Oliver often supplies good arguments. A wet bus seat, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Yes, I do plan on having Kyle Klinsky on, thank you. If you want advice on audio or microphone setup, I actually have a video on my channel giving advice for new content creators. You should check it out. And that's Ankle with the $5. Not sure about your thoughts, but living in NorCal as a POC/LGBTQ kind of fucking sucks. Too many xenophobic tradcon cowboys with unironic Confederate flags. Yes. NorCal, with the exception of a few bubbles, is just packed full of yeehaw howdy howdy cowboy fucks. That is true. But we're the real cowboys, aren't we, partners? We fuck horses here. It's like the cowboys did. All right. It's about that time for stream to end. We are a clean 3 hours over time. I am tired, I am hungry, and I will be grumpy if I don't have food. You all take care. I love you very much. I don't know whether I'll be streaming tomorrow. I actually have a business meeting with a person who will help me work on the canvassing. I'm very excited to learn more there. I would tell you who they are, but they are so unimaginably powerful, reputable, legendary in the political space that to associate with me, for me to claim this, it would only invite skepticism, doubt, ridicule, and mockery. I might as well say that Christ himself has come down from on high to work with me. He hasn't. It wasn't Christ. It may actually be cooler than Christ, the person who is helping me. Let's see, who are we rating? Well, I'd say for me, it's between Keffels, Willow, and Pixels Mixel. Who have we rated before? We've rated Keffels. We haven't rated Willow. We haven't rated Pixels Mixel. I'm actually gonna go. I'm gonna go with Willow because I think it creates the largest, the highest possible likelihood of disruption. Willow does Trans 101. She's just super cool and nice. And playing Final Fantasy V right now. Sonya, you are a little late, but not too late. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Cleaning up chat. Seriously, it's really, really kind of you. My God. With like 10 seconds left in the stream. I am going to raid Willow. You all have to be nice, okay? Willow does not do debate, political battle, so the highly ironic, aggressive memeing will not be registered in a friendly way. I assume. I mean, I can't speak for her, but be nice. Don't make me look bad. Thank you, Willow. Seriously. No, not Willow. God, thank you, Zonia. Willow's the other person. Thank you, Zonia. I really, really appreciate that. Twitch chat, be free. Go be nice. Post Conyer emotes. I see that Vorse has been added as a better Twitch TV channel emote, which makes me happy beyond imagining. Thank you, better Twitch TV stewards. Take care. Right now, and